Hello everybody and welcome into one of the greatest events of the summer. PGR Esports hits the high banks of Talladega Super Speedway over the course of the next 2 days to crown a winner of the Super Slam 499. Joining me in the booth through this weekend and starting here today, Dawson, how you feeling tonight? Today.
Oh man, Look, I've been looking forward to this weekend for a long time. If you watched my broadcasts over the past several weeks, you know that I'm feeling good, that I've been excited, that I've been hammering that you want to be here for this event, you want to watch this event, and man, we got a ton of big names, a ton of great underdog stories as well. So much to get to here before we get into Prelim 1. I cannot wait. I'm so stoked.
Yeah, I certainly am too. And we bring you up to the booth for the first time here today, and you'll be seeing us quite a bit throughout this weekend, but we got a lot of things to talk about, and I think we got to start with this event in of itself and some of the names that we see in here. We've got 5 prelims. Now, we'll talk about the format a little bit more, but, I mean, looking at this first prelim, you've got a mix of guys that we've never seen before and then some more of the veterans. So what do you expect here from this first prelim?
Well, look, the entire point of the first prelim is to set the tone, right? The whole weekend really is going to be based on this first prelim, and I know it's a lot of pressure for the guys running here in about 10 minutes or so, but that's how it is. The prelim 2 through 5 guys are going to be watching this race. They're going to be watching it very closely. All eyes for the rest of the weekend are on this one, so set the tone. What's the aggression level going to be? What moves are we going to see? How aggressive is this field going to get early on? It is a 50-lap race, but only 13 transfer spots out of about 30 drivers, so you're really looking to set the tone, and you're right, kind of a nice mix of guys we were used to seeing, guys we're not used to seeing, but guys who kind of made their names known over the past several weeks. I know Garrett Maines is slated to be in this prelim. Obviously, a big time name from the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, Brandon Cattell, as well as in this field. So a ton of big names, a ton of a little bit more underdog names, but a really nice mix, and it really sets the tone for the whole weekend.
Well, let's move on next to the car that these guys are going to be driving over the course of this weekend, and it is the Xfinity car. Now, when we talk about some of the other big events that we've seen in the past, the Podium 500, even some of the ERA races, that was in the next gen. The Xfinity car, whole different package, but the biggest thing I think that's going to be different for these guys is how the runs form and how much more important track position is. You're going to need it at the start to keep the car clean, and you're certainly going to need it once we get probably 10 laps to go, because you're not going to be able to get to the front quick, especially if you don't have any help.
Oh, absolutely. Look, this is one of my favorite cars on the service right now, and I've never been shy to say that, even when I'm up here in the broadcast booth. This is such a fun car to kind of attack because it's so tough to, number one, get track position, and number two, then it's pretty tough to maintain it. Now, I know with the next gen, you can kind of make things work quickly. You can really work your way through the field quickly. If you're starting back in 15th, 20th, 25th, for example, you can get to the front. If you have a dedicated enough pusher, a group of pushers, you can get to the front very quickly. And also, you don't see the tire wear as much on those cars as you do in this Xfinity car. The Xfinity car, it's a lot harder to build the run. You got to have a little bit more help, get the energy going in a certain line, and be able to move your line forward. And it really takes some time to do that. But I'm looking forward to see how these guys attack it. As tires get older, as the track gets hotter maybe throughout the day, how do these guys continue to attack it? I can't wait. I love this car. I love the racing it produces, and I can't wait to see these guys attack it.
Well, a lot of drivers and fans are going to be looking forward to the payouts that are offered here tonight. We'll talk about those in just a moment, but first, let's talk briefly about what the format for this weekend is looking like. We talked about today, going to start with 5 prelims. Here's how it works. The top 5 drivers from each prelim will automatically lock their spot into the main event tomorrow. 6th through 13th place from each prelim locks themselves into the Last Chance Qualifier race, which will happen tonight at 10 o'clock. Everybody else, which would be 14th through about 30th, depending on how many drivers, of course, each prelim has, will be eliminated and they will go home. So that's the format for the prelim. What are we looking for the LCQ, Dawson?
Yeah, for the Last Chance Qualifier, it'll be 6th through 13th out of each prelim, so it'll be 8 drivers from our 5 prelim races, making up a 40-car field later on tonight, so some guys going to have to race twice tonight. The grid will be set by your prelim finishing position, so for example, the P6 finisher in this first prelim will be on pole for the Last Chance Qualifier. It's kind of the luck of the draw being the first guy to run today. Prelim 2's P6 will start in second, and it will snake down from there. We will take the top 15 out of the Last Chance Qualifier race, and they will advance to tomorrow afternoon's Summer Slam 499. 16th through 40th in that race. Unfortunately, your journey is over. You will be eliminated if you finish outside the top 15 in the LCQ. That race will be 45 laps at a 50% fuel tank, and there's no fast repair in that race. That's going to be a big factor come tonight.
Yeah, it certainly is. And then, of course, the main event, it's pretty simple, right? It's just going to be 40 drivers all fighting for some of these big payouts. And I want to go ahead and move on to those next, because here's what we're looking at. For the winner of this event, and of course that being the main event, the PGR Summer Slam 499, $1,000, but that's not all. You're also going to get a SummerSlam belt with your name on it. Second place taking home $500, third $400, and the payouts continue from there. Fourth all the way through 20th place, going to be making at least double your money. As you can see, those payouts scale the further back you get in those paying positions. Also some bonus payouts to the prelim winners, $100 if you're able to win your prelim, and then $60 to each LCQ winner. So, you know, you got to kind of factor that into things, I think, Dawson, in the sense of how aggressive do you be? You find yourself at the end of one of these prelims with potentially a shot to win. Do you focus more on getting yourself locked in to fight for the bigger money later, or do you try to grab that bonus?
It's so tough as a driver, and obviously, you know, I'm a driver myself as well. I've had my fair share of big races where you kind of have this thought process. And I think you're going to see, you know, kind of depending on maybe who the driver is as to, you know, whether or not they go for that kind of money. So you know, a guy like Garrett Maines, for example, we know he'll be up front. We've seen him up front in our Tuesday Night Thunder series. Yeah, obviously the defending champion. A guy like him, we know he's going to be running inside the top 5. So at the end of the race, he may be a little bit more willing to say, okay, I'm going to put a little bit more on the line, go for the win, go for the little bit of extra money. Whereas, you know, some more of our underdog guys, again, no offense to them at all, but some of our underdog stories, if you will, maybe just content to ride third, ride fourth, and just make the feature because they see the bigger picture. They see that bigger picture of being just in the field with a chance to win that money tomorrow. So again, I think it's going to kind of depend on who you are, and this first prelim is going to give us a huge kind of look into that as to, all right, which guys, you know, are we going to see really go for it? Which guys are we going to see on the aggressive end of things the whole time, and which guys are going to be a little bit more content? Okay, I'm going to let the race come to me. I'm going to finish where I can. I'm just going to try to make my way into the feature so I have a chance at the championship belt tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to that. Again, if you're going to be tuning in the rest of tonight, don't forget to get enough sleep so you can be with us tomorrow. That race will start at 1 o'clock Eastern. Pre-race will get things kicked off, I believe, right around 12:45. You'll get to see us again. By the way, we are going to have a couple other broadcasters joining us at different points. Michael Triscaro will be joining us for one of the prelims later, as will Cody Nagels. He will also be joining us to commentate one of the prelims later, so looking forward to seeing them. And then one of the last things I do want to talk about before we start moving our attention down trackside as we get closer to Prelim 1 is, well, I mean, teammates, because that's the name of the game when it comes to any form of super speedway racing. We see it in the typical Thursday races, and now that you've got such a mix, I guess a mismatch of drivers, you've got guys with no teammates, guys with these big teams. How do you incorporate that in, Dawson? Would you rather be a solo driver for this event or have teammates to work with?
Well, and again, that's kind of, you know, a trade-off. So, you know, having teammates, and obviously there are several of our major, you know, regular money racing teams in this event. For example, McCullough Motorsports, Team PGR, Nightmare eSports, all have representation in this event over the course of the next 2 days. But at the end of the day, there's only 5 automatic transfer spots into the feature tomorrow. Now, there's 8 spots in the LCQ. You're only guaranteed 1 race, though, and because of that, you know, maybe I want to have 1 teammate, maybe I want to have 2, or maybe I want to have some allies, I think is the better way to put it. Maybe I don't want my dedicated teammates, because at the end of the day, it's a big mental struggle at the end of one of these races to say, okay, you know, can I put my own ambitions aside to help a teammate, or, you know, is a situation going to come to me where I have to pass my teammate to make the feature race tomorrow, or even to make the LCQ? Perhaps your teammate ends up eliminated. It's a big mental struggle for drivers. It's going to be a big mental struggle here in this first prelim as we have some sets of teammates in this first prelim race, but it's going to be something you see these guys kind of have to fight throughout the course of the day, and it's going to be an exciting storyline because, again, I'd probably rather only have about 1 of my teammates. Really, I'd rather just have some allies, because at the end of the day, you can, for lack of a better term, dump those guys off and go and get your own ambitions and make the way into the race tomorrow.
Exactly. That $1,000 and that belt only goes to 1 person. You can split the money, but you certainly cannot split the belt. So we'll keep an eye on that for tomorrow. By the way, I do want to give a shout out to all the sponsors that hopped on board for this event. And I mean, we're going to be talking about them a lot. You see them at the bottom of your screen. VRX Simulators, Prime Hydration, Kanawa Valley Key and Fob, McCullough Motorsports Money Racing. They were one of the sponsors that hopped on a little bit late. And then Butt Kicker, they're actually going to be giving away a Butt Kicker gaming unit to one of the drivers. I believe, I'm not sure if it's a random or if it's the highest finishing driver that was one of the first 100 people to sign up. So we got a lot of bonuses on the line. Payouts did meet. Actually, I think they slightly exceeded what was initially planned. The total purse is $4,650. So we're looking forward to that. Qualifying is getting ready to get underway now for the first prelims. So we'll talk a little bit more now and start to shift our attention down on track, where each driver's going to have 2 laps to set the fastest lap. And qualifying order normally, Dawson, maybe not super important on Sunday. Tomorrow, maybe it's not. But here tonight for these prelims, 50 laps, you got to qualify good.
Well, it's crucial in this car, and we kind of talked about it a little bit a few minutes ago when we were talking about the intricacies of this car, and that's just that track position is king in this car. Can you make that third line work? Can you advance your position? Yes, we've seen it time and time again, whether on Thursdays, whether on Tuesdays, whatever night of the week that we see these cars run, you absolutely can improve your position in the race. But starting up front, setting the tone not only for the race, but for yourself, really, as a driver, it's a huge confidence boost to be up near the front of the field, to be able to help control the front of the field and put yourself in one of those transfer spots early. It's a really nice tone setter. It's a really nice confidence booster as well for these drivers. So I'm looking forward to see which driver's going to set the tone, which driver's going to make that early statement this weekend and say, I'm here to race, I'm here to win that belt tomorrow, and I'm doing it by setting the tone and putting myself on the pole for my prelim race.
And then last thing that I do want to mention, then we will officially take a break and head down trackside, is what weather is going to be looking like here throughout this weekend. What does the track temp do, and what does that mean for these cars? Well, remember, the hotter that track temp gets, it makes 2 things a lot more difficult. Pushing for a long time, and then ultimately when you get late in a tire run, the cars have a tendency to start to dart around. So, some of the veterans that we'll see in here, they have more experience with that. They know what to expect, but some of the new guys, you get racing 2 and 3 wide in these big packs late in a tire run. These cars get out of control. How do you make that adjustment, Dawson?
Well, it's tough, and again, it kind of goes back to this car where, you kind of have to drive differently than you would otherwise. When that temperature starts to rise just a little bit, and it is going to be a hot day, throughout the day, and actually that temperature is not going to change. It will be static for the entire 5 prelim races. So with it being hot, with this car being hard to drive, as a driver, you're used to being able to saw a little bit, as we like to call it, where you're kind of going back and forth on the wheel, and you can get away with it in most cases and in most cars. This combination, though, this car does not have a lot of downforce. This car does not like to grip the racetrack, and a hot, slick track. It's really going to mean you have to be very precise, very careful. You can't throw around a ton of those big moves that maybe we usually see in this car. You're going to have to be a lot more calculated with your move, a little bit slower as you try to figure out the balance between, okay, what can I get away with? What can't I get away with throughout the course of the race?
All right, well, that's going to wrap up our pre-race coverage here for the prelims. We're going to get ready to head down trackside. Before we do, though, going to take a commercial break. We'll get the events this weekend kicked off when we come back. Stick with us.
I played a couple of simulators, and this was like very responsive, especially the hydraulics and stuff, the motion and stuff was really, really on point. But you feel like you're really driving, it feels real.
It adds so much to the experience. It's just really, really cool.
It was pretty awesome.
Have created our own drink company. The fastest growing sports drink in history.
We want pride! We want pride! Ladies and gentlemen, we got Prime.
Here's Prime!
This season, we are hydrated.
The official sports drink of the UFC. It's Prime!
Oh, that's good.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway PGR eSports. Getting ready to kick off the first prelim and the road to the Summer Slam 499. Thank you all so much for tuning in, taking a look pre-race, and just as we finished up, looks like 83 viewers. So again, thank you all so much for tuning in. Qualifying just about 10 to 20 seconds left, so it continues to get wrapped up, and then we will hop right down to the track where the drivers will get gridded up. We'll get through the race info, and we will get into Prelim 1. We already talked about the format. We talked about the payouts, but now it's time to talk about who can go out there and make it happen.
Yeah, and a lot of good drivers in this field. If you were with us for pre-race just a moment ago, Brandon Cattell and Garrett Maines both have experience in the Coca-Cola iRacing series. And then some of our regulars as well. Landon Velicky, Aubrey Thompson, Kenny McCullough, and others get ready to take the track in Prelim 1. And I'll tell you what, this is going to be a good one. There's a lot of big names as I look down the running order in this race, and some potential for some upsets further back in the field.
Yeah, upsets to say the least. Well, here we go. Let's get right into it. Kicking things off tonight with the pole in Prelim 1. It's going to go to Brandon Catelli in the 80 machine. Garrett Maines to his outside in second, with Landon Velicky back in that third position. Aubrey Thompson will roll off fourth. Ken McCullough Jr. in fifth. Nash Brambilla for PGR Esports will start to his outside in sixth. Brock Westmoreland, Tom Dixon make up row number 4, with Brian Hennings back in the 9th spot, and Freddie Bosnez rounding out your top 10.
Row number 6 on the inside, it'll be Sean Hilkowicz in the 48 machine, with Teresa Spiker starting back in 12th for VRX. On row 7, Francisco Villarreal in the 24 makes his Summer Slam debut in this afternoon's first prelim, and Rhett Tucker will start to his outside in 14th. Row 8, a Blind Squirrel Racing, it's Ambrose Kniebel in the 04. He'll start from 15th, with Clint Griffin in the 16th position. Row 9, Caitlin McKay in the 20, and Corey Lesher in the 25, and rounding out the top 20, Jason Batby in the 29, and Stephen Scott Jr. in the 77.
Edward Fielder will start 21st here tonight, with Garrett Caswell at his outside in 22nd. Jimmy Emos will start in the 23rd spot in the 98 machine, with Michael Anthony to his outside in 24th. Moving on back to 25th, it's Paul Turner in the 5 car. Andrew Zonto makes a return to Money Racing here today. He will roll off 26th. Chris Blanchard 27th. Christian Martinez back in 28th, with Robert Rachal in 29th. Nate Gibbs in 30th, and Richard Elliott back in 31st. All right, moving on to your race info here tonight. What's the setup? Well, all the prelims going to look the same, but here for Prelim 1, we'll go ahead and let you know what it looks like. We are on the Xfinity cars, not only for the prelims and the LCQ, but also for the feature. 50 laps is going to be the distance here in Prelim 1. Everybody does have 70% fuel. Unlimited tires, 1 fast prepare. Fixed setups as always, and then there will be 1 green-white checkered if we were to need it. That means that cautions are on. So again, if there is a wreck and you're involved, as long as you don't get any damage, doesn't necessarily mean that your race is over. And then the weather, which I know we brought up in pre-race, and we brought it up for a reason. Taking a look at the track temp, 124 degrees starting out around this 2.65 mile super speedway. Over 30 degrees of banking in the corners, 82 degrees outside, humidity at 20%, partly cloudy skies, and winds at 2 miles an hour. Well, now that the grid has been set, Dawson, we're getting ready to go green for the first time here tonight. Who you got your pick for this first prelim?
Oh, man, it's hard to pick against the guys on the front row. Brandon Cattell, Garrett Maines, they've been doing this a very, very long time. But at the end of the day, there's some regulars from our side of things in here as well that I'm keeping my eye on. I'm looking at Garrett Maines as my pick. I will pick a dark horse as well, though, with the 69 of Aubrey Thompson, a guy that's won a 500-mile race before. He knows how to get the job done in these kinds of formats. And he's a guy I'm absolutely keeping my eye on for BAR this afternoon.
Well, looking at 70% fuel and about where that window is, again, you figure 50% fuel for these guys gets them somewhere right around 20 laps, so 75, thinking around 30. So I'm going to say that fuel window is probably somewhere between, we'll go ahead and make it a little more conservative, 23 to 27 laps. And so with that, this should just be a one stop, even if you have to save a little bit. And then, of course, after you make that first pit stop, that's where things are really going to get kind of picking up. The chaos will ensue, and those last 10 laps, if we've got a big pack, things are going to get wild.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's always what we see on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? That pit stop happens, and all of a sudden guys are like, okay, the pit stop is done. Focus your mind on getting track position and getting to the front and getting one of those transfer spots. Remember, only 13 guys will be able to race after this first prelim.
All right, here we go. Pace car makes a left turn for the first time here tonight. Field in the hands of the 80 and the 1. Rolling up to the Geico restart zone, getting ready to kick things off. Here we go. Green flag is in the air. We're racing at Talladega.
Lap 1 complete, and no surprise here at the front of the field. It is the two Coke Series veterans, Brandon Cattell, Garrett Maines, that lead the field as the field climbs the banking of turns 1 and 2. Good pushing from behind, and really not a ton of action so far, and I can't say I'm surprised. I figured there might be a little bit of jitters. These guys appear, at least to me, to have settled in a little bit. Everybody minding their P's and Q's early here in Prelim number 1.
Yeah, only two, making 1.5 laps complete at this point, but already you're seeing guys try to get a feel for which lane's going to be the fastest. But right now it's a dead heat. At least up front it is. The further back you go, things get spaced out a little bit, but nobody has thought about taking that third lane just yet. Now we'll see how things develop here, but so far Garrett Maines looking very strong on the outside. He's getting a push right now from Aubrey Thompson in the 69. Brandon Kettle still leading on the bottom. He's getting a push in the 62 of Landon Veliky. 3 laps complete, and they stay 2x2 into turn 1.
Yeah, again, nobody really taking too much space right now. I mean, you can see as they climb the banking again, the space that's being given a little further back. These guys are wanting to keep it a little bit calm, at least for now. And again, that could kind of go into some of those jitters. You don't want to get too close to somebody. You don't want to make a big mistake. You don't want to be the guy that makes the first mistake of the weekend, that's for sure. So everybody is keeping plenty of space between them and the car in front of them. Besides, these first 2 cars in each line, Veliky and Aubrey Thompson doing a very good job right now of keeping their lines even, keeping their guy out front. You've allowed Garrett Maines to drop down and cool. Let's see if now Veliky for One Stop Motorsports can allow Brandon Cattell to get some cooling underneath the engine of that car. Other than that, though, everybody minding their P's and Q's. Now Maines down again. Thompson will cool. Brambilla and Tom Dixon ride in line behind him.
And that's going to set the tone right there. Who was going to be the first driver to start controlling these lanes? Thought early on it was going to be the 80, but Brandon wasn't quite able to make it happen. So now fielding control of Garrett Maines, but just as quickly as he takes control, Aubrey Thompson in the 69 with a move around the outside will get clear. He dropped low. And now he leads the 1 car. Garrett looking for another move to the top. Nash Brambilla will push him down the Alabama gang backstretch. See if they can get clear before 3. Aubrey Thompson now getting a shove. Is it enough? No, it's not. Garrett Maines will stay side by side with Thompson into 3.
Yeah, and if anybody wasn't going to have any nerves coming into this race, it was Garrett Maines. He's been in countless massive races over the course of his iRacing career, and this is just one of them. Again, a guy that's been in these moments before, a guy that is he's not new to running up front in these kinds of races by any means. And so as he leads the field again, he looks very comfortable already. And the defending Tuesday Night Thunder Series champion, he should be pretty comfortable here at the front of the field. In fact, several of these guys ran on Tuesdays, and that makes a lot of sense as to why they're up front in this race and looking very comfortable. Nash Brambilla, Team PGR, he's going to take his first look for the lead on the back straightaway.
Yes, he is, and he's got a great push now from Tom Dixon in the 411, a guy who we don't see as much, especially on the money racing side, but he's a phenomenal super speedway driver, so he's looking to see if he can advance himself automatically into the feature, or at worst, at least make his way into the LCQ after this race right here. And oh man, that was really close to 54. Freddie Bosnez almost got the 411 out of shape. I think that was just, I don't even know if they were making any contact. That was a weird sequence of events through 3 and 4, but they both keep it together. They get back down in line, and the outside is rolling just as good as it was down the back.
Yeah, still rolling good. Everybody 2x2, not really anything to speak of in terms of 3 wide, in terms of big moves yet. Now we do have some movers through the field. Garrett Caswell +6, Michael Anthony also +6, back around the 16th position. Andrew Zanto as well. He's up +5 from where he started back in the 26th position. So some guys making their moves, and now one up to the outside. And it's Steven Scott Jr. in the 77, the Wheeland Chevrolet, but at least it appears to me that he is going to the back of this field. He wants to get out of the front of the field, doesn't like what he sees clearly in front of him. See something that was throwing him off.
Yeah, you got to find a way to get some help if you're going to get that third lane working. And when you don't have any help, it's just not going to go anywhere. So right now, 2x2 continues to be the name of the game. 6 of 50 laps complete again. That first pit stop, and potentially the only pit stop, not expected till somewhere right around lap 25, give or take a few laps from that number. So everybody continues to get a feel for these cars, and as we run through these laps, tires are going to wear out, and it's going to start to get trickier and trickier to keep these cars in line. And then once they start going 3 wide later on, things are going to get even tougher. Rhett Tucker in the 99 catches your eye. That's a good-looking paint scheme for him as he rolls on the outside just behind the 70. See if he's able to make his way to the front. By the way, that's Teresa Spiker. She's up 5 positions already from where she started this race at. We saw her at a couple of the crewmen. Oh, what in the wall!
Tom Dixon to the outside wall.
Huge hit for the 411 here. He's going to try to keep it up there.
Oh, trouble, more trouble right in front of Tom Dixon. Several cars. Brock Westmoreland noses in, and now the caution's going to come out. Big hits here, about 20th on back.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway Prelim 1 under caution for the first time. Well, it says second time. I believe though it was our first caution here tonight, unless we missed something since then. So nonetheless, the point was just before we went offline, you saw the big wreck that ensued coming out of turn 4. It started with the 411 of Tom Dixon. Not quite sure what happened after that, and unfortunately, well, we'll see if we can go back and get the yellow flag here, although I don't think we can. Yeah, no, we can't. Brief update before we do go back green for everybody watching. So basically what happened is, I'm doing this on a relatively normal PC. The internet did go down momentarily. Made a couple adjustments that should fix that, but unfortunately one of the things that I can only do so much about. So we've got it fixed. Should be good to go the rest of the way, but for future reference, if you do see us go to the Be Right Back screen, we will be back within a minute, 2 minutes most or so. It's just due to a brief issue of something of that kind, but hopefully it's fixed. We're ready to get back going. Well, Dawson, looks like we got the 1-to-go signal here from the pace car, but I mean, I'm not sure exactly what happened in that wreck, but that could be a night ender for a couple of guys, strictly because of the track position they're going to lose.
Yeah, unfortunately there, Tom Dixon got out of shape. He was the first one that got out of shape, and his guys went to miss it. The hot track temp, track up near 130 degrees, combined with the toughness of these cars to try to drive, and obviously the tires as well. Then it was Brock Westerland, Jason Batby, and Steven Scott, I believe, that were the first three that got out of shape in front of Tom Dixon. And that created a wreck that a lot of big hits. Official list of cars involved: Brock Westerland, Michael Anthony, Steven Scott, Jason Batby, Corey Lesher, Robert Rochelle, Ed Fiedler, Tom Dixon, Clint Griffin, and Garrett Caswell all find themselves involved. Now, there is a fast repair, but you said it best. The track position you lose in that wreck is going to be the absolute biggest factor, especially we've got a fifth of the race gone already. You only have 40 laps to get back up to a transfer spot.
The good news is only about 10 laps complete here, so these guys will get ready to try this yet again. Field in the hands of Caitlin McKay and Garrett Maines. Here we go. Pace car makes the left turn. Field in the hands of, again, that 20 car and the one on the outside. We'll see if they try any 3-wide this time, but that first one was pretty calm up until that incident. Green flag is back in the air. We're back underway at Talladega.
Boy, great start for Caitlin McKay. McKay, I believe, the only car to stay out under this caution flag on the racetrack as everybody else came to pit road. Now it's very disorganized behind that 20 machine. Garrett Maines on the outside with Freddie Bazinez in line. They're going to get the first two connected and get a nice surge here onto the Alabama Gang Super Stretch. Ambrose Kniebel, he's made his way through the field. That's a sharp-looking blind squirrel racing paint job aboard the 04 this afternoon with the special Summer Slam colors, and he is working his way up fourth on the outside right in front of Rhett Tucker, and behind Team PGR's Nash Brambilla. What a run for the outside. Garrett Maines, Bazinez both clear. Do they both take it to the bottom? Yes, they do, and allows Nash Brambilla to now cool off and lead the outside lane.
When they came off at turn 2 that last time, Brambilla made a move up, and Aubrey Thompson almost made a huge block. I think he thought better of it. Now that they've got things back to 2x2, that move worked out really well for Brambilla. Just as I talk about him, he'll get another chance now as he jumps up to the top. Aubrey Thompson in the 69, going to look to see if he can draw even with Caitlin McKay here as they cross the stripe. Garrett Maines, he's deciding which lane he wants to go with. Oh, they're going to split him. Aubrey Thompson will take Garrett to the outside into turn 1.
Uh-oh, Garrett Maines, similar as we saw on Tuesday night. He's going to get split. Oh, but now Nash Brambilla gets the sore end of that treatment as he's going to get caught up on the outside lane up against the safer barrier. Aubrey Thompson, that was cutthroat by the driver for BAR at the front. He wants to lead really badly. Does that 69 machine. He now rolls on the nose of Garrett Maines. If you're Garrett, if you're Nash, you're writing that down in the mental notebook for later in this race, perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow. If you both end up there, you're writing that one down in the notebook. Okay. He did that to me. That's how he wants to race. That's exactly how we can race. Kniebel, is he bailing out? I believe he is. We're going to go 4 wide for the first time in the Summer Slam 499.
4 wide, but it's a good spot to do it. Tribal a little bit wider than the rest of the racetrack, and as Ambrose is going to fall back in line somewhere, that's going to mix things up a little bit. This third line's got a little bit of momentum going, and that is thanks to the help from the 80 of Brandon Kettle. He is trying to push Nash Brambilla to the lead off of turn 2. Problem is they need a third car. Looks like they've got one coming, but can he get there quick enough? Oh, this is going to be really, really close into turn 3. Drag race. Who's got the momentum? It's Nash Brambilla. He'll jump down to the middle as they work into turn 3. Clear. Does he go all the way to the bottom?
Yes, he will, and I believe, it's not going to quite allow Cattell to get down, and now those two are going to start to fade. That's Christian Martinez that was that third car up in line. Martinez, again, one of the drivers to watch this weekend that maybe is not as big a name as Garrett Maines, but absolutely has the skill to get into tomorrow's race and then contend when it comes down to it. He and Cattell on the outside against the safer barrier trying to maintain that lane, but unfortunately, just not a lot going for them. They don't have a lot of help, and as such, they are fading. It's Maines and Brambilla up front, then Tucker and Thompson that are the pushers. Rhett Tucker's worked his way nicely through the field as well in the 99. He runs second in line, but it's all Nash, Brambilla, and Garrett Maines off turn number 2.
Yeah, Rhett Tucker has been doing a really, really nice job here so far, just trying to slowly work his way up. As you just said, he hasn't made any super aggressive moves. He's just been kind of going with where the runs have been, and it's got him now all the way up to that second spot on the outside, 4th overall. The 80 of Cattell still on the outside. He's got a little bit of help, but it's just not enough to get any further than where he sits right now. By the way, Christian Martinez, he's got a good run going so far as well. He's up 17 positions from where he started this race at, looking for a little bit more as he sits on the outside, but him and the 80 with just 2 cars, Dawson, they're going to continue to fade here.
Yeah, they are. A couple other guys that are up some positions as well. Chris Blanchard is plus 16. Nate Gibbs is plus 17. From where those 2 cars started, and I believe they are both in the outside line. Yep, they're actually nose to tail in the outside line. The purple and black car is Nate Gibbs. The blue and black, Blanchard's towing in front of them is Chris Blanchard. So good to see those guys running well as well. They realize the time is now, but the factor that we're kind of forgetting about now that first caution came out, a green flag pit stop is absolutely still in play in this race, and it'll be made somewhere around lap 35. It almost makes the stakes for that last pit stop even higher the later it gets in this race.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I mean, I was trying to think if there's any real strategy that comes into play now. You figure, we said they could go somewhere around 25 laps, give or take a few laps from that point, I guess depending on if you're leading or back in the draft saving. So, you know, they could stretch this thing out to probably somewhere around 35, maybe closer to 40 laps. But you said it, you still need a pit stop. The only thing that comes into play now is, do you risk not taking left side tires to try to get out quicker? It's going to be an interesting call, but we'll have to see what they do. As you saw the 80 there, Brandon Cattell and Christian Martinez in the 1. They got a good run through the corner, but again, it fades, and I'm kind of surprised that nobody's going with them here, Dawson. Usually when you got a couple cars that are making decent headway for a while in a lane, they start to get some help, but looks like Christian's had enough as he'll bail on the 80, and Brandon Martell, he's been trying to go to the front, or excuse me, Cattell, but just hasn't been getting much help in the process.
Yeah, it's a tough break for him, too, because he started on the pole of this race and just has not been able to get the assistance to get back to the front of the field after he got shuffled out a little while ago. Christian Martinez, I'll tell you what, was doing a really good job for a while there. I mean, with 2 cars, they were staying up even with the leaders. Martinez now slots in about 5th on the outside, but Cattell, unfortunately, is going to have to go all the way towards the tail end of this field, 4th to last on the outside line, so he'll have to make up some spots. Currently not in one of the transfer positions, but a long way to go. Maines, Tucker lead up front. Brian Hennings, how about the driver for PGR? He's up here as well. As those 2, now they're going to split, and again, it's Garrett Maines, but Rhett Tucker, no help for the 99. You'll see him flash by the 74 as the field works its way into 3. Look at that big push by Brian Hennings to Garrett Maines. That was the most aggressive push we've seen so far today.
Yeah, starting to test the waters a little bit of how aggressive you can push. Straightaways you can push pretty much as hard as you want to a degree, of course. It's the corners where things start to get a little bit sketchy. You got to be a lot more careful, but right now, how about Nash Brambilla for PGR Esports leading the way here at Talladega with 18 laps complete, the 54 in second, Freddie Bosnes, and then on the outside, it's Aubrey Thompson and Garrett Maines. Now, Garrett's certainly playing nice right now, but I don't think he forgot about when Aubrey split him earlier, and if it comes down to the last lap, I don't think Garrett's going to just push this 69 to the win.
No, I don't think so either. And again, that goes back to that mental notebook. But the thing is, it kind of goes back. Oh, boy. Interesting here at the front of the field. Nash Brambilla is going to go around. He's going to collect Caitlin McKay. How in the world did Nash Brambilla? Oh, trouble. Rhett Tucker's around up in front of Nash Brambilla. He went sideways. And I think we might have an incident up here. Did they all keep it straight? How in the world did the field keep it straight right there?
I think they did. That was a caution just with no wrecks. Man, that was really close to ending a couple more nights. What a save by Rhett Tucker. And then also by Nash Brambilla even, who had a little bit of help in the process. But things were starting to get a little bit aggressive up front, but not sure exactly what sparked that one. We'll see it when we go to replay here in just a moment. But, I mean, looking at some of these cars that were involved, I don't see much damage. Ooh, although Nash Brambilla does look like that left front is caved in a little bit. Can't see it too much from there. We'll see if that view doesn't do it too much justice either, but almost looked like the wheel was pushed in a little bit further than it needs to be, so it may just be something where he can go in and just fix the optional damage, not have to use his fast repair, if he's still got one, that is. So as he catches the field, let's go back here and take a replay of exactly what happened to bring out what looks like is your, it says third caution, but I think it might actually be your second caution here of the night. All right, so this starts at the front of the field here. Here's the 23 of Nash Brambilla. He's getting pushed by the 54 of Freddie Bosnez. Now remember, we said that you could push pretty much as aggressive as you want down the straightaway. The only thing is you don't want to get offset. That's not exactly what caused this one, though. It looks like Freddie gets up into the 69 of Thompson, and I think he got some help from behind. No, maybe he didn't. That's kind of a tough look from that one, Dawson. I mean, it almost looks like maybe the pushing that Garrett's given Aubrey on the outside leads to the 69 just slightly drifting down right here. Let's see. Watches the 54 drifts up a bit, and then at the same time, the 69 drifts down a little bit. I'm not sure if that was from the push from Garrett or what, but I mean, that's just hard racing. Two guys kind of fighting for the same piece of real estate up front, getting pushed, and one moves up a little bit, one moves down. The rest is history.
Yeah, and I want to pinpoint this save as well. Oh my goodness, Nash Brambilla. And up ahead, you see the secondary incident, which we'll watch in a minute. But on that first one, it's kind of a mix of both. Bazinez is about a half lane up. You see him about a half car offset with Nash Brambilla. But then Aubrey gets a push from Garrett. You're right. It was a good call. Aubrey gets just a little bit of a touch. I mean, it's not much, but it doesn't have to be. And it gets Aubrey out of line enough that he collects Freddie Bazinez. And they end up coming together, and oh my goodness, Rhett Tucker, take a bow after that one. That's a race saver right there from the 99, from the 23 as well. That should have been a lot bigger than it was.
Certainly should have, and we're going to take an onboard view here with Rhett Tucker as we saw some contact to back of Teresa Spiker. What a save by her as well. And then here's the big moment as he was working that wheel left and right, making sure to not overcorrect, and good job by everybody else checking up so they had a chance to save it. And I do want to get a couple more angles here of Nash Brambilla in this one because, I mean, he had some contact here. I couldn't tell who it was initially. We'll go to the blimp cam. But this was a pretty big hit. This right there. Yikes. Yeah, that's a pretty big contact with the 20 of Caitlin McKay, who had been doing a phenomenal job. And that may explain some of the damage to the left front suspension for Nash Brambilla. How bad that damage is, not 100% sure. We're going to find out. But, boy, after that, to still hang on, just a really good piece of driving from not only Nash Brambilla, but even McKay. I mean, I know she got damage from that, but still, she was able to hold on to that race car. And then Rhett Tucker up front kept that one from being our second big wreck of the night. We'll give you one more view here from the backstretch cam. See what it looks like full speed. There's everybody scattering to the apron, staying on the racetrack. And, you know, that can kind of happen too sometimes, Dawson. Kind of that incident with Rhett Tucker where everybody approaches a caution differently, right? They see the caution flag come out. Some guys like to jam the brakes on. Some stay in the throttle. Some of them swerve from whatever lane they're in. So that's just a product, I think, that second incident that is, of everybody just trying to get checked up and avoid wherever the wreck was. I mean, in this case, I think a lot of people didn't exactly know what was happening.
Yeah, it's a scramble, and kind of when this stuff happens, you know, when you have a bit of a scramble like that, you think there's a wreck happening. You're convinced that when Brambilla gets sideways and people kind of fly to all lanes of the racetrack that there's going to be a wreck. You know, you're coming up on a wreck, there's going to be smoke. When that doesn't happen, okay, it's like, okay, where's the wreck? What am I missing? You know, I'm looking around, you know, what is to my left, what is to my right? You know, is there a blind spot there I can't see? There's a lot going through your mind at once, and as the field tries to get slowed down, you kind of come together with the people to your left, to your right, and it results in incidents like that. But again, a great piece of driving from Tucker and Brambilla, absolutely, to save the cars. But great piece of driving really by the whole field to not make that a really big incident, especially the one with Brambilla. I mean, if he gets turned right in front of the whole field and the field doesn't react like they do, I mean, that could have been 15, 20 cars with their nights over, because when we see that wreck start right at the front, right at the lead position, it is typically a really, really big incident because that front pack is so tight together, so up on each other that they cannot get out of a wreck. It ends up being a lot bigger than it was. Fantastic driving from the field right there.
You notice the field almost looks like it's shrinking a little bit. Well, that's because we still got a lot of cars catching up here, but looking at anybody who's potentially had to retire from this race, Clint Griffin hasn't had to retire, but unfortunately he is a lap down. That's the only car, as of right now at least, that is not currently running on the lead lap. Edward Fielder back 29th, Caitlin McKay 28th, and then Nash Brambilla, those two involved in the wreck. He's in 27th. Looks like they got those cars cleaned up, and they'll be ready for the green flag. Since we got the one to go signal, let's look at your top 10. Garrett Maines, Freddie Bosnez lead the way. Freddie is up 8 positions from where he started, by the way. And you've got Brian Hennings and Aubrey Thompson back in row 2. Ken McCullough Jr. and Landon Velicki rounding out row 3. Brandon Cattell in 7th. He's still trying to find his way back to the front of the field, and he's not had a lot of help in the process of doing so, but Teresa Spiker, she continues to impress here tonight. She's up 5 positions from where she started in the top 10. Christian Martinez 9th, and Steven Scott Jr. rounds out your top 10. All right, here we go. Pace car will make the left turn, and now fuel strategy starts to become a little bit more interesting because it looks like it's going to be about 29 laps to go when we take the green right here. Uh-oh. Ooh. Ambrose Knievel had to bail into the apron there, almost in trouble. Green flag back in the air. 22 laps completed, Talladega.
Great start for Garrett Maines on the bottom, but his help did not quite get as good a restart. The help is up top, and it's Freddie Boston as the Interstate Batteries. Toyota's got help from Aubrey Thompson, Landon Velicky, Teresa Spiker, Steven Scott. That outside line is very well formed. Now the bottom line joins them as well. Brian Hennings, Kenny McCullough, first time we're saying his name this afternoon. Kenny McCullough, the boss man of McCullough Motorsports, finds himself in the top 5 as he's made his way to the front and off onto the back straightaway. It's Freddie Boston that will take his first try leading the prelim race as the field heads towards turn 3.
That 54, we've been seeing him kind of hanging around the PGR scene more and more as of recent weeks, and it seems like he just gets better and better every race that we see him in, up front leading the way. And now we'll have to see what happens here as they race their way off of turn 4. Still 2x2. Landon Velicky on the outside, trying to keep Aubrey Thompson in control of that outside line, but he's going to struggle a little bit here because Garrett Maines has a big push. And we'll see, Dawson, this is another thing we really haven't had the chance to see here yet, but I wonder if it's a driver that's maybe not used to doing these kind of races as much, do they understand kind of the chemistry of when you're up front, you have to control lanes if you want to stay there?
Some do, some don't. It's kind of interesting because Wednesday night, if you were with me on Wednesday night, we did the final recruiting event for this race, and what I saw in that was, some guys were a little bit more traditional, as I like to say, where you just you get clear, you go to the bottom, and that's where you kind of stay, because in the past, for a really long time, really until about late last summer, about this time last year, that's kind of how you raced in any car. Really in Xfinity, in the truck particularly, but you would use the outside to get your pass complete. You'd move to the bottom, and then you'd hope you have a good enough pusher behind you to keep you out front. That's not really how this is anymore between the racing style and the aero package updating over the past year or so. Now the outside line is suitable to kind of ride, to kind of lead, and to be a little bit more dominant. They're a lot more even now if you have the right pusher. So it's kind of interesting. Boston is a lot more traditional. He's going to stay along the yellow line and wrap that bottom side the quickest way around. But Aubrey Thompson, Garrett Maines, Brian Hennings, Landon Velicky, guys that have raced for weeks and weeks and weeks on end, they're going to be controlling lanes, going back and forth. What that does is it allows the guy behind you, the pusher, Garrett Maines or Landon Velicky in this case, to cool off, to cool their engine down so that they can push you harder and keep your line out front and keep your line moving, keep the energy in your lane and help you guys control the flow of the race. So it's kind of interesting. Wyatt Gray did that on Wednesday, which I was kind of surprised to see before he got that victory. But overall, it's going to be really interesting because look at Freddie Bosnes. He's not moving, but when Garrett Maines gets back to the lead, he's going to go back and forth between lanes as we've already seen him do.
Well, the other thing it does by just sticking to that inside, if you're the leader, is it's a lot safer, right? You don't have to worry about making a move that's a little bit too late, potentially a block that goes wrong. So I do like this call from Freddie. He may not have as many teammates as some of these other guys, so he figures, you know what, I'm in the lead, no need to try to get too greedy here. If I lose it, I lose it, as long as I can stay near the front. Now halfway through, and oh my goodness, Aubrey Thompson, hold on to it. Boy, he got shuffled out of line, and then I think tried to jump down maybe a little bit too soon. Velicky was able to cut him enough of a break, though, to keep that from being a really big incident. That'll stack the field up just momentarily through 3 and 4. Further back, looks like the 25 of Corey Lesher. He's out of line. He'll duck back in just behind, I don't know who that is, all the way back. I think that's the 888 of Robert Richall. And so still 2x2. By the way, Tom Dixon, since we're back here in the 411, remember he had that big hit earlier on the outside wall. Looks like he's still in this group and slowly but surely making his way back towards the front of the field. We'll see if we see him before this thing's all said and done.
Well, I feel like we will. Tom Dixon, very experienced super speedway racer. Very, very smart, very calculated is Tom Dixon. Now, he's not going to throw around as many of those moves like you'll see Garrett Maines do. And another big moment for Aubrey. Big moments for Landon Velicky up top as well. But nonetheless, Tom Dixon, very calculated, very smart, very patient. He waits for the moves to come to him. And honestly, sometimes, especially in a format like this, that can really benefit you. Tom Dixon, he'll be around that transfer spot by the end of the night, or by the end of this afternoon, excuse me. Mark my words, Tom Dixon will be in contention here.
He certainly will. Now we hop on board with Freddie Bosnes, and I've been kind of sitting here watching, Dawson, and it seems like of all the guys that have been at the front, Aubrey Thompson has not been taking the push as well as we're used to seeing. Remember that last caution was partially a result of Garrett trying to give that 69 a push, and it turned him a little bit sideways. And then just now, over the course of the last couple laps, we've seen Aubrey almost get turned around, not only on the outside, but the inside as well. So he's got to be careful here because when drivers are pushing you, if they start to see you wiggling around too much, that's a way to not have too many friends at the end of this thing. But if he can stay in control, you may not have to worry about it. 24 laps to go. The pit stop still expected. Oh, never mind.
Bassinet
Huge
is
hit.
hard in the outside wall, and this is going to be another big wreck. Rhett Tucker, Steven Scott Jr., and now more wrecking up in front of them in turn 4. Some more cars involved. And another big wreck. There's some big hits in this one. And some nights are going to come to an end. That's Sean Hilkowicz in the 48. It was the other car that got out of shape, but some huge hits for guys up front.
Huge hits to say the least. And yeah, you said it because there was a fast pair, but I think some of the people in this wreck, some of the drivers that were already involved in that earlier one, so this could be a night ender for quite a few. Let's go back and take a look at it with 23 laps to go. And this all started, again, near the front. I think it started with, I thought it was Teresa Spiker here. And let's see, the 70 is, let's back this up a little bit further. Now, Teresa had been having a phenomenal run. She was doing everything right, checking all the boxes for not only a good race to transfer, potentially fighting for the win at the end of this thing. And then right here, she's trying to square up Veliky for a push, going into turn 3, and oh, she just gets loose and then loses it. And then when she comes down the track, right hooks Freddie Bosnes. That's a huge hit for the 54. That car is junk. I don't even know if he was able to drive that one back. And then she slides down the banking, but you know, what did we say in the pre-race, Dawson? That hot track temp, one of the things was it was going to make these cars darty, and you got to almost, we call it set the car into the corner, right? When you get into the turn, you have to already have that wheel turned. You can't wait till you get into the corner and then yank it left. When you do, sometimes this is what happens, but here's the onboard. She makes a little adjustment to the right, and then when she tries to adjust back to the left, the back end just starts to work around on her, and she can't do anything after that.
It's that violent movement on the wheel that we kind of talk about in this car, and you put it best, set the car in the corner. You have to kind of preemptively be ready for that. Now, it's not that Teresa did not do that. Again, I don't think that was the case. I think it's that when she went to set the car on the banking, it got a little bit lower than I think she had anticipated, and it probably spooked her a little bit. It's done that to me as well, where you get kind of close to that car to your left, in this case Freddie Bosnes and Garrett Maines, and you're thinking, okay, as I go in the corner, I'm a little bit too close, so I need to get back up, and you go to make that move quickly. Unfortunately, when you try to correct back from that move, the track is so hot, the tires are so old at this point, especially those right side tires, that the car is just not going to like that. It's going to get out from underneath you. Not a lot of downforce to be had, and it's an unfortunate break for all those involved, especially Freddie Bosnes and Teresa Spiker, obviously here at the front of the field. But it's not even as much as what I would call a mistake. It's more a product of the car and a product of the track temperature.
And for Freddie here, there's nothing he can do, right? He's on the inside. All of a sudden, he gets right hook dead into the outside fence, and that's a huge hit. You see it completely tore that car apart. Hood was gone, front end was gone, suspension was broke, engine's blown up, the rear end's torn off. I mean, it's just one of those things. We're going to see it pretty much all afternoon, but it's gotten started here early with eventually these tires, they get worn out to a point where they become tough to drive, and you got to be ready for that, try to catch it. And, you know, I think really the only way you can catch it, Dawson, is to try to drive out of it, but you even need room to do that, and there's not much room when you're running side by side, you know, a couple feet apart. So it's a tough break for Teresa Spiker. I think she might still have her faster pair. Same deal for Freddie. So, well, actually I'm not sure about Freddie, but point is, for anybody that does have their fast pair here, they'll get another shot at it. But if you're one of the drivers that didn't, you're going to be pretty frustrated right now, because that seemed like one of those wrecks where still quite a bit of laps to go, but I mean, at the end of the day, that's just part of it.
Yeah, it is truly unfortunate, and I think you're right on both of them. I'm pretty sure Freddie still has his faster pair as well. But yeah, tough break, and again, just kind of a product of the conditions we have as well as the car, and you know, how you have to drive this race car. It's a lot more precise, as I talked about at the top of the broadcast. And man, this was a narrow miss for some drivers. Landon Veliky, I mean, if he was another 6 inches behind where he was going into 3, he would have been involved in this as well. I mean, he escaped by about a hair's width here from getting clipped by Freddie Bosnes. We'll see if we can get a view of it right here as they set their way into turn 3. Just watch how close this is when Bosnes gets turned on Veliky. Well, but you saw it on a couple of the earlier angles. It is extremely close. Look at this. Oh man, I mean, it is 6 inches at most. And Veliky, he probably didn't even see that. He probably doesn't even realize it until right about now when you're pacing. You're like, oh wow, I just barely missed that.
One of those situations where you get a race control 0x and you're wondering, well, what from? I didn't feel anything, but when he gets a chance to look at the replay, he'll certainly know. Back up front, lights off on the pace car, 1 to go. here before we get ready to go back green. And so Paul Turner currently being scored as your leader. He's up 24 from where he started first time in the lead, and if he's got himself set to be good on fuel the rest of the way, this is a big strategy move for Paul to get himself up to the front at the perfect time, because we're within that fuel window now, Dawson, so that means it's crunch time. That means these moves are going to start getting a whole lot more aggressive. Aubrey Thompson continues to impress. He's been at the front of the field, seems like all night. He currently sits again second on the outside. And you've got Rhett Tucker, who's back in third. Brian Hennings there in fourth as well. Switch those two, and then Landon Velicki back rounding out your top five after that near miss. Ken McCullough Jr., the captain from McCullough Motorsports. I don't know if I've seen actually any of his teammates in this prelim, so he's had to kind of do it all by himself, but he's getting good experience, and well, with all the experience he's already got, I don't know if we necessarily need him. More point is, I think he'll have no problem here advancing at least into the LCQ, potentially into the feature here after this prelim's over.
Well, not a lot of clouded judgment for Kenny McCullough, certainly, because you don't have to worry about getting your teammates into the feature with you or potentially fighting them for that spot. You can just go race for it yourself. And it's the same case for Paul Turner. You heard Cody talk about it on Wednesday with me in the booth. Paul, a very experienced, very smart, very calculated driver, much like Tom Dixon. I love this call from the 4-car. I love staying out right here. If you're good on fuel, I love getting the track position and getting yourself in a spot to contend.
Yeah, because 20 laps to go again. Things are getting ready to pick up. They've been too wide for most of the night. We're getting ready to see a lot more, today, going to see a lot more 3 wide. Here we go. Green flag is back in the air. 20 laps to go. We are back underway. The inside gets off to a great jump. The outside is 69 of Aubrey Thompson trying to hold even. He's getting a good push from Rhett Tucker. And they're going to get more organized here on the outside. Actually, this will be a drag race down the backstretch, but I think Aubrey's going to have the momentum here off of 2.
I think so too, and that's typically what you see on these restarts. As the outside gets a little bit of a run, you can tell that the energy's starting to pick up. 3 wide on the outside. It's Jason Batby, Francisco Villarreal, and who else but Brandon Cattell jumps out to lead the 3rd lane, and all of a sudden the aggression is picking up because the fuel stop is over. Now everyone in the field, we assume, maybe besides Paul Turner, he's close. Everyone else is good on fuel and now good to race for those 13 spots that will transfer later. No trouble. Oh, big one. This is going to be a big wreck. Paul Turner, can he save it? No. The big one erupts in the trial. Garrett Maines, Kenny McCullough, and others involved.
Oh, man, this is the huge one in the trial. This collects everybody up front. There's more that are stopped back just for pit entry. They're still wrecking Jimmy Emos, and then the 48 runs into the 4 as he was trying to slide to a stop. Well, this is going to completely shake up the order of the field now. I mean, this might be easier to count cars that weren't involved. Holy smokes. I mean, they wrecked twice. Let's go back and look at this, because I don't even know if there's going to be a way to even talk about this until we see the first replay of just how many cars this collected. And it all started up front. Let's see here. I saw Aubrey Thompson initially get out of shape. Not sure if that was ultimately where it ended up. Let's see. Excuse me, that's not Aubrey Thompson. Aubrey Thompson is up top right now. That's the 74 of Brian Hennings, who's going to jump up. He's clear. The problem is he overshoots the block to the top just a little bit, and then as he comes to go back down, Aubrey Thompson tags him in the left rear. That sends him down, and oh man, he just clips. If he could have slid through that gap, this isn't a wreck, but he just barely clips the 4. And when he does, I mean, there's nothing Paul can do at this point. He's going to be along for the ride, and once he gets back down into the pack, they're wrecking big time. You see the 74 hard into the the inside wall, but then as Rhett Tucker washes up, Brandon Cattell, nowhere to go. Garrett Maines, Christian Martinez, Ken McCullough Jr. gets sandwiched into the wall and actually gets some airtime, and then they're still wrecking here when they come back down. I mean, there was probably 10 to 15 cars in this wreck.
Yeah, and this is kind of similar. If you were with me on Wednesday, late in the race, John Ward was was second on the inside and tried to make this move. Or I believe he was actually leading the inside, tried to make this move. Bottom to top in front of somebody. It was Wyatt Gray. And Wyatt, instead of trying to square up the push, just went ahead and split to the middle. In this case, I don't think that room is there. Brian Henning starts to come back down, so I don't think that room is even there for him to make that move. To go middle and split. I think that would have been what probably prevented a wreck, but unfortunately, Hennings overshoots that move, and as Thompson tries to square to push, there's no pushing at that point. He's bumper hooking. It's that patented bumper hook. We were fearing it coming into this weekend, and it happens right there. And this is big. And think about this. Look at some of the names that have major damage in this incident. Kenny McCullough, a big name here in money racing. Garrett Maines is involved in this wreck. I believe Christian Martinez, Rhett Tucker, Brandon Cattell. He's got big damage in this wreck in the 80. There are some huge caliber names that are now behind the 8-ball. Rhett Tucker, that might very well be his weekend if he's not able to get that car fixed, because I think he used his fast repair on the last incident. That may be all she wrote for Rhett Tucker. For the rest, we'll have to see. But man, some huge names involved in this one. Oh man, look at some of the hits. Kenny McCullough, he almost ends up in the catch fencing.
Yeah, he almost does. And, going back to kind of what you were talking about, Dawson, with, if there was a move to split that 3 wide, maybe they prevent it. There was so many things that could have almost prevented this, but it's nothing intentional by Aubrey here. In fact, he's trying to work with the 74 when Brian jumps up and then he jumps back down. And I think the best way to show this is, again, on the chopper view. He tries to square him up, and that's kind of what causes it here is watch. 74 goes up, and then as he starts to come back down, look, Aubrey doesn't split. He's trying to go back up to get behind Hennings, but just that little bit of misjudgment of the speed difference is what gets him to clip him in the left rear. And then, like I said, if the 4 right there, if Paul could have just been a little bit further up, he would have been fine. But unfortunately for Turner, it just wasn't quite the case. He got turned, and then once he did, the wreck was on, and this was a big one. There's Ken McCullough Jr. He gets sandwiched. That's what led him to getting kind of wedged up in the air. And then even Rhett Tucker, I don't think he's got a fast repair left, and that might be the case for a couple of these drivers. So we'll see whose night this ends, but it certainly seems like the field gets smaller and smaller with each caution that we see. Up front, Aubrey Thompson leading the way, Chris Blanchard in second, Tom Dixon back in third. And you've got Brock Westmore in fourth, Francisco Villarreal. He's starting to shake things up as he's now broken his way into the top 5. Michael Anthony back in sixth with Garrett Caswell in seventh. Nate Gibbs eighth, Edward Fielder in ninth, and Jason Batby rounding out your top 10. Corey Lesher back 11th, Ambrose Knievel 12th. Clint Griffin 13th, Teresa Spiker in 14th, Jimmy Emos in 15th. Then there's some of the bigger names: Garrett Maines, Brandon Cattell, Caitlin McKay, Landon Velicki, all at the back. But they did get their cars cleaned up, and you know what that means, Dawson. They're getting ready to try to go back to the front.
Yeah, I completely agree. Some big names now are going to have to be on the offensive. I mean, Garrett Maines, Brandon Cattell, Nash Brambilla, Landon Velicki, Brian Hennings, Paul Turner, who we just saw at the front, and others are now outside of transfer positions. So we're going to have to see them go on the offensive, try to get aggressive here, and make their way back to the front, at least into a spot to get into the LCQ. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they can do. But look at Tom Dixon. What did I say on the last caution? I said Tom Dixon is very smart, he's very patient, he's very calculated, and he's now found himself in a perfect position, I would say. Lead pusher on the inside, you control a lot in this race in terms of how well that inside line moves and how quickly Aubrey Thompson is able to get to controlling lanes. And if he starts doing that, Chris Blanchard and Tom Dixon are in an excellent position right here, being the lead pushers in each line to remain in that spot. If Thompson is able to start to move up, then move back down, those guys are going to be in a really, really good position. So I'm interested to see how well Thompson gets off here on the restart, how well he fires into turn number 1, and whether or not he can get to changing lanes by the time we hit the Alabama Gang Super Stretch.
Don't forget the format structure for these prelims. The top 5 advance straight to the main event tomorrow, the PGR Summer Slam 499. That is 6th place through 13th place will have to go try to race their way in the LCQ tonight. Everybody that's 14th on back will be sent home. So if you want a chance to keep the fight alive for that $1,000 grand prize awarded to the winner, you've got to make it through your prelim. Here we go. Blanchard and Thompson on the front row. 16 laps to decide. A green flag is back in the air at Talladega, and it's a good restart. This time a bit of a more even restart between the first 2 rows. And now it becomes a question of where is the help going to come from, the inside or the outside? How about Michael Anthony in the 8, who sits just behind Brock Westmoreland? First time we're talking about him here tonight as he's up 19 positions from where he started. And it looks like he might be the first car there to be the 3rd car as the pusher.
Yeah, Thompson did not get the fire off the line that I thought he was going to get. As such, it's going to be Chris Blanchard that leads the race, plus 26 from where he started with 16 to go. He takes the point on an excellent push from Team PGR's Brock Westmoreland. Another guy, Brock Westmoreland, who ran a very impressive race on Wednesday and was able to make himself into one of the contenders for the weekend, one of the guys to watch, and now he leads the outside line. Now Michael Anthony, well, you're up. You're now lead pusher on the outside in your prelim race, and it's time to go, and he's doing a good job so far. Westmoreland is going to drag race Blanchard for the lead as they start looking 3 wide behind him. Martinez, Cattell, and others.
Yeah, and when a couple of them get going, you know they're all going to get going right now. Cattell continues to be the driver who's been trying to push the issue, at least to get to the front. But, oh, now Garrett's going to split Emos in the middle. Oh boy, that was a big moment. Garrett,
Trouble
the
Nash
23.
Brambilla, Christian Martinez. Brambilla, Martinez, the 888 as well. Further back, that's Robert Rochelle. And a couple other cars get involved. And, oh, Ambrose Kniebel. Oh, man. Ambrose Kniebel involved as well in the 0-4. And another late race incident.
This is what happens. Cautions breed cautions. And when you start to get a lot of these late race cautions, it makes it really tough for guys in the back to get to the front. And this is where things can almost start to, I don't want to say get out of hand, but they can start to lose a little bit of control in terms of guys getting a little bit desperate. Not sure if that's what this was, but let's see here. We go back and look at it. Nash Brambilla, oh, the one of Christian Martinez, just not clear. I think he was trying to jump down. He didn't want to get stuck behind the 98 of Jimmy Emos. Now, I'm not sure if he was trying to make it 4 wide. I think he just thought he was clear here in front of Nash Brambilla, and the problem was he just wasn't. And as a result, gets into Brambilla. That turns Brambilla down into Ambrose Kniebel. Ambrose initially saves this, though, as he spins down low, gets clipped, but he's going to go for a long slide. And then there's Christian Martinez as he goes around, and another driver that I think for the most part went for a pretty harmless slide. He came to a stop, but then did he hit anything here? I couldn't tell from that view. If he got, oh, looks like he does. Locks it down a little bit late, and that's a pretty good shot on the front end of the race car with the inside safer barrier. I don't think it's night ending, but certainly not going to make that car as fast as it would be at full strength. And so if you're Nash Brambilla here, you're probably thinking, what the heck just happened as we look on the onboard view. But I mean, Dawson, to me, that's just, I think that it was really, this entire third line was desperate to get around that 98, and I think the one just kind of jumped the gun a little bit, maybe thought he was clear, and unfortunately, Nash Brambilla was a victim as a result.
Well, after a second here, obviously we're going to go on board with Nash Brambilla, but after we do that, I'd like to kind of go back a little bit further because Jimmy Emos was riding in the second lane. Garrett Maines kind of forces the issue here with 15 to go and forces Emos out there, and Martinez, they're already coming on so strong in that third lane. He has to make a decision there. Do I try to square up? Do I risk getting hit from behind? Or do I try to split 4 wide? And as he tries to split 4 wide, unfortunately, him and Emos come together. But watch the one of Garrett Maines, the MCU Body Mustang, the red, white, and blue, number 1, right in behind the Acme Chevrolet of Jimmy Emos. Emos is fine. Him and Garrett Maines are working well together. They're in a pretty decent spot. And as Emos drifts up, look at Garrett. He splits right between them. Emos has to kind of, not really panic, but make a quick move. And Martinez, he had the space. There was plenty of room. He comes down a little bit too far. And Brambilla and the 888 are unfortunately the victims there. Robert Rochelle. That's a tough break for all those cars, really, because, again, Emos, it was a quick move. You know, that's kind of what happens when the issue gets forced, the envelope gets pushed. Emos gets split 4 wide, and Martinez just made a little bit too much of a move there.
And it was kind of an interesting time for Garrett to make the move, too, just in the sense of that third lane had kind of just got formed and got to the point where Jimmy Emos was as Garrett split the middle. That's why it kind of almost made that awkward 4 wide scenario that partially led to the incident, but nonetheless, at the end of the day, Christian Martinez, you said, making that last-second decision, and unfortunately just not quite clear. So now we're going to look for a restart, potentially with, well, not quite 10 laps to go. It's going to be just a little bit more than that. And so up front, you've got Chris Blanchard leading the way, Brock Westmoreland in second, Aubrey Thompson back in third with Michael Anthony fourth, and Tom Dixon rounding out your top 5. All right, lights are still on, so we should get the one to go this time. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll go side by side, and we'll be right back for the restart.
I played a couple of simulators, and this was like very responsive, especially the hydraulics and stuff, the motion and stuff was really, really on point.
Make you feel like you're really driving, it feels real.
It adds so much to the experience. It's just really, really cool.
It was pretty awesome.
created our own drink company. The fastest growing sports drink in history.
We want pride! We want pride! Ladies and gentlemen, we got This season, we are hydrated.
The official sports drink of the UFC. It's time! Oh, that's good.
Welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway. The road to the PGR Summer Slam 499 begins here today. And, by the way, earlier, just in case somebody was wondering, you probably keep hearing me, and I might say it a couple more times, saying this race tonight. That's because we're so used to broadcasting the Thursday night races. This is one of the first big events that PGR Esports has put on, and very excited to be a part of it, as I know Dawson is as well. And it's been it's been fun so far, and we've still got a whole bunch of racing to do. Right now, it's time to crown a winner for the first prelim here today. So 12 laps to go. It's going to be 11 when they cross the stripe. Field in the hands of Chris Blanchard and Brock Westmoreland. And we continue to shake things up on who's in the best position. So here we go. Green flag back in the air. 11 laps to go at Talladega.
What a restart by Brock Westmoreland. He's going to be almost clear into one. My goodness, Westmoreland, are you kidding me? Brock Westmoreland, that's incredible. He jumped off the line and now gets down in front of Blanchard, and he's got all kinds of support behind him as well. Anthony still waiting on his help up on the top side. That's Nate Gibbs in the 238, Corey Lesher in the 25, and then Garrett Maines, currently in a transfer spot, but only to the last chance qualifier. He needs to get inside the top 5 if he wants to be racing for sure tomorrow afternoon. He's starting to make it work. Third line starting to work. Bazinez, but he gets hung out. That's tough for Freddie Bazinez. But he is going to get some help. Landon Velicki for One Stop Motorsports. He'll jump up there. The third line is working as 10 to go. We'll cross across the scoreboard next time by the start-finish line.
And that third lane is desperate to get going quick because they know how many of these late cautions we keep having, and I wouldn't be shocked if we get another one. You're running out of laps to get to the front, and look who, Garrett Maines, he's going to jump to the top of the racetrack. Looks like he's not going to be the only one either. Nate Gibbs in the 238 tried to make a move, but now Garrett's going to dive back low. He'll try to give a push to the 25 of Corey Lesher. They are 3 wide into turn 1.
That's
Welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway. 8 laps to go. As again, unfortunately, we had another issue. We'll save that for after this race is over before we talk a little bit more about it. But for now, try to get things finished up. It's going to be, looks like 6 laps to go, and they do get the green flag again. Coverage did cut out right as they went to caution. You saw that big wreck that occurred. They were going into turn 1 and 2. So, again, apologies for that. Again, we'll talk more about what's going on here and if we can do anything about it after. But for now, look at the front of the field. Brock Westmoreland, Chris Blanchard. No big change there after Brock had that phenomenal move from that last restart, Dawson. That's what got him to this position. Now he's going to try to hold on for 6 more laps.
Yeah, Brock's running really well. I will say, just recapping, caution number, I believe, 6 is technically going to be on the speedway right now. I said 5 in chat. It is number 6. And it is for Freddie Bazinez and Jimmy Emos. Freddie Bazinez went to split 4 wide, similarly to how Christian Martinez did on our last incident. And again, it did not work. 4 wide is somewhat rare. I know you think, oh, Talladega's well enough to, carry 4 or 5 cars across, but nonetheless, they tried to go 4 wide. Bazinez, that's a really tough break, man. Freddie was running such a good race, and I wanted to see, obviously we can't root for anybody, but I did want to see him make it in because he ran a very, very good first half of this race and got caught in one of the wrecks, and it put him back there having to make desperate moves, and unfortunately his night comes to an end. His Summer Slam will come to an end in this incident, I believe. Well, he's still on the speedway in 20 seconds, so we'll see if something goes his way when we go back green with 6 to go. But yeah, as you were saying, Brock Westmoreland, man, incredible race for him so far, and I've seen this over the past few weeks with Brock. I am so ready to see him run this weekend. I've been saying it for days because I know he's put the work in, especially in this car. He's getting a lot of reps in this car to be one of those guys to watch throughout the course of this weekend. So we are going to try this again. 6 laps to go. Again, caution, I believe number 6, maybe number 5. I may have had it right. Number 5 is on the speedway. But now, as the pace car goes down, we're officially in crunch time. If you're Teresa Spiker, if you're Brian Hennings, if you're Paul Turner, if you're Nate Gibbs, Kenny McCullough, any of those people, the 14th on back, the time is now. You have to go. Green flag is in the air. 6 laps to go in prelim race number 1. And away we go towards turn number 1. It's Westmoreland and Blanchard, but no help for either of them here on the restart. They're both reeling, waiting on the help to come in behind them.
A little bit better run, though, on the inside. Aubrey Thompson's going to win the race to the back bumper. Chris Blanchard on the outside is going to... Tom Dixon's trying to line him up, but they got a little bit offset. That's going to stall out, but not for long. Here comes the outside as they work their way down the back straightaway. Chris Blanchard with a big run. Will Brock block? No, he doesn't. Stays tucked to the inside. Drag race into turn 3, but it looks like the 9 of Chris Blanchard will nose out in front.
Brandon Cattell, Garrett Maines making their way back to the front. They're now in a prime position to try to get into the top 5 at the very least. Race tonight in the LCQ. Westmoreland topside, Blanchard a lane higher. Chris Blanchard 3 wide. The help stays in the middle, and Blanchard now with no assistance. He almost got clear of Westmoreland even without the help up there. That is a really unfortunate break for Chris Blanchard. Nobody going up there to help him. His help is a long way back. Here it comes in the form of Paul Turner and Kenny McCullough, who both try to make their way into this top 13 to make their way at least into racing tonight. It's all Aubrey Thompson for BAR here off turn number 2.
Well, that's one of those situations where it's a high-risk, high-reward move. If he makes that move work, he gets to the front, potentially has a shot to win this race. But if it doesn't work and guys don't choose to go with you, now you're all the way at the back. So tough break for Blanchard, but now Garrett Maines, he'll give it a try, and he's going to get some help from another one of the veterans, the 80 of Cattell, trying to push for all he's worth. Can they get enough momentum to get even off of turn number 4? They need a third car, but nobody else has jumped out, at least not yet. Still 3x3. Now the inside will start to resurge. There goes Landon Velicki. He'll jump to the top of the racetrack through the tri-oval.
Couple more cars further back. I believe Clint Griffin is one of those cars. The Ken Block inspired paint job. I love that paint job. It's a nice looking car, and he's now up on the outside. Steven Scott Jr. is now up on the outside. It's 4, make it 5, going to be 6 rows of 3x3. This is what it means to potentially race into the Summer Slam 499. Garrett Maines, the defending Tuesday Night Thunder champion, with Brandon Cattell in line. Landon Velicki, they're pushing for all they're worth. Westmoreland trying to pull off the side draft. It's not going to be enough. New leader in 3, a power move. Garrett Maines to the point.
The 80 of Brandon Cattell was also able to get clear. He jumped down to the middle of the racetrack just in front of the 411 of Tom Dixon. Remember, we have got to get all the way to the white flag for this race to be official. 3 wide, the bottom's leading the middle and second, and the third lane still struggling the most to get some momentum. The 77, though, Steven Scott Jr. has relined up with Landon Velicki. They're getting ready to make a huge push down into turn 1.
They're trying right now, but those middle 2 lanes are pushing a lot. Middle and bottom, should I say. Tom Dixon doing a good job in the middle. Westmoreland doing a good job on the bottom side. Top 5, remember, transfer into the feature. And right now, that transfer spot, that 5th position, it may be a 3-wide finish for who goes to the feature and who races tonight in the Last Chance Qualifier. And really even further back, around 13th, 14th, that position's changing hands a lot as well. Cattell and Maine still side by side. Velicki's kind of stalled right along the door number of Tom Dixon. That's about as far as that line can get. I think they're going to need a car to jump out there. Will it be Dixon? Will it be the 24, Francisco Villarreal? Who will it be that decides to jump out of line and make the run? But now, Veliky's starting to come, trying to draw even with the leaders again. Steven Scott trying to get the 62 for one stop up towards the front. It's 2 laps to go. The next time the field crosses by the finish line, we'll see the white flag.
I don't know if they're going to make it. Oh, my goodness, 3 wide. That was a tight squeeze. It almost looked like Brandon got a little bit out of shape right there when Garrett moved up. But now Brock Westmoreland, he'll resurge on the bottom. Landon Veliky up top. He's been there for a couple laps, but still just not quite enough to make it happen. Top 5 advance, and so now it's time to decide, do you want the money or do you want to advance? Somebody's going to get both, but 4 others are only going to have a chance to get one. Right now, Garrett Maines in prime position, though, as he continues to lead in the middle of the racetrack. Now he'll go to the inside. 3 wide out back off of turn 4, coming to the white flag.
Well, and I figured one of the guys that would go for the money instead of the win would be Garrett Maines. 4 wide. Scott around Veliky. Nobody home, and they're going to be 4 wide right around the transfer position. Do they make it to the white flag? It's going to be close. Make it 2 rows of 4 wide. White flag is in the air. Next time by, we'll see you the 13R advancing further into this weekend. Westmoreland now on the inside. Look at the run for the PGR driver. Team PGR's Brock Westmoreland pushed by Aubrey Thompson. Veliky tries to make a run, and who better to have behind you but Kenny McCullough Jr. Landon Veliky, could he get all the way to the lead? It's going to be awfully close, but he'll definitely be in the top 5. Field working for 3, and it's 3 wide all the way back.
Cattell's had a couple setups for a moves, but he's not going to have to make one because Garrett will drop low. That opens it up to the 80. Oh, there they go. They're going to rack them big time out back. Who gets through to win this race? Garrett Maines now leading the way. He's got 2 cars still behind him. Brock Westmoreland and Brandon Cattell. Here they come into the tri-oval. Cattell's going to move to the high side. No help there. Garrett staying tucked in line on the bottom. Brock Westmoreland, he won't make a move either. It'll be Garrett Maines who wins prelim number 1. Brock Westmoreland brings home 2nd. Brandon Cattell 3rd. Chris Blanchard 4th. And Jason Batby, where did he come from? He sneaks through, and he will be the last driver to advance straight to the feature.
Yeah, what a drive for Garrett Maines. Having to come from the back, getting involved in the wreck about halfway into this prelim, and now makes his way back forward and gets into the feature automatically. No surprise that Garrett Maines and Brandon Cattell will make their way in. Brock Westmoreland, how about the drive for the man for Team PGR? He's in the feature as well. He is just about a bumper, maybe a half a car length short of winning this race at the end of the night, or at the end of the day, excuse me. And boy, as we look back in the results, we're going to look at them in a minute. Some big names are not going to be advancing any further into this weekend.
But, I mean, should we be surprised at who won it? I mean, we talked about coming into this prelim, one of the biggest names in here was Garrett Maines, and you said he'd be one of those guys that he's okay with getting a little bit riskier to try to win some money and also advance, and he was able to do both. Wins this prelim, the first prelim of the night, today, and now he's going to not have to worry about racing later tonight as he will advance straight into the feature tomorrow as he does a couple of donuts down by the start-finish line. We'll go ahead and take a look at your finishing results as we get ready for prelim number 2, which will be coming up in just about 15 minutes or so. So again, Garrett Maines is your winner here tonight. Brock Westmoreland brings home 2nd. Brandon Cattell in 3rd with Chris Blanchard in 4th. And Jason Batby rounds out your top 5, and he is the last driver that advances straight to the feature. The drivers that will be headed to the LCQ tonight is going to be Clint Griffin in 6th, Michael Anthony in 7th, Caitlin McKay in 8th, Aubrey Thompson 9th, Francisco Villarreal in 10th, Paul Turner in 11th, Ambrose Knievel in 12th, and Steven Scott Jr. in 13th.
Brian Hennings, unfortunately, the first driver out this weekend. He will be finishing in 14th. It'll be Corey Lesher in 15th with Garrett Caswell in 16th. Teresa Spiker finishes 17th in this first prelim with Nash Marilla 18th. Tom Dixon, tough break for him at the end. He was in a great spot, but unfortunately will be eliminated. He finishes 19th. Nate Gibbs in 20th. Freddie Bazinez 21st. Christian Martinez 22nd. Sean Hilkowicz in 23rd. Landon Veliky looked like he might win this race. Unfortunately, his weekend is over as well. He'll finish in 24th. Kenny McCullough, my goodness, the boss man from McCullough Motorsports out of the Summer Slam 499 right off the bat. He finishes 25th. Robert Rochelle in 26th. Rhett Tucker in 27th. And Ed Fiedler in 28th. Running out the field really quickly. Jimmy Emos finishes 29th. Andrew Zanto in 30th. And Richard Elliott failed to make the grid for this first prelim race. He will be eliminated from this weekend's festivities as well.
Definitely quite the shakeup. Certain drivers that you expected to be there and others that maybe you thought weren't going to be there that are. So it was a pretty exciting prelim. We had a couple issues technical difficulty wise. Again, hopefully we have those sorted out. We'll be working on those here over break, but we appreciate everybody sticking with us. We are going to head over to an intermission screen, the starting soon screen, whatever you'd like to call it. We're going to take a quick break as we set some last-minute things up here for Prelim 2, and then we will be back sometime probably around 3:25 to 3:30 to get things kicked off. So hopefully you'll stick with us, go take a break, and we'll see you back here for Prelim number 2. And before we do officially wrap things up here for Prelim 1, we are going to go ahead and see if we can pull in your Prelim winner, Garrett Maines, for a quick interview. See if Garrett's hanging around. I mean, as good of a run as he had there, you got to think that he's going to be the favorite for tomorrow's feature. I mean, he won. He's not going to be able to win any more money tonight, but he's already won $100, so he's pretty much playing with house money from here on out. And so let's see how he's feeling about that first race of today. Hey, Garrett, this is Austin Adalsa up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Well, you win the first prelim of Saturday, and man, oh man, it was a crazy one. We had a lot of cautions, especially towards the end. How were you able to come back after being involved in one of those cautions to ultimately win that race?
Honestly, I would have been in that situation in the first place. I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know if it was a glitch or if I somehow screwed it up, but I am almost positive that my left side tires were the only ones checked, because I had set it all up coming onto pit road, and then I stop and it puts rights on. I'm like, what? So I was in the box for an extra, 8 seconds and lost tons of spots. So I ended up literally right in the middle of that. And I thought I was going to miss it, but whoever it was brought it off the wall, and, well, we all died. So, it was kind of an uphill battle. I think that took out so many good cars. That was the only, silver lining for that. Brandon was back there with me, and he PM'd me. He was like, hey, I'll work with you here. And I was like, the unlikely duo, let's do it. And we got in position there with, I guess it was in the last 10 laps to be able to shoot the top 3. And I was able to get clear. I guess Brock got hot, and the opportunity for us to both get down was there. And that was all that made all the difference in the world. I don't think I would have been able to do it, without the organization there we had at the very end. And Brock was boiling hot for the last, I want to say it was the last 2 laps, and I was able to get clear by nothing to finally get him some air. Just absolutely a sweaty finish to this thing. But I was shocked by the amount that tires came into play here and the handling, because a lot of people were struggling with getting loose in the center of the corner.
Yeah, it certainly was. We saw a lot of that throughout the race. But, I mean, overall, now that you got yourself locked into the feature, going to be kind of playing with house money at this point, how do you prepare now that you don't have to race anymore tonight?
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice thing, because I actually was going to hang out with some friends tonight. So I guess I get to stay there tonight and not worry about it, and be ready for the race in the morning. But, yeah, it's a nice relief. I mean, I thought I was going to be running an LCQ. For a moment, I wasn't even sure if I'd make that. So, this is a huge relief.
Well, before we let you head out to go celebrate and get ready for the big event tomorrow, is there anyone you'd like to thank or shout out?
Definitely a huge shout out to Brandon and Brock. They're both coming in clutch in crunch time. So thank you to them. Also, huge thank you to Scott at MCU Body, Lennox, the guys at Riker Performance for all their support each and every week. We've had killer cars all season, so big thank you to them. And also thank you to FGR Excel and Left Court Brothers.
Thank you, of course, for talking to us. Again, congrats on the prelim win, Garrett, and we will see you tomorrow in the Summer Slam.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, so now that we've wrapped up interviews here for Prelim 1, we are going to go ahead and take, again, a brief break, get some things set up, and we will be back for Prelim 2. Stick with us until then on PGR Esports.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back into the broadcast booth here at the virtual Talladega Super Speedway as we welcome you in for prelim race number 2 for this weekend's PGR Esports Summer Slam 499 here live on PGR Esports on YouTube. My name is Dawson Wise. I'll be joining you here for prelim number 2, taking over the lead commentary spot here for this second race. Alongside me, my broadcast partner for a long time now across multiple promotions, Austin Green, with me again. And before we get started, we did want to offer a brief explanation on the couple of outages over the course of prelim number 1. It's been unprecedented connection issues, and unfortunately, you cannot predict for. All of us know very well, obviously being on a service that requires a constant and very strong connection to the service, connection to servers as well, that is not always the case. And in fact, it often, there's outages for many different reasons. On iRacing's end, on our own individual ends, on the internet service providers' ends as well. And unfortunately, some uncontrollable outages. Luckily for us, they happened under caution in both instances in that first prelim during or after an incident had occurred. So we apologize for those. Again, if that happens during the course of this race, any of the races today, or the race later on tonight, the Last Chance Qualifier, bear with us as we will attempt to get that fixed. Again, it'll be 60 seconds, 2 minutes max, and we'll be back live to you on PGR Esports. We're so glad you're joining us here this afternoon. What a first prelim we just had. All kinds of chaos, craziness in that first race. Kenny McCullough, among others, Landon Veliky as well. Their weekends are over. But Garrett Maines was able to capture the victory and the first automatic qualifying spot to tomorrow afternoon's Summer Slam 499. Now we look forward to prelim race number 2 this afternoon. And this one, the theme of this one is going to be not only teammates, but also big names. Remember, only 5 automatic qualifiers into the Summer Slam 499 from this race. And then 8 more go to the Last Chance qualifying race. Again, we'll remind you that throughout the course of this afternoon's events. But in this race, a lot of big names. Nightmare Esports, Alex Hill in the 77 makes his Summer Slam 499 debut. If you remember back to last July, when we had the first ever PGR Summer Slam, a little bit shorter race than we'll have tomorrow afternoon, Alex Hill was the winner of that race. He was able to get the job done and go to victory lane in that afternoon's festivities. So we look forward to seeing what Alex Hill can do. Matthew Baker, he won 7 races in this car over the course of the Tuesday Night Thunder season. He is in this prelim field as well. Alex Hill, he's got a teammate, Steven Miles, in the 24 machine. He will be in this field as well for Nightmare Esports. And among others, eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver Zach Novak makes his PGR debut this afternoon here in prelim race number 2. Our winner from Wednesday night, Wyatt Gray. Trevor Oswernoth of JSR Jack Shack Racing is in this field, as well as his teammate Chris Walker. They are both going for their spots in the SummerSlam 499. And some others as well that we will get to when we get down to the grid here in just a moment. But before then, Austin Prelim 1 wrapped up. A great race, a lot of craziness, and some big names not going to be going into the weekend. First off, your takeaways from Prelim 1, and what are you looking forward to here in Prelim number 2?
I think my biggest takeaway is what Garrett said in the interview, which is how surprised he was, and probably the rest of the field was, at the way these cars were handling, especially when they got to older tires late in the run. And so I think that everybody in Prelim 2 has a little bit of a better idea of what to expect, but you never really have that true feel until you're actually driving the car on the track. So we'll see what happens. We had some big names in Prelim 1, but I think there's a couple more big names in Prelim 2. I'm going to be keeping my eye on Matthew Baker, Zach Novak, and Trevor Oswernoth. Trevor is usually the underdog pick, but remember, he's already got 2 wins in PGR. Matthew Baker has been the king of the Xfinity car recently. Tuesday Night Thunder, over 7 wins in that season. And then you said it, Zach Novak, a Coke Series driver, he's always going to be a threat.
Well, absolutely. I look forward to seeing where those guys qualify. Qualifying is almost done, about 50 seconds to go in the qualifying session. In fact, we're going to cut it early. We're going to go ahead and go right to the grid, so we will take you down trackside as we prepare to get onto the grid for this race. And a bit of an early start, but we are prepared for all changes here today on PGR Esports. Now I'm doing it as well, saying tonight. Used to doing this thing in the evening hours, but here we go for race number 2. And we will go to the starting grid here in just a moment. You see the cars start to pop in, and again, some big names in this field, and most of them at the front of the field here for the starting grid for race number 2. So we'll get you again to the starting grid here in just a moment. But you see Alex Hill, you see Matthew Baker, you see Trevor Oswernoth, you see Zach Novak, and Sean Bounty. How could you forget Sean Bounty is in this field as well? Man, I did not mean to overlook the 34 machine, a very qualified, very experienced super speedway racer as well. So a lot of big names in the field as we get you ready and head to the starting grid for race number 2. As we wait for that to come up, we will go through the first 5 rows here. Alex Hill on the pole here for this afternoon's second prelim race. To his outside, it'll be Sean Boundy in the 34 machine. Row 2 will be the JSR entry of Trevin Osbornoff with Matthew Baker to his outside in the 5 machine. Starting at 5th will be the 8 of Dude Conrad. A quick programming note for Dude Conrad. Originally slated to be on our first prelim, he has been moved to the second prelim due to some technical issues for him as well. So he will start in 5th, and it'll be Zach Novak, the Coke Series driver, that will start in the 05 machine this afternoon. He'll roll from 6th. Row 4, Stephen Miles for Nightmare Esports in the 26 machine, and Jared Haynes in the 7 for One Stop Motorsports. And row 5, it's the 05 for McCullough Motorsports, so the 28, in this case, Josh McCullough. To his outside will be another very experienced super speedway driver, Nathan Harper, starting in position number 10.
Chris Walker will roll off from the 11th spot here tonight. It's going to be Nathan Rosticle back in 12th, Evan Carlbon in 13th with John Darnell in 14th. Wyatt Gray rolls off 15th in the 54 machine. Mark Von Dell, that's one of the McCullough Motorsports drivers, to his outside in 16th. Jeff Glockner will start from the 17th spot. Aaron Ramon in 18th. You got Mike Bearden in 19th, and DeAndre Kane making a return here today. He will roll off in 20th.
And if you will, Austin, go ahead and finish out the grid. I'm having a couple technical issues now on my end, but the rest of the field here back over to Austin.
Yep, 21st will be Axel Smith, Cole Larson in 22nd, Grant Gutter in 23rd. Sedarius Percy back in 24th, Tyler Vickery in 25th, J.R. Miller 26th with Joshua Sutherland in 27th, Jack Mummert in 28th, Samuel Carter in 29th, and Ricky Miles will round out the field here for prelim number 2. He starts in 30th. All right, well, looking at your race info here tonight, what we've got to work with, pretty much same thing. Going to be 50 laps, 70% fuel. We are in the Xfinity cars. Unlimited tires, 1 fast repair fixed setups as always, and then 1 green-white checkered if we were to need it. Didn't need it in that first prelim, but we certainly saw a lot of late cautions. Weather outside, 82 degrees, 20% humidity, partly cloudy skies, and winds at 2 miles per hour. Talladega Super Speedway, 2.65 miles in length, again over 30 degrees of banking in the corners. 124 degrees is the starting track temp, and again, that was the same as prelim 1, so we can expect more of the same in terms of handling once we get into the later portions of the run. Get ready to go green. We'll check in real quick with Dawson, just to make sure he's got everything good to go. Give us just a moment.
Yeah, we're all good now. It's actually good. I wasn't going to steal your thunder doing so well explaining the race info, but now we get ready to go under the green flag. This is a star-studded prelim with only 5 spots on the line to go right into tomorrow. Some big names will be racing tonight, late in the evening hours, to try to make it into tomorrow's race. And boy, the stars are out again for this one. Alex Hill, Sean Boundy bring the field into the Geico restart zone for the first time in prelim race number 2. 1 race down and over with. 5 guys are in. Who will be the next 5 advancing into tomorrow's Summer Slam 499? Green flag is in the air. We're racing in prelim race number 2.
Lap 1 and prelim 2 complete. As they crossed the line, it was Alex Hill for Nightmare Esports with the lead on the inside. On the outside, Sean Boundy in the 34, but now the 77 will move up. That is 3 really strong cars that are linked up right now in that top lane, but Trevor Osronoff on the bottom already looking to see if he can lead laps early. We talked about Trevor for the fact that he has won 2 PGR races already. The thing was, it was in some of the series we're not used to seeing, one of them being the Gen 6 cars. However, don't let that fool you. Trevor Oswald still knows how to get the job done in these Xfinity cars. He was one of the drivers that was really excited for this weekend and the opportunity to not only represent for KSR, but also the Jack Shack. So we'll see what he can do as he now leads them through the short shoot.
Yeah, brand new sleek look aboard that machine as well. That's a good looking race car, and he's up front right now. I'd like to bring your attention as well to Dude Conrad, another very experienced driver, much like Tom Dixon in our first prelim race. Dude Conrad has been around for a long time, and he's been doing this for a very long time on super speedways. He's got the instinct for this kind of racing that you need to get into an event like this. Some experience that maybe some guys around him may not have in moments like this one. But really, look at the star-studded front of the field. Hill, Osronoff, Bounty, Conrad, Baker, Miles, Novak, McCullough, your top 8. That's a big group of names in terms of the stars, and that kind of brings your attention back. Remember, 5 men will transfer forward into the feature race tomorrow afternoon, and 8 more will be racing in the LCQ. So potentially, guys like Zach Novak, guys like Matthew Baker, guys like Alex Hill, or even further back, JR Miller, could be racing tonight as part of the Last Chance Qualifier with their weekends on the line. This is one of the most stacked prelims of the afternoon, and it's showing it off so far. Osronoff versus Alex Hill as the field climbs the banking once again.
Yeah, Prelim 2 and Prelim 5, those were the two that every driver was talking about. They were going to be the ones to watch. And right now, everything's staying nice and calm 2 by 2. Now, I said certain things that they might have picked up from that first prelim. Well, I wonder if maybe they decided to calm down the aggression level as well. Now, this is a similar start to what we saw in Prelim 1, where everybody was 2 by 2 for the first about 10 laps or so until we had that first caution. Then it seemed like things slowly ramped up from there and got very chaotic once we got towards the end. But right now, up front, Alex Hill not able to control these lanes as well as he was just a few laps ago. That's because Trevor Osnoff and Duke Conrad have found pretty good chemistry with each other. They continue to hold even on the inside. The further back you go, though, you see more moves being made. That's Tyler Vickery in the 124. He dropped down to the inside just behind Jeff Glockner in the 24. And then John Darnell, one of the PGR paint schemes in the field here tonight. He's currently sitting on the outside and has already made up a position from where he started this race. The biggest mover, though, inside the top 10 is up 3, and that is Duke Conrad in second.
Yeah, Stephen Miles, Josh McCullough, now Chris Walker all +3 as well. But further back's where the movement is. J.R. Miller +9, Samuel Carter +9 as well. A couple guys to watch as this race gets a little bit later on in the going. Osronoff to the outside of the graces of Alex Hill on the bottom side now. Conrad pushed by the Nightmare Esports entry of Stephen Miles. Great representation for that team here in Prelim number 2. You'll see a couple more of their team cars later in Prelim number 4, Prelim number 5 as well. But so far, they're carrying the banner nicely. So too, though, is Trevor Osronoff for the Jack Shack and KSR. As the 89 leads may get this lap. It's going to be close between he and Conrad at the line, but give that lap the orange, green, and yellow number 89 Toyota Supra.
We go back a little bit further, about 5 spots to the onboard of Stephen Miles. I meant to say as the lead pusher. And right now, he sits in that 3rd position as he continues to try to shove Dude Conrad out in front, see if Dude wants to control the lanes. But right now, as it stands, I mean, these guys are showing a lot more patience, I feel like. I know they're still 2 by 2, but in general, everybody looks smooth, Dawson. You're seeing the gaps being given a little bit more. And even up front, we have not seen anybody make any kind of moves that we would kind of, hold your breath on. Everybody's been nice and smooth, nobody doing anything crazy. I think this group would like to have a chance to get to that green flag pit stop.
And this is kind of what I thought was going to happen in race number 1 as we watched that race start to unfold. And it's just that these guys want to mind their P's and Q's. And some of these guys, especially the ones up here at the front, the more experienced guys that we see race this car and track often, they know how important the green flag pit stop can be, and they know how much of an advantage it can be if you're on and off pit road quickly and if you have track position when you enter that first pit stop window, and the only pit stop window here for this afternoon's prelim races. So I completely agree. You want to get to the pit stop, and these guys up front that have run this kind of style before are saying, please just let us get to the pit stop, and this will be a whole different race. They can then proceed to race it out amongst each other. Really, again, I'll point you to this. Look at the space being given right now. It's very similar to how that first prelim race started. In fact, maybe a little bit more here in the second one. They saw how that race went, especially in the latter portions, and they're saying, okay, that race turned into a bit of a scary one for some of our bigger names, and even eliminated some of our bigger names. So now, if you're up here at the front, you're saying, okay, I watched that first prelim, and it set the tone now. It's got to change the way we race a little bit, give a little bit more room.
Zoom in our attention, if you will, to Zach Novak in the 05 right now, rolling on the outside. Now, there is a couple of McCullough Motorsports teammates in this field that We didn't see that the case for Prelim 1. It was just Ken McCullough Jr., but Joshua McCullough right now in the 28, currently sitting just inside of that 05 machine. Now, the question is, where do you find your partners here tonight? Because this Prelim has not necessarily just a couple teams that have teammates, but it also has guys that are a lot more used to running with each other. Now, Zach Novak may not have any teammates, but does he work with a guy like Joshua McCullough, who does super speedway racing a lot on the money racing side, or does he try to stick more solo?
Well, that's going to be the question. Obviously, we saw a pair of Coke Series veterans in the last prelim kind of become that unlikely duo, as Garrett Maines told us after prelim number 1. So it would not surprise me if maybe Novak maybe sticks it out a little bit solo and tries to look for the help he can find. Kind of like Garrett and Brandon Cattell did in the last race. Kind of look around, say, okay, here's who I can trust, here's who I can work with, and here's who's going to give me the best opportunity to lock into the race on Sunday afternoon. Now, I think it's just going to hang. He's watching for sure, though, right now. He's taking some notes on these guys at the front. Alex Hill, Sean Bounty, they've been in control of this race for most of it, as well as Trevor Osmanoff. Not a lot of change up front. These guys are really holding down control of the field right now.
We said that the moves were pretty calm. Alex Hill made a move last lap that was a little sketchy, and Trevor Osmanoff may have cut him a little bit of a break, but late in the race, that's not going to be the case. And if you remember, oh, Trevor, hold on to it. Oh, man, the 89 just banged doors with Sean Boundy, and that was almost our first caution here of the night on the same lap that it would have happened in Prelim 1, but Boundy was able to hold on to it as Trevor drifted up. I think he hit some of those bumps coming out of the tri-oval. But, I mean, we're only 10 laps in, and you can see some of these guys are starting to dart around a little bit now. As a driver, Dawson, if you're in the back, does that encourage you to stay there, or do you maybe start trying to get to the front right now?
Well, at this point, 10 laps in, you've kind of made your bed, in my opinion, unless you have a group or a team, a group of your teammates, if you will, that are going to go out there and help you. You've kind of made your bed. You've kind of made your bet at this point as to where you're going to be for at least the first portion of this race until the pit stop. There's not going to be a lot of movement up forward from the back or from the front to the back at this point. So I would stay there. If I'm watching guys in front of me, if I'm watching them struggle with handling, especially up here closer to the front, I'm not really doing much to get up to the front. I'm kind of staying where I'm at, playing a little bit more conservative, if you will, and just waiting for something to happen in front of me, waiting for someone to make a mistake. It worked out for some guys in prelim number 1. It'll absolutely be the same for guys in prelim number 2.
Let's keep an eye on the 62 of Joshua Sutherland, and he's kind of been the instigator back here. He's peeked out a couple of times trying to get a third lane working. He's been going with a couple guys, been leading a couple guys, but so far he's not had enough help to get to the front, at least not yet. Now, if he can get another taker or two from what he's already had, I think that third line could really get going, but I think there's just too many people throughout this lead group right now, which, by the way, everybody that started this race is still within the lead pack. Grant Gutter, who's all the way back in 30th, still tagged onto this lead pack. So what that means is that there's a lot of energy right now, and if we can make it to that first green flag pit stop, it is going to be fun to watch who can get in and who has issues getting into the pits.
Well, almost halfway into this first run, and I was thinking the same thing, and it's kind of, I was going to say it before we had a few cautions in the last race and could not get to a green flag pit stop. I was going to start to kind of say it, that it rests in the back of your mind as a driver. If you are up here right now, if you're Osmanoff, Conrad, Hill, Bounty, Baker, etc., you're thinking about that right now. As the more this race goes green, the more these laps tick away, the closer you get to your target lap that you're watching right now on your fuel gauge, and you're starting to think about that. You're thinking, okay, I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to speed on pit road. I don't want to slide through my box. I don't want to get into an incident. But that rests in the back of your mind, I can tell you. The longer this race stays calm, the more stressful that pit stop becomes, because it determines the race. It determines your fate for the end of this race. And I don't even think I'm overstating that in a 50-lap race. Now, tomorrow afternoon, it'll be a little bit different in a race of almost 200 laps. But this afternoon, one pit stop, 50 laps, absolutely, that sticks in the back of your mind as a driver. From the moment you take the green flag, I have to make a flawless green flag pit stop if I want a chance to advance into the Summer Slam 499.
It's going to be even more stressful because these tires are going to be worn out. You're going to see a lot of lockups. Certain guys trying to push the issue, others trying to get in a little bit more conservative. Oh, further back, we had at least one dart off the racetrack. Looks like that was John Darnell in the 99 machine. Excuse me, looks like he's actually in the 88. That was a really close call, but John Darnell did a great job gathering it back up. And by the way, on his outside, the 85, that's Samuel Carter. Good-looking paint scheme for him as well. And that little bit of a, I don't know if you want to call it a bobble or a close call, but for John Darnell, that separated these groups a little bit. That second pack has gotten formed up, though, and they should be able to track down these leaders pretty quickly. Don't think they're in danger of losing the draft. And that's the other big difference with these Xfinity cars, Dawson, that we didn't talk about pre-race, was that you can sit back a lot further without worrying about losing the drafts, and therefore, to a degree, you don't have to be as aggressive as you would in the next gen.
I agree. You do have about a 1.5 or so window that you can sit, in between, anywhere between on the guy's bumper, about a 1.5 back. Now, the further you get back, though, the more risk you have of losing that draft. If you lapse in judgment, a lapse in focus, and you kind of say, okay, well, now all of a sudden we're 2 seconds back and we're out of this thing. So you're not going to see anybody rest back that far, but you are going to see some guys kind of back there around that area, around Cole Larson, around Samuel Carter, you see how far they're laying back right now? They can afford to do that because they're still inside the drafting range, and that's the safer place to be. But now up front, the pushing's a lot more important. You want to keep your line moving forward, and as such, they're very close together. But again, Novak, Conrad, even Jared Haynes, Stephen Miles, Josh McCullough, a couple of other cars are really giving a lot of room right now, and that contributes to, number one, the lanes staying pretty even, and number two, the fact that this race has still felt pretty calm, although the longer this goes, especially once we get close to that pit stop, the heat's going to start to turn up.
Yes, it will. 15 of 50 laps complete. That means we're... Oh, hold on to it, Trevor. Another big bobble. Man, oh, man.
Trouble in the back. One car off. The caution flag is flown on the speedway. We have a couple off here towards the back end of the field.
Oh, no. That's Jeff Glockner, the 24 car. The front end of his BK... I can't tell if it says BK Paints or BK Prints from here. Point is, this 24 Chevy Camaro is pretty beat up. And yep, the BK Paints on the left side there, you can see it is crumpled up a bit. And then the rear end was completely ripped off, so he'll be going in here for at least optional, potentially using that first fast repair of the night as well. Not sure what happened there, Dawson. You caught it first.
Yeah, it looked like maybe somebody got out of line, got a little bit loose. We'll see it here, and it is Jeff Glockner that's going to get just out of shape, and this is pretty much, similar, almost a carbon copy of what we saw in prelim number 1, where guys got out of shape. They got loose. You tried to set the car in the banking. Again, you put it very well in heat number 1, prelim number 1, excuse me, that, you try to set the car on the banking. You try to just preemptively get that car turning to the left. And it's actually identical to the incident we saw with Teresa Spiker, I think, in prelim number 1, where she kind of rolls up the racetrack a little bit, and you're going to see this big wheel movement back to the left right there, just a little bit too much. And it gets Jeff Glockner out of line, gets him sideways. He gets hit by a couple of additional cars there. Can't tell who the last one was, but that was a pretty considerable hit for the 24 of Glockner. And it's an unfortunate break, but again, it's part of the toughness. It's part of the challenge of driving these Xfinity Series race cars.
And another part of the issue is that it just happened so fast. I mean, you can see from when that car first gets loose to how quickly it's past the point of him saving it. And then as he gets down the track, you saw the 97 of Axel Smith had nowhere to go. And I think the other car was Mark Von Dell, one of the McCullough Motorsports drivers here. Yeah, he's hoping this 24 is either going to stay down or get way back up the racetrack, but instead kind of stalls out between that transition from the banking to the apron. And as a result, that just leaves Mark Von Dell with nowhere to go. That is a big hit. That did a lot of front end damage, including ripped the hood off on that 59 machine. And then as Jeff Glockner slides down, looks like as it was towards the back, everybody else was indeed able to miss it. So I'll give you a couple more views of this. I want to do another one with the entry to turn number 3. And watch this here. Oh, this isn't going to quite do it as much justice as I would have liked, but watch as Jeff kind of drifts up, and then once we comes into frame in turn 4, I mean, by that point he already lost it, so that was a nice piece of driving up top by the 62. I'll tell you what, Joshua Sutherland, he had to make that move, otherwise he would have been in the wreck, and as a result, he was able to miss it.
Well, it's so interesting as we take a few more looks at this, and it's so interesting. You brought up the next gens a few minutes ago. And this even translates into the NASCAR circuit as well. The next gen, when it breaks loose, it's very drastic. It's very sharp, and you can tell immediately that you're out of shape, that you're out of line. These cars, it's a lot more subtle. It happens a lot more slowly, and without having kind of the experience of being in the race car, having the the vibration underneath the seat, having the vibration in the wheel, having that feedback back to the right. Now, force feedback is very accurate in this day and age on iRacing, but it's not like it is when they're in the real life race car, where you can feel that car getting loose as easily as you can now. You have it in your hands, but you don't have it in your feet. You don't have it in your backside either, where you can feel that vibration of the race car. And unfortunately there, it just takes so much longer to develop, where the next gens, it's very sharp. It's very drastic. Even when you're on the simulation, you can tell when the next gen is out of shape. It's very quick. This car, not as quick, and it bites Jeff Glockner right there. Very tough break. So as we go back up front, lap 17 on the board, it'll be 33 to go when they pass back by the start-finish line. It means we'll get restarted with 32 laps to go in heat number 2, prelim number 2. The pit stop's still on tap for these leaders. Again, about a 23 to 27 lap window is what we estimated in prelim number 1, although that never came to pass. So these guys, no reference material for that pit stop. They're just going off what their fuel gauge says and hoping that they have it right. And again, it'll be 32 laps to go. We get back green. Alex Hill, Matthew Baker, former teammates on the front row. Dude Conrad, Zach Novak on row number 2. It'll be Stephen Miles and Trevor Osbornoth on row number 3. Sean Boundy and Josh McCullough on row 4, with Jared Haynes and Nathan Rossisill making up the top 10. So a very calm start to this one, Austin. And now as we get ready to go back green, again, approaching the halfway point. From here, you still have the pit stop to think about, but the intensity is certainly going to be turned up at least a notch here on this restart.
It does, because this caution came out quite a bit later than it did in prelim 1, and it's kind of close on the fuel window, but yes, obviously they still can't make it, so still a green flag stop expected. But Matthew Baker and Alex Hill have both been at the front pretty much this entire race, which, you know, not too much of a surprise, but they used to be teammates, and you wonder, do they try to work together here a little bit? Because at the end of the day, they're trying to make it into the feature. They don't want to have to race tonight if they don't need to, but at the same time, there's $100 on the line for the winner of this prelim. How do you kind of make that decision?
Well, it goes back to what we talked about back at the top of the broadcast, and we kind of talked about, okay, you know, what's the trade-off between winning the money but also trying to get myself in? Then if you factor in teammates, then you got to think about, okay, well, how do I attack that? Do I try to go for the win? Do I jeopardize my teammate's spot? Do I have to race them for that last transfer spot? It's such a mental battle here on the racetrack right now. So, you know, for now, on lap 18, obviously still 32 laps to go, it would mutually benefit Alex Hill, Matthew Baker, Stephen Miles to work together over the course of the next 32 laps, but really about the next 20 to make sure they're all in contention. But then when push comes to shove, you know, even between Alex and Stephen Miles, the teammates, you know, again, if you're racing for that 5th spot, racing for the 13th spot, again, it's a mental battle. How much do you want your teammate to get in over the course of, with the possibility that you will miss either the LCQ or miss the automatic qualifying spot to the feature? So it's a mental battle. These drivers are tackling it as we speak on the racetrack, and you can see it playing out in real time. It's going to be fun to watch and see what these guys decide to do. Back into the Geico restart zone, Alex Hill has led almost all the laps in this second prelim race as he looks to get the job done and get right into tomorrow afternoon's feature. Green flag is back in the air, and we are back underway from Talladega in prelim race number 2. Good start on the bottom for Alex Hill and company.
Good start on the bottom, but the top was able to get rolling pretty quickly with the help of that 05 car. That is Zach Novak, the Coke Series driver. Trying to see if he can advance his way into the feature for tomorrow. Trevor Osbornoth still sitting 3rd in the outside line. Joshua McCullough has made his way up there as well. And now I start to wonder, are there drivers that start thinking about making it 3 wide here? Again, still a green flag pit stop, but, you know, it doesn't matter what race win, how many pit stops are. When you get within probably about 25 laps to go, track position becomes so important that you want to already have it. You don't want to have to go from, you know, back here in the mid-20s all the way to the front, because you're just not going to have enough time to do it. And these Xfinity cars take a lot longer to get going, get the runs working. So far from what we've seen tonight, the 3rd lane, it works, but not as good as I think some guys maybe expected. We'll see if that changes here in Prelim 2, but right now, it is still the 77 of Alex Hill at the front of the field as they cross the stripe. They'll make it 31 laps to go at Talladega.
It's all about timing with the 3rd lane, and that's kind of what we saw in the first prelim race, where if you allow the temperatures to start to get hot, like they are right now for Dude Conrad and Zach Novak, where no one's controlling either lane, if you allow these 2 lanes to get hot and you have a guy behind you that can push for a lap and a half, 2 laps pretty much straight, then it kind of works. You're able to get that run moving, but you also have to have enough help to generate energy. You're going to hear me use that term a lot this weekend. Generate the energy for that line. You need a lot of cars to get the energy moving in the right direction and get your line moving to the front. That's why in prelim number 1, we saw it took about 4 or 5 cars, maybe 6 even, to get that line even with the leaders. So it's going to be very interesting to watch for now, though. Again, everybody being very calm right now. And I actually, you know, I don't mind this. And it's because they watched that first prelim race. They said, okay, we don't want to do that again. I said it earlier. We don't want to repeat what happened there, because the big names ended up in very dire positions. They had to make some desperate moves to make their way in. Guys like Garrett Maines and Brandon Cattell in our first prelim. These guys, Matthew Baker, Alex Hill, they don't want to have to do that by any means. And they're running a really good race so far. They'd love it to go this cleanly till the end, but as we know in super speedway racing, it never stays this calm.
we've got a couple of drivers that are being a little bit more on the aggressive end because they've got to make their way to the front. One of them is JR Miller, who's up 14 positions from where he started this race at. Currently rolling on the outside line again in 12. And then Samuel Carter is just a couple spots behind him in 14th. He is up 15 positions from where he started this race at. Also on the outside, in fact, lined up just behind that 78 of JR Miller. And DeAndre King, the other driver that's catching my eye right now in the 90 car, he's been making his way through the field. Excuse me. It looks like he is actually, I thought he was going to be on the outside, but he's going to go ahead and stay tucked to the inside. He's up 5 positions from where he started. And one of the Toyotas in the field, which we've got quite a few towards the middle portions of the pack. Is there any thought of manufacturer teammates working together in this race?
Not really, honestly, and I know, that kind of may buck what we see in NASCAR where, Chevys will work with Chevys, Fords will work with Fords, etc. But, in this situation, there's only 13 spots available. There's only 5 automatic qualifying spots available. In the end, I don't think you're going to look at that, the guy in front of you and say, oh, well, he's driving a Chevy. I'm going to go help him over somebody else. You're going to pick the guy to help. You're going to pick the line to move into. It gives you the best opportunity to advance your way to have the best possible position either for later tonight or for tomorrow afternoon. So manufacturers, I don't think are going to play much of a role. You're going to see teammates maybe play a role and some alliances play a role, but manufacturers I don't see being a big factor. Alex Hill, man, the second he got relegated to lead pusher, he said, nope, I'm good. I'm going to jump out. I want to lead the line and stay on the aggressive end, and that's who we know Alex Hill to be. Alex, one of the most aggressive drivers on the racetrack. If there's a move out to the lead that he can take, he's going to take it, and the Blenders Ford Mustang does it again. He'll retake the point, headed for turn number 3.
I almost think it's kind of a good thing in this case because we've been watching since this prelim started, and the two guys up front have looked much more in control of some of the big pushes. We just saw that last lap. Duke Conrad give a huge shot to Matthew Baker coming out of the trial. Well, that's a very unstable area to push. The car's unloading off the banking, but, Baker took it well, and so that tells me that these two up front, if you're this point in the race, if you're Novak or Conrad, I would almost be thinking to myself, I'm okay with pushing these guys because they're taking pretty much whatever I'm giving them really well. So we'll see how things shuffle out, but right now, Alex Hill, Matthew Baker looking very comfortable at the front of the field. Now, that could make the job for some of these guys that are right on kind of the bubble for either making it straight to the feature or making it to the LCQ. Could make their job a little bit more difficult because if they're not shuffling it up as much up front, you're going to have to start trying to shuffle it up, and to do that, you're going to have to get that third lane going from somewhere in the middle portions of the pack.
Well, I agree on that to a degree, but also and they're really starting to shake up front. The 05 Novak, the 8 of Conrad really had a moment right there into 3. But anyways, I almost don't mind them not shuffling as much at the front because that doesn't clog the lanes up either. You're not going to see 4 rows of 3 wide in front of you when you need to make up spots to get into the top 5 or top 13, whatever the case may be. You're going to see a wide open third lane and guys that are kind of stalled in those bottom and middle lanes where you can then be on the aggressive end. You can be the one attacking them. I kind of like that. I don't mind being in that position as Tyler Vickery, unfortunately, has lost the pace in that 124 machine. Tough break. He's going to need some help via a caution here. But I don't mind being in that spot. Apparently, neither do some of the guys further back. In the first car I see out of line, I believe, is the Baja Blast Chevrolet of Cole Larson. I believe he is one of the first ones out of line trying to make his way to the front.
It's been a little while since we've seen Cole in the field here in a money race, but certainly one of the drivers that has a lot of experience when it comes to super speedways, and he's working with the 62 of Sutherland, who I think is pretty much one to work with just about anybody that's wanted to go after that third lane to try to make it work. But you mentioned Tyler Vickery, lost pace, not sure what happened to him, and it looks like Ricky Miles and Cedarius Percy are both in the same boat as they tandem together but are not in touch with the leaders. So those are 3 cars that need a caution, and then Mike Bearden, not sure what happened to him, but he has retired from this race as of now. That will bring his chances of making 2024 PGR Summer Slam 499 to an end. Back up front, Alex Hill to the top of the racetrack to cover Zach Novak, who had a run, but nothing there. And boy, this push is enough to get at least Alex clear. And I think that was a good time to jump down any longer. He may have had a chance to pull Novak down as well.
Yeah, he tried to. The help behind him also was not quite formulated just yet. Trevor Osmond still trying to get to Novak's back bumper, so not quite enough momentum to pull Novak down to the bottom side with him. And as such, Alex Hill, they worked well together already, and he'll jump back up there to the graces of Zach Novak in the top lane. Osmond, McCullough, and others following in line. Nathan Rostasil, again, a guy we haven't really said his name, but he's quietly been inside the transfer position since we went under the green flag. Another car in behind him that I'm watching as well is Evan Carlbon. He makes his way forward along with JR Miller. Those 3 cars nose to tail on the outside. All 3 right now will transfer at least into tonight's last chance qualifier. Cole Larson, he is really trying to make up spots. He's gotten on the aggressive end, and this is some of the most aggression we've seen at this point in the race between prelim number 1 and prelim number 2. He has tried a few times to jump to that outside line and take some cars with him, and as such, he's gaining spots. He's closing in on those transfer spots, at least to tonight's LCQ.
Yeah, and what he's doing is he's the spark for pretty much everybody else right now that wants to try to get that third lane going. The problem is, you're starting to see a lot of guys, and we've seen this before, Dawson. They like to do this once in a while where everybody wants to lead the third lane, but nobody wants to push. And when that happens, it's just a lot of guys that continue to shuffle themselves to the back. As in this case, you see Cole Larson, they're going to go around Aaron Ramon, who tried to jump out to that third lane. I don't think he was trying to go to the back, whether he was or wasn't. He didn't get much help, so that's where he's going to end up. Up front, though, the 77 of Alex Hill gets another big surge onto the back, and you see how quick he drops down. The reason he does that, Dawson, is because he knows if he waits too long, Novak has a chance to potentially try to drop below him, but at the same time, that was almost enough of a push on the outside that Novak could have got clear in front of him.
Yeah, but Alex Hill, he's not going to risk that. Like you said, kind of that undercut move where Novak can drop underneath him, then receive a huge push from Baker and slow up that top line, and then Novak gains control of the race. So Alex not going to risk that. He's going to stay to where he can control the flow of this race, drop right down on Matthew Baker's bumper. Again, those two know each other very, very well. Former teammates in MDG Motorsports that now run nose to tail. But on the outside, they've gotten a little bit of a surge. Trevor Odsmanoff has rallied that middle lane, and Zach Novak, for the first time today, looked like he was going to lead the race, but it is not to be right now. He'll get a big push on the back bumper of Alex Hill, though, as Hill, man, how good does Alex Hill look right now? Calm, composed, collected, confident, playing Pied Piper at the front of the field into turn 3.
And that push was a push that not every driver would have been able to take, and that is why I'm saying that it's so important to have a good leader, because if you don't, that can stack up a lane, and that's how guys are able to make moves. But even if Novak was slightly offset, Alex is a veteran in these cars. He can handle them just about as good as anybody. So as he got that push coming off the turn, again, where the car likes to unload, he was able to keep it in control, keep that momentum going in the outside. Now he's got himself right back in front as they cross the stripe that time. Duke Conrad, Trevor Odsmanoff, Matthew Baker, and Zach Novak, of course, along with that 77. Those drivers have been in the top 5. I think this entire race, it seemed like. Sean Boundy stuck on the bottom, looking to see if he can pick off a couple more, but now, for the first time here in a little while, Matthew Baker looks like he's ready to start dicing it up again.
Yeah, no surprise. Matthew Baker, a 7-time winner in Tuesday Night Thunder this season. Many of those came at the Talladega Super Speedway. A very, very experienced driver in this Xfinity Series car, and a guy that loves the way that this car races. He loves a hot, slick track as well. These conditions tailor-made for a guy like Matthew Baker, and he's showing it off right now as the Coasting Thunder Chevrolet moves to the point, really for the first time uncontested this afternoon, but not for long. Here comes Zach Novak to the outside. The 05 has a bit of a run, but again, Trevor Odsmanoff, and this is not a discredit to Trevor at all, he's staying calm, and I like this. Don't be over-aggressive with the pushes. Don't risk a mistake. These guys are all thinking about the pit stop now, I think, and as such, the pushes have gotten a lot less aggressive. And even look at the room that Josh McCullough is leaving in front of him. Nathan Rostisil as well. It's been a lot less aggressive behind about the front 4 cars.
Certainly has 20 laps to go. Starting to close in. Well, we've already passed the halfway point by a handful of laps, but starting to close in on that point where we're going to see potentially a green flag pit stop. And with as much as some of these guys have been darting around, I think it's going to be interesting. And the big question is, who leads them in and when do they go? Do we see different groups, or do we see everybody try to go in at the same time? That's where you can run into some trouble. But right now, Matthew Baker, I think he wants to be the leader when we come to this green flag pit stop, because he gets clear and jumps right down in front of Alex Hill. And, you know, I know the outside in general, Dawson, tends to get more momentum, but that 05 machine of Zach Novak, him and Trevor Odsmanoff, when they get lined up and push whoever gets in front of them, I mean, I don't think there's been anybody that they couldn't get clear at this point.
No, it's been very much almost easy for these couple of these guys to be able to get guys clear in either lane. They're making it look very easy, and that's just speaks to the experience. It speaks to the confidence level, the comfort level as well in these race cars, that you're able to do that. I mean, Trevor Odsmanoff, like we said, a multi-time PGR winner, another guy that has had a ton of experience in this car, another guy that ran a lot on Tuesdays, has run a lot of Thursday races in this machine as well. And so a lot of confidence level, a lot of comfort level is what you're seeing at the front right now. And towards the back, it's just brewing right now. You can tell. Guys like, I'm looking back towards Evan Carlbon, I'm looking back towards JR Miller, I'm looking back towards Nathan Rostisil, Cole Larson, Sammy Carter, a bunch of those guys. It's starting to brew. They're starting to game plan for after this pit stop. If they can get out close to the leaders, it'll be go time when the field comes down pit road.
It certainly will. Well, things look like they've simmered down here briefly. So before we get to the green flag stop, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll go side by side so you don't miss a thing. Stick with us at Talladega.
I played a couple of simulators, and this was like very responsive, especially the hydraulics and stuff, the motion and stuff was really, really on point.
Make you feel like you're really driving. It feels real.
It adds so much to the experience. It's just really, really cool.
It was pretty awesome.
Have created our own drink company. The fastest growing sports drink in history.
We will run! We will run! Ladies and gentlemen, we got this season, we are hydrated.
The official sports drink of the UFC. It's on! Oh, that's good.
Welcome back into Talladega Super Speedway as we cross by the start-finish line. We are now inside of 15 laps to go in prelim race number 2. And again, we await the single green flag pit stop. And we got to be getting close to the window now. These guys are starting to look over at the fuel gauge. They're asking their crews, okay, when do you want me to make that stop? When are we going to come down and make our only pit service and get ourselves in position here for the end of this race? It continues to be Matthew Baker and Zach Novak that pace the field. Alex Hill, Trevor Osmanoff, Dude Conrad, Sean Bounty, Stephen Miles. Really the top about 10, 11 cars has not changed a lot over the course of the first 35 laps of this race. And again, it's due to the space these guys are giving right now. But Austin, that's because they know the pit stop is coming up here momentarily. Any lap now, the window's open. These guys can come down and make their pit service and get themselves set up for the checkered flag.
Yeah, so that means this is the point where guys should, in theory, start single filing out to the bottom to get ready for those pit stops. But haven't seen much of that, at least not yet. Now, I would almost think that maybe Novak, Hill, and Baker have some sort of agreement here to try to help get that 05 down with how much pushing he's done. That might be it right there. Look at the push up top. There you go. That's going to get the 5 and the 05 clear. It's exactly how these two probably had it scripted out if I had to guess, but we'll see. Does Novak also jump low? Baker's trying to pull. I thought maybe they were trying to get Trevor too. It's not going to happen, and actually Novak stays up, so clearly the coordination that I thought might have been there wasn't, and they'll stay side by side off of turn 4.
Dude Conrad saw that. He said, not on my watch. I saw that little cheeky move. I'm going to jump down, get on the back bumper of Alex Hill and keep that line moving because it's a competitive advantage for Dude Conrad. He doesn't want Zach Novak to drop down in front of him. He wants to hold on to that third spot in line when we go to pit so that he can get in pit road easier, that he can get in further ahead and give himself a better opportunity. Right now, Dude Conrad running a very good race. Sean Bounty as well. These top 4 have been dominant, but those 2 cars third in line, they've been doing their jobs as well. They've been very good, very smart, very collected in this race, as has most of the field. But once we hit this pit stop, I'm telling you, the temperature is going to start to elevate. It's going to be like if you walked out to your oven right now and you started slowly turning up that temperature. You can feel the intensity ramping up, and it starts a little bit further back. 1 car out of line, a few cars now out of line as they start to come forward. Wyatt Gray pushing on the back of Nathan Harper.
Yeah, it shouldn't be shocked that Nathan Harper, one of the guys who jumped out of line, he loves these super speedways and is very aggressive when he needs to be. Going to get a little bit more help here now as the 62 of Joshua Sutherland. He works his way up to that 3rd lane, and this is kind of a strategy that we see from guys like Daniel Eberhard, who's not in this prelim, he'll be in a later one, but they like to wait until we get close to a pit stop. They saved a little bit of extra fuel so that when everybody else is trying to work their way to the bottom, these guys try to go to the front. Oh, that was a big moment right there as the 28 slid up. I don't know how there was enough room for that, but wow, that could have been huge right there. That is going to allow for a little bit more push, though, now in this third lane. The more cars they get up there, the more help they have. And I said the 28, that was actually the 78 of Carl Bond. Boy, a lot of close calls now as they are 3x3 through 3 and 4.
Oh, baby, game on. Hold on to it, boys. 3 wide, 6 rows deep in prelim number 2. The pit stop is coming. You got to make this quick. If you're Bounty, if you're a Carl Bond, if you're one of those cars in line on the outside of the racetrack, you got to make this move quick. And off of 2, this may be the biggest surge we've seen yet here off turn 2. That line is moving. Carl Bond doing an excellent job of moving forward. And it's one of the super speedway aces, one of the guys we don't see often around here, Sean Bounty, that makes his presence felt on the outside. 3x3 for the race lead. 7 rows deep now down the Alabama Gang super stretch. I think Sean Bounty may go all the way top to bottom here by the time we reach 3. It's Bounty to the point at Talladega.
That was a beautiful move from that entire third lane. That's exactly what you got to do, and they're taking notes now. The middle and the inside have been pushing for so long, you almost wonder if they got a little too comfortable, and that allowed that third lane to pounce. They got to run. They push Bounty all the way clear, and now we've got a new leader. You wonder how that'll shuffle everything else up. We're going to be coming to 10 laps to go, and they are still 3 wide across the line.
I mean, again, pit stops are coming. I mean, you got to start to situate yourself for them, I think. It's getting to the point now where you got to start to think about getting yourself situated for that. At least, you know, we imagine that that's coming up here at some point in the next few laps, and now it's not even going to be a full stop. It's going to be a splash and go that you often see on the NASCAR side of things, where you take it just a half second of fuel, a second and a half, and you're gone. You're off of the pit box, and they're waving you out back onto the racetrack. So we await that stop here any moment as Zach Novak, Sean Bounty now lead the race. In trouble, Wyatt Gray, and now that may change everything.
And it does. Caution is out as the 59 of Dell's involved just behind him. Trying to figure out if that was Grant Gutter. Yes, it was. And oh man, we were on the verge. It was probably going to be either this lap or next lap that we were going to see that pit stop under green, but now it'll be, of course, a pit stop under caution, and that's going to set us up for a really, really wild finish, as everybody will be on an even playing field. But that's a big hit for Grant Gutter. He's going to have to use his fast repair right here. That's a good break, though, for, well, actually, if Jeff Glockner, he may have been involved in this. Let's find out. Let's go back to the replay here first off. Get a view from there. So watch his... This is going to start... Actually, let's see if this starts just ahead of Glockner or if it starts just behind him. Ooh, there it is. Grant Gutter just in front of him. In the all-black Chevy Camaro, and looks like him and John Darnell have some sort of interaction here. I can't tell if Darnell washed up or if Gutter comes down here a little bit. Watch. So John Darnell, he's not quite hugging the yellow here. He starts to wash up, and then Grant Gutter... Now, Gutter doesn't really move down. I mean, to me, that just looks like Darnell washing up. What'd you see, Dawson?
Yeah, a little bit of washing up there, and again, it probably goes into the handling of the race car at this point in the race. Inside 10 laps to go, and really, you haven't had a ton of opportunity to put tires on, you know, your race car at this point in the race. So those left sides, really the right sides mostly, are getting old at this point, to where, well, Gutter does get a little bit loose. He gets out of shape, but Darnell is about a half lane up the racetrack, and not a lot of slack there for Gutter to be able to save that car. I mean, some others involved as well. Tough break for Mark Mondell, an innocent bystander here, as well as Jeff Glockner. And also Wyatt Gray, our winner from Wednesday, stunned the big dogs. And now he's behind the 8 ball as well, very late in the going of this race. But to me, at least, it appears that car will be not too terribly damaged. He should be able to get that thing fixed.
Go to a couple different angles here. I want to look at an onboard view here for Grant Gutter. And this shows you a little bit more. He's trying to follow that white line. That white, ooh, actually, you're right, Dawson. That was a good call. You can really see from the cockpit view. I don't know if they still would have wrecked, depending on if Darnell doesn't drift up, but you certainly called it. Gutter did get loose right there. That back end was just starting to wash around on him right as the contact was made. Watch it and take a listen again. Yeah, right there, I think he just gets a little bit loose. We've seen it a couple times in the second prelim. We saw it quite a few times in the first prelim. And so, I mean, John Darnell may have drifted up a little bit, but at the same time, definitely looked like Grant Gutter was getting a bit loose. So, just late racing, guys are going for it, and now the intensity is going to pick up even more with this late caution. Give you one more view of this here from the turn 3 cam, or rather turn 4 cam. As the big hits. At a 24, Jeff Lochner, if he's got a fast pair, it's gonna be close for him. I think Grant Gutter obviously has to use one. Mark Mondell in the same boat, he took a pretty good hit. And then Wyatt Gray, the suspension was broken on the left front for his car, so he will also be one of those drivers who has to use a faster pair. But as we go back live now, 7 to go, Dawson, what's it looking like?
Oh, it's looking like the temperature just got turned up in a different way than I had anticipated, and that is because now we are inside of single digits remaining in this race, remaining in our second prelim. And again, when you looked at the field coming into the second prelim, I talked about it at the top, a lot of big names in this field. Sean Bounty, Trevor Osbornoff, Zach Novak, Alex Hill, Matthew Baker, even Samuel Carter, one of the dark horses to watch this weekend. Stephen Miles, Dude Conrad, Josh McCullough, J.R. Miller. I mean, a lot of regulars, even down to Nathan Rostisel, Jared Haynes, Chris Walker, Evan Carbon. I mean, these are guys that race every week out here on the Tuesday and Thursday scene. And, you know, some of these guys are either going to get left out of the feature race at first, or they're going to get left out altogether and eliminated like it happened in prelim number 1. So we'll restart with 6 to go. We'll reset the field in a moment. Did have some questions down in chat about who advanced out of prelim number 1. Again, if you're just joining us, prelim number 1 was right before this race. I do want to remind you who advanced out of that prelim. Into the feature directly, Garrett Maines, Brock Westmoreland, Brandon Cattell, Chris Blanchard, Jason Batby. So those are the 5 that will race for sure tomorrow afternoon, the first 5 in the field. Here are the 8 that are going into the LCQ later on tonight. Clint Griffin, Michael Anthony, Caitlin McKay is actually, I believe, Tanner Kasinger, as we've now learned. So Tanner Kasinger into the field as well. Aubrey Thompson, Francisco Villarreal, Paul Turner, Ambrose Kniebel, and Stephen Scott Jr. So those are the 13 that came out of prelim number 1. We're now about ready to wrap up prelim number 2 and see who the 13 drivers are racing on this weekend and who some of the big names are that are going to get unlucky and unfortunately be eliminated this afternoon. 6 laps to go and we go back green. Boundy, Osbornoff on the front row, Hill, Novak on the second row, then Sammy Carter and Matthew Baker on row 3, Dude Conrad, Stephen Miles on row 4, Josh McCullough and J.R. Miller on row number 5. Austin, a lot of big names at the front, a lot of big names that are going to be racing tonight in the Last Chance Qualifier. Anybody that's maybe not inside the top 3 or 4 cars that you got your eye on here for potentially the final restart of the afternoon?
Well, Matthew Baker, I guess technically, if you consider him not inside the top 3 or 4, obviously, would be the go-to as good as he is in these cars. I think he'll definitely find a way, but, you know, if we go a little bit further back, I think I got my money on J.R. Miller here. He's in 10th, right now in position to advance to the LCQ, but he's no stranger to finding victory lane at PGR, so we'll see if he can find his way into the top 5 and potentially not have to worry about racing again here tonight. As for, well, really the rest of this field, I think anybody's got a chance that's inside the top 20 to go up there and get themselves locked into the LCQ, and I think anybody in the top 10 has a chance to go straight to the feature. So we're going to find out. 6 laps to go. Late race restarts. This is where things can get crazy.
Yeah, I got my eyes further back on Nathan Harper, Cole Larson, and Wyatt Gray to advance into potentially a transfer into the LCQ. 6 laps remaining at Talladega in prelim race number 2. Sean Boundy into the restart zone. Green flag is back in the air, and away goes the field off towards turn number 1. Good start for Boundy. Good start for Hill. Osbornoff not really caught sleeping. He'll have the better help by the time they get to the backstretch, but really, it looks almost like a flashback to 2011 as the field works its way into 1 and 2. Almost tandem racing here at the front. Bit of a fun flashback as Osbornoff has help from Zach Novak. For now, though, that is all that will be on the top, and Osbornoff will gain some more help. He will. Matthew Baker to the 8 of the middle. It'll be Osbornoff for KSR and the Jack Jack to the lead halfway down the back straightaway.
Trevor did that perfect. He was able to side draft Alex Hill to get him off the back bumper of Sean Boundy. He knew that there was already momentum up top, and so once he was able to get that side draft set in place, that was able to get him to the lead, but he may have made the move a little bit too early. Here comes Zach Novak in the 05 with a push from Matthew Baker. Alex Hill up there as well, Samuel Carter, and everybody else out back continues to try to get organized to see if they can catch these leaders. We're coming up 5 laps to go at the line.
I wouldn't count out that bottom yet. Josh McCullough, Sean Boundy, again, very experienced pushers in behind Trevor Osbornoff. Does Novak drop to the graces of the 89? He will not have a chance. Look at the run on the inside. It's Osbornoff in the 89 trying to win this race, win the prelim, and make a big statement going into tomorrow afternoon. He's got competition behind him, though. A few teammates to watch. Hill and Miles. Are they working with Matthew Baker? What's their plan here with 5 laps to go? We'll wait to see. The 85 is Samuel Carter. How about the run for the driver? Running the special blue and black black Summer Slam colors in this afternoon's race. Novak to the bottom. Now 4 each on each line, but look further back. Here we go as guys start to make their way forward. Guys like Jack Mummert, guys like Jared Haynes, guys like Sidarius Purse. A lot of guys here with 5 laps to go making their statements, but it's Novak and Baker, the pair of 5 cars, leading the way.
Very interesting to see Novak jump down. That's the first time we've seen it here tonight. I think that's because he's ready to just kind of put himself in a safe position. You know, I know he wants this extra 100, but he knows how crazy this gets on the last lap. We saw a big wreck to end Prelim 1. We could see a big one to end Prelim 2. And look at the top get rolling now. How about Dude Conrad pushing on the back bumper of the 99? They might have a chance to look for the lead here down the backstretch. Boy, there's a lot of new faces making their way to the front now. But in that 99, continuing to impress the field, that is, I believe, Jack Mumpert. And oh man, he got a little bit loose. That's going to stall their momentum. But if that third lane can get a little more help, which now they have, watch for them to surge here down the front stretch.
Oh man, but Mummert's really struggling with the handling of that race car, and it's not allowing that line to really move the way they want it to. I think if they got another car that jumped out there, they might have a better shot. So far, just those cars. Percy through the grass. He's going to make the save, hop through the grass, do a little dirt tracking down the front stretch, but he keeps the car straight down the front straightaway. And we look back up front, 3 laps to go now, and here comes the top lane. Jack Mummert, what an upset this would be if he can get to the race lead. Again, 2 laps to go, and we see the line next time by. And it continues to be 2 of the best in the field, Matthew Baker and Zach Novak pacing, but here comes Mummert with the help of Dude Conrad.
Trevor got caught sleeping a little bit on the bottom as the lead pusher, and he's going to pay for it. Hill gets clear. He'll drop down. Oh, Baker gets stuck in the middle, though. He loses a little momentum. Oh, out back.
John Darnell on the wall, Chris Walker and others. Jared Haynes is going to go for a slide. Evan Carlbon goes for a slide. And Darnell in the back of Walker again, and the caution flag flies for the 3rd time tonight, or this afternoon, in prelim number 2, and it's a really tough break for John Darnell for PGR Esports.
So that means we are going to head to overtime. It'll be a 2-lap shootout to decide it, but for the 88 of Darnell, you said it, it's a lot of damage on his car along with the 78. We'll see if they're able to get these 2 repaired, but let's go back and see exactly what happened here. And things were just getting ready to get interesting at the front. There's John Darnell, though. Oh, he just gets loose. I think that's what's going to happen to Darnell here. He's on the outside, and we already saw a couple of guys getting loose. Let's see if that's the case here for the 99. Watch from the cockpit view as they go into 3. Launches up a little bit, tries to follow that line, and yep, that's all it is. Dawson just gets out from under him. How many times have we seen that here tonight?
Oh, it's literally carbon copy, and I said it on the last incident. Where in the next gen, that move is a lot sharper. If you get loose in the corner, especially on exit, you feel it immediately and you can see it. There's a bit of a visual as well for when you're getting loose. This car, it's so tricky because you can't see it off the bat. And if you're not able to sense that, to start driving out of it, then it's really tough to save these race cars. It gets sideways, and it's hard to drive out of it late stages, and it's really tough for Darnell. He was running a good race. He was in a pretty good spot right there to be able to jump in that 3rd line and contend for one of our transfer spots. But as he gets loose, you see just how long it takes him to feel like it's loose, drive out of it, and it collects some others as well. Carlbon, Haynes, Chris Walker also involved here with 2 laps to go. So tough breaks for some of the guys that were in transfer positions. I'll tell you who that helps. And that is the 48 of Sidarius Percy, but nonetheless, tough break there with the 99 of Darnell.
And, you know, looking at it, again, there's a fast car in these prelims, so for any of these guys that have damage, if they have the fast car, they can get the car fixed and come back out. But the problem is, it's only a 2-lap shootout. And I know we've said it a couple times, but these cars aren't like the next gens. You're not just going to get to the front in a single lap. You've got to have help, and you've got to slowly work your way up. And 2 laps just is not enough time to do that once you've lost track position. So now this kind of becomes a battle, I think, more or less of who transfers straight to the feature, because beyond that, it's just going to be just a bunch of chaos. But at least for these front 5 to front 10, I think you're going to see a lot of organized runs, a lot of organized pushing, and definitely a 3rd lane that gets formed at some point. It'll be 2 laps to go. We'll talk about overtime format in just a moment, but up front, how about Alex Hill leading the way? Matthew Baker 2nd, Jack Mummert in 3rd. He's up 25 positions where he started this race at. Zach Novak in 4th, and Samuel Carter rounds out your top 5.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here to some wild cards towards the front. Jack Mummert had just gotten to the front when that incident occurred. Samuel Carter in a really good spot as well. Nathan Harper made that 3rd line work to get him into a pretty decent spot. And, you know, now with 2 laps to go, okay, if you're a guy like Alex Hill, if you're a guy like Matthew Baker, Again here, what risks do you take? We asked the same question of Brandon Cattell and Garrett Maines in our last prelim. We now ask those questions again. And as we come back, man, it's a nervous spot. Even if you're one of these guys up front, you can have all the experience in the world. When you are in position to make a race like the Summer Slam 499 with all that's on the line, the nerves are still going, and they're going strong. You got some butterflies under this caution. They only disappear when it's under green. These caution laps, I can tell you, for these drivers, especially the ones either around a top 5 transfer spot or around our top 13 transfer spots, they're shaking a little bit right now. It's a nerve-wracking time. These laps feel eternal for these guys. They just say, all right, let's just go back green, just go back green, just give me a chance to actually race, to get myself into a good spot. And man, for these guys, again, these laps go slower and slower and slower, and they just want to get back to the green flag and especially back to the white flag.
They certainly do. By the way, fuel not going to be a concern. Sometimes that is when we go into overtime, but not going to be the case. And the rules for overtime, we've got to make it to the white flag. Well, since we only have one overtime in this case, what it'll be is if we make it to the white flag, then these guys will race it out. Even if they wreck on that last lap, there will not be a caution thrown. I'm not sure if race control has it set up to throw a caution if they wreck on the first lap. I would assume they do. So with that in place, the idea would be if they wreck on that first lap, caution will be thrown. Field will get frozen, and however they finish from there will be how we set the position for the LCQ, the feature, and then drivers that will be eliminated. By the way, quick reminder where these guys head next, or I guess I should say which prelim is next. Take a look at the names on prelim number 3. The right poster there, if you see your driver's name on there, that means they are coming up in the prelim that starts at 5 o'clock Eastern. Actually, 5:05 is when qualifying ends. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. Get excited for it. That will be me and Dawson, and then after that, we will change things up a little bit. Prelim 4, Triscaro on the call. And then don't forget, there will be another stream later tonight that will start, I believe, somewhere around 9:45 for the LCQ, which goes green somewhere around 10 o'clock. So make sure you stay tuned for that later as well.
Yeah, a lot coming up in prelim number 3. A lot of big names that you see there. Another Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver. That is Michael Guest, the Omega Cup Spring Bowl champion. Cody Nagel's also to come here in prelim number 3, as well as Michael Triscaro getting his shot at the Summer Slam 499. He will race upcoming in heat number 3 as well. So looking forward to a lot, but business to be attended to this afternoon in prelim number 2, and it's time to figure it out. If they get to the white flag, then the next flag ends the race. The race will be official, and we will race this thing out to see who the 13 are advancing and the 5 are advancing into the SummerSlam 499. It's Nightmare Esports driver Alex Hill. He's had one of the best prelims that I've seen him run in this afternoon's race. Very collected, but it's about to get a little bit more chaotic here at the front. Matthew Baker, how many times has he been in this spot before? He knows how to get to victory lane. Did one of these two get the job done, or is it someone out from behind them in the field? Green flag is back in the air, and here we go down towards turn number 1. 2 laps to go. Good start on the bottom.
Great start on the bottom. Up top, pretty good as well. The problem is they don't have as much help, at least not as deep in the field. Matthew Baker, Zach Novak waiting for Duke Conrad to arrive on the back bumper. On the inside, Trevor Osnoth all the way back in 4th. I was wondering if he'd maybe be able to find a gap to slide up. Not going to be the case as Nathan Harper and Sean Boundy start to close that distance on the outside. Further back, this outside gets more disorganized.
Trouble, Samuel Carter out and around to the inside of the racetrack, and he make the save. My goodness, Samuel Carter almost kept it off Mark Vondell. That was extremely close. How in the world? I mean, we've seen a couple of race savers, unfortunately for Carter. If this race gets to the white flag, he's going to have to hope for some calamity in front of him because he has lost the draft to the leaders. Into the trial for potentially the second to last time. Novak on the outside, Baker on the inside. The fight begins for the top 5 and for the top 13. White flag in prelim race number 2.
1 lap to go. That means all bets are off. Who's going in? Oh, Novak lost his back bumper. Not sure when that happened, but Novak lost his back bumper. That's going to affect this outside line. Baker starts to resurge. Will he get enough momentum to get Alex Hill clear? He will not. Novak still trying to hold on for as long as he can. Duke Conrad continues to push. 3 organized on the bottom, 3 organized up top. Who goes for the 3rd lane? Sean Bounty's going to look up top going into turn 3.
Zach Novak, pull those belts tight because these pushes are not going to be even from Dude Conrad. He's doing everything he can. Loses the 0-5, man. He's on the edge of control. Off turn number 4 for the final time. The Coasting, they're Chevy. Dude Conrad blows up. Conrad around. Harper around. Miles, Miller, Bounty. They pile up behind the leaders. How will the Cyclops cars airborne? At the line, Matthew Baker wins prelim number 2 over Alex Hill, Jack Mummer, Zach Novak, and Cole Larson.
Wow, well, we saw a big wreck to end Prelim 1, and we saw a pretty big wreck to end Prelim number 2. But, man, that's heartbreak for Dude Conrad. I know he wanted to try to push Novak to the win, but that's a mistake that's so tough to make in a Prelim when you know you're in position to make it and you blow the motor on the final straightaway. But, man, oh, man, what a win for Matthew Baker. And yet again, I got to say, kind of another non-surprising winner with how good he has been in these Xfinity cars over the course of some of the last seasons that we've seen money racing-wise over in Tuesday Night Thunder.
And no surprise here, really at the top 2, Matthew Baker, Alex Hill, 2 of the best in the business. Jack Mummer, how about that? Jack Mummer, welcome to the Summer Slam 499, one of our automatic qualifiers, as he gets in 3rd. Novak and Cole Larson as well. We'll look at the rest of our LCQ drivers in a moment. But Matthew Baker, you think this one doesn't mean a lot? Let's see the celebration here from the 5 car as he gets the burnouts going here on the front straightaway.
Yeah, he's going to burn it down. He's pretty excited, as he should be. We'll get to hear from him here in just a couple minutes, as after that we'll get ready for prelim number 3, which again will go green at 5:05 Eastern, so make sure you stick around for that. Be on the same stream here. Matthew Baker, he's excited, and you can't blame him. That's a really, really good win for the 5, and that's momentum that he's going to have going into tomorrow.
Well, again, I kind of talked about it a little bit earlier as we'll get ready to get into our finishing results, but I kind of talked about it earlier. Nerves as a driver going into that final race start, that includes Matthew Baker. You still want to get the job done, and as we'll talk about in a minute, that's because there's big names that are not going to be racing in the rest of the Summer Slam 499. All right, here's the finishing results. Here are your 5 drivers that will automatically qualify into tomorrow afternoon's Summer Slam 499 main event. Matthew Baker wins prelim number 2. Alex Hill for Nightmare Esports is in as well. Jack Mummert has made his way into the field. He is in by virtue of a 3rd place finish. The NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver Zach Novak is in as well. He finishes 4th. Cole Larson, the final automatic qualifier, he finishes in 5th. The following 8 drivers are headed to the Last Chance Qualifier tonight. The driver that will start 2nd in that race will be Trevor Osrenoth by virtue of his 6th place finish. Tyler Vickery, what a recovery for Tyler Vickery of Team PGR. He makes his way into the Last Chance Qualifier with a 7th place finish. Jared Haynes for One Stop Motorsports in 8th. Josh Sutherland, nice drive for him. He'll be in tonight as well in 9th. And DeAndre Kane in 10th. The last 3 cars advancing to the Last Chance Qualifier. Axel Smith in 11th. Mark Vondell in 12th. And Wyatt Gray in 13th.
Sedarius Percy finishes in 14th with Aaron Ramon in 15th. Stephen Miles for Nightmare Esports finishes in 16th. Grant Gutter in 17th. Then you've got Nathan Rosticle back in 18th. Rounding out your top 20 is Evan Carlbon and Sean Boundy. Samuel Carter finishes 21st. J.R. Miller 22nd. Nathan Harper 23rd with Joshua McCullough in 24th. Ricky Miles 25th. Looks like Dude Conrad ended up 26th after that blown motor on the final straightaway. Chris Walker back in 27th with John Darnell in 28th. And then rounding out the field here was Jeff Glockner and Mike Bearden. All right, Dawson, we going to talk to your winner?
Yes, we are. Finishing results complete. We will talk to, I would imagine, a very excited driver here for NBG Motorsports. The winner of this afternoon's 2nd prelim race. We'll drag him up here with us to get a word with Matthew Baker in the 5 car. Baker, it's Austin and Dawson in the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you, buddy.
Oh, man, we could tell you were excited by those burnouts on the front straightaway. No stranger to winning in this car at Talladega, especially over the past 3 to 4 months. But coming into that last restart, I said there were a lot of nerves for even the guys at the front, the most experienced. Take me through the mindset as a driver, a late race restart with so much on the line.
Yeah, it just, it was stressful for sure, and I haven't been able to get any sort of PGR win, because I race control most of the times, but anytime I run it, it's usually the 2nd place finish for me, so I'm glad I could get a win here, and Alex stuck to my back bumper. He just wants to transfer on to tomorrow, so stay committed to me, and it helped a lot that Novak lost his back bumper there, coming to the white flag, made it a lot easier for me to, or it made it easier decision for Sean to stay committed to me. So props to him. Thanks to, who's the other guy that really surprised me? Jackson Mummer, another big surprise there, transferring in. Cole Larson as well, finishing 5th place there. Really impressed by all these guys holding it together. I feel for Dude Conrad, ran a great race, just got unfortunate circumstances with Novak losing his back bumper, and he had to work overtime trying to push him.
Oh yeah, certainly a tough break there for Dude Conrad. But regardless, it's a victory for you. And even, outside the victory, just, the relief to know that now you don't have to race tonight. You're done for this afternoon, and you can start to focus your energy on tomorrow. What does that do for you guys as drivers when you get in that top 5, you take a deep breath? Okay, I can watch the LCQ, I can watch from the sidelines and take some mental notes. What does that do for your mindset for tomorrow as a driver?
Well, as a driver, it's great because I don't have to race tomorrow or tonight, like you said. But now I got to move into this next race to race control, and there's been some close calls in both races. This race is a lot cleaner. Very impressed by all the guys here running up front. Only had 3 cautions, I think. So a very good race by everyone else here. But gonna get up into the tower for some race control here on these next couple of races, and just wish the best of luck to the Prelim 3, 4, and 5 that are going out. That Prelim 5 is going to be a barn burner, so really excited.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be a good one, and this one was as well. You come away with the victory here in Prelim 3, and Prelim 2, and we'll see you tomorrow afternoon in the Summer Slam 499. Before we let you go, is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
Yeah, just thanks to Coasting Thunder, MBG Motorsports, Baker & Son Construction. Thanks to Martin Sports. I run the Tuesday Night Thunder scheme because it gives me the best luck, and this is another one with that paint scheme. VP8 number 5 is pretty sweet. Thanks to Alex for the push there at the end. We really worked well. All raced together. We knew we just had to stay calm and stay together. Feel for Stephen Miles. He was running well too. But thanks to you guys for putting on the broadcast. I know it's going to be a long night for all of us here at PGR Esports, but I hope everyone sticks around here. Glad to see 112 viewers there at one point. Hopefully we can get the numbers up to 200 for the night's end.
Oh, absolutely. Well, congratulations on the victory here this afternoon. Go enjoy it. Go take a deep breath and get yourself set up for tomorrow.
Thanks, Dawson.
And that will just about do it here for Prelim number 2. Matthew Baker gets the win, and the 4 drivers again advancing with him to tomorrow's feature. Alex Hill, Jack Mummert, Zach Novak, and Cole Larson. Again, those drivers you see 6th through 13th, they will be racing later on tonight in our Last Chance Qualifier. Well, stick with us. We will continue to bring you action for your live from PGR Esports. Again, Prelim number 3 is next up. About 5:05, the green flag time. We'll be back around 5 o'clock on the East Coast here for coverage of Prelim number 3. So come back and join us. For Austin Green, I'm Dawson Wise. We'll see you here in about 20 minutes.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the booth with us here, the PGR Summer Slam 499. Well, the road to it at least continues as we get ready for prelim number 3. I'm Austin Green alongside Dawson Wise. We've been here so far the whole way, and we're going to be here for this one, and then we'll split things up. Again, prelim number 4 is going to be myself and Cody Nagels, and then prelim 5 will be Dawson Wise and Michael Triscaro. So looking forward to that, but as we get ready, qualifying underway here for prelim number 3, some big names in this one as well, a couple more of the Nightmare teammates. Who's got your eye for this one, Dawson?
There's several drivers that do, and again, kind of the theme of this one is going to again be teammates. I'm looking at obviously the Nightmare cars as cars that will be catching my eye. Logan York also catches your eye, a guy that got a win earlier in the week and has won quite a bit in this car. Has found a lot of success through mainly the Tuesday Night Thunder Series on Tuesdays. Was a playoff driver, was in the round of 8 on Tuesday night, so I'm looking at him. And then the guy I noticed Wednesday, and I really want to put a focus on him this afternoon, and that's going to be Joe Huerta for KSR in the Jack Shack. He ran a very, very good race on Wednesday night, a very collected race, which is the biggest thing I talked about, especially with Alex Hill in the last one, or Alex Hill, Matthew Baker and company, is that they looked very collected. They looked very confident, and they looked very relaxed and relaxing, kind of taking that breath and saying, okay, it's a long race. I can kind of just take a breath. Racing tight is the worst thing you can do in a situation like this. And Joe Huerta did a very good job of that on Wednesday, and I'm definitely looking at him to make an impact here in this afternoon's third prelim. So several guys to keep an eye on, and many more as well.
Well, bringing up the idea of nerves in general, I mean, you're talking about Michael Triscaro. I'm thinking, what is majority of the field thinking now that they've had the chance to watch 2 prelims and maybe take a couple notes on what to expect for this one?
Well, it's kind of a tale of 2 races. Prelim 1 started pretty calm and then entered into a bit of a chaotic frenzy in the back half of the race, whereas that second prelim kind of was very calm for most of the race, had a couple of incidents, but that's about it. For the most part, it stayed very calm throughout, and it was very interesting to see kind of the difference in races. You wonder if there were maybe some jitters for the guys being the first guys on track of the entire weekend. Perhaps there were some jitters there for those guys, whereas in the second prelim, you had number 1, you had more experience, in my opinion, down the list overall, as well as they had gotten to see that first prelim race. They weren't the first guys on track, so maybe a little bit less jitters. So I expect the same here. These guys have now watched 2 races. They know staying calm is key. Getting to that green flag pit stop may be key as well. I think these guys are going to do a lot of the same things that we saw prelim number 2 do.
It's going to be a fun one, that is for sure. Well, just about a minute left in qualifying, so we're going to take a quick ad break. When we come back, we will set the grid for prelim number 3. Stick with us. We get ready to drop the green flag yet again at Talladega.
I played a couple of simulators, and this was like very responsive. Especially the hydraulics and stuff, the motion and stuff was really, really on point.
But you feel like you're really driving. It feels real.
It adds so much to the experience. It's just really, really cool.
It was pretty awesome.
Welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway. Prelim 1 complete, Prelim 2 also complete, and that leads us to where we are now, which is Prelim number 3. Qualifying has been complete, the grid is set, so let's take a look at what your starting order is. Cody Nagels takes the pole, that's one of the Nightmare eSports drivers. Joe Huerta, another one of the drivers who's been on the rise as of late, becoming a fan favorite as well. He will roll off second. Michael Triscaro, series owner, looking to see if he can advance further on into the event. He'll have a third-place starting spot tonight. William Price back in fourth. Andrew Harris rounds out the top 5. Michael Guest, one of the Coke Series drivers, in 6th, with Nick Sipple back in 7th. Jason Wallet, that's one of the College Series drivers. He will start in the 8th spot here tonight. Sean Corbett back in 9th, and Danny Barnes rounding out your top 10.
Row number 6, Stanley Jr. Good to see Stanley out here in this event. He'll roll from 11th with Jackson Holbrook back in the 12th position. Row 6 will be Roland Brown in the 4 and Tanguy DeCock in the 54 machine. Row number 8 will be Mike Davenport for Team PGR, so potential help for Michael Triscaro and Sean Gapinski in the 22. Row number 9, Zach Saunders in the 7. We'll start 17th with Joe Sullivan, one of the entries from Wednesday night. One of the guys that got the entry to this race. He'll start from 18th position. Rounding out the top 20, James Wagoner in the 30 and Brandon Yates in the 8 machine.
Jason Stevenson will start 21st here tonight with James Steck to his outside in 22nd. Joey Galati, one of the drivers that we see a lot in the money racing scene, rolls off 23rd with Terry Wilson to his outside in 24th. Logan York, he will start back in 25th. He's going to have a lot of work to do. And then Richard Elliott for BAR back in 26th. Josh Gambro in 27th. Jacob Fletcher in 28th. And rounding out prelim number 3. Well, it looks like that's it. So 2 drivers less than a few of the others. So we'll move into your race info again. Nothing has really changed. Still in the Xfinity cars, 50 laps, still going to be the distance, 70% fuel, unlimited tires, 1 faster pair, fixed setups as always, and then 1 green-white checkered if we were to need it. So we'll have to see. Again, we did use it in Prelim 2, but we didn't use it in Prelim number 1. Track temp still 124 degrees, even with those partly cloudy skies. 82 degrees outside, and then winds at 2 miles an hour, not going to be a factor. So I mean, feel like we shouldn't be too surprised. Dawson, the man starting on the pole, he's no stranger, I guess I should say, to finding victory lane at some of these big races. You look back to the ERA Cup that was a couple months back, and he got the win in that race, and he's looking to see if he can do it again here this weekend.
Yeah, Cody Nagel's looking to double up is what I'm calling it this weekend. Won the $4,000 prize back at Daytona in February in the ERA Omega Cup Spring Bowl, and he's now looking to take advantage and win another big race. Many times he's gone to victory lane in PGR, but none would be bigger than this weekend. But some other drivers as well that I'm looking at to maybe make a statement in this race, make their way in. Michael Triscaro is the most obvious. The Prime Hydration colors aboard the number 34. He'll start from 3rd this afternoon in prelim number 3. I mentioned Joe Huerta and several other big names, maybe that not as many of us know. William Price, very qualified super speedway racer. He'll start from 4th this afternoon. Jason Wallet, of course, the College Series driver. I believe he's got his College Series paint scheme on this afternoon, so if you've watched any of that, the Drexel College colors aboard that number 76, I'm looking at him as well. A lot of very big names from a lot of different places in this field. It's a very interesting field makeup.
It certainly is. You still got a lot of heavy hitters. I mean, there's been some in every prelim. I think Prelim 2 arguably was the most stacked so far, but again, you look at that front row, those are 2 guys I think are going to be well in control of majority of this race. We could see a green flag pit stop potentially, depending on how long these guys go green. All right, here we go. Pace car rolls off. Field in the hands of Cody Nagels as he leads them through the tri-oval into the Geico restart zone. Prelim number 3 is underway. Green flag in the air. We're back racing at Talladega.
thought it would be Nagels at the line to control the field, but instead the outside rallied there late in that first lap, and it's Joe Huerta for KSR and the Jack Shack, the Hyper Ice colors, aboard the number 1 Toyota Supra, who led the lap, but not for long. It's Cody Nagels that jumps to the top. The Extra Life Bank of Missouri colors, the very familiar green and black. This is the same paint scheme that he took to victory lane in the Omega Cup Spring Bowl, and he's hoping for more good luck from that paint scheme over the course of this weekend. He jumped top, he'll go back bottom. Helping out really Joe Huerta and Michael Triscaro, keeping their temperatures cool early.
We've seen a couple guys kind of doing that trend with running a paint scheme that's brought them good luck in past big races. Cody Nagels, of course, in the same boat with that. Michael Triscaro, though, he said he was a little uncomfortable. He looks pretty comfortable, though, right now, making a move up to the high side. He had to slam the door on Joe Huerta to make that move work, but it was a good move, and now it's going to get him out in front. He'll lead his first lap here on Saturday with just 3 of 50 complete. By the way, the 33 William Price on the outside, that's another driver that we don't see as much in money racing, but when he's here, you know he's here to make a statement. He's got a good run going so far after a phenomenal qualifying effort. And then Jason Wallet, if you look for a driver to maybe mix things up later, that could be your guy. Danny Barnes as well in the 7. He sits currently that 4th on the outside. That's another driver for, well, used to be one of the PGR eSports drivers. Right now he's got the pink and black colors on. So he has already gained 2 spots where he started this race at as he runs in the top 10.
Man, Michael Triscaro looking sporty early. You said it. You know, you didn't know what the nerd level would be for guys here at the front of the field. Well, it's clearly not very high right now for Michael Triscaro because he has gone to the point and now controls the race alongside Cody Nagels. And in behind them, Joe Huerta, Andrew Harris are in line 3rd and 4th right now in this race. Not a lot of movement so far either. Only a couple guys up any kind of spots. Richard Elliott +6, Joey Galati +5, the biggest movers here early on lap number 4. But that kind of is consistent with what we saw back in Prelim number 2, and that's that these guys towards the back are kind of just relaxing. And I know relaxing sounds bad in a very short Prelim race, but it's still 50 laps. There's still a green flag pit stop, still a lot of time for you to be able to make that right move. You only have to get to 13th position, so no surprise, these guys towards the back taking it easy, especially after watching these 2 Prelim races where guys are having handling problems up front. I don't know if I blame them.
Certainly conservative out of the gate for most of the field. Nick Sipple right now in the 5th spot. He's up 2 positions from where he started this race at. Just a couple rows behind him. Stanley Jr. in the 14. He's just behind Sean Corbett in the 45. 2 by 2 though as they climb the banking into turn number 1. And, you know, I feel like with each prelim that goes by, you know, I said I don't know if it gives these guys much more than a couple brief notes, but one thing it does is I feel like it makes them go in with a different mindset. And in this case, everybody saw that we had at least a couple cautions in both prelims before this, and so I think maybe a lot of people are expecting a caution at some point, and with that, they all want to keep these cars clean because, ooh, man, that was a big wiggle right there from Jackson Holbrook in the 15. It's early on, but clearly handling already becoming a little bit of an issue with this hot track temp.
Well, and that's kind of the thing, too. Yes, they can watch those prelims and, you know, come at it with a little bit different mindset, but you still have to test the waters in the race car. You still have to figure out what can I get away with in the pack, what can I not get away with in the pack. You got to figure that out here pretty early in this race in order to figure out, you know, what's my limit? How far can I turn in the corner? How much can I set the car down on the banking? What kind of moves can I make? You're figuring that all out right now before we get into the later stages of the racing. You saw right there Jackson Holbrook. He's going to play it safe and drop in on the bottom side of the racetrack behind Sean Corbett. And again, you saw him hit that limit in turn 3. He's taking a deep breath right now and saying, let me calm myself down and reset. I'll tell you one guy who hasn't reset a whole race. We're going to talk about it a lot. Michael Triscaro, and he's carrying prime colors this weekend. Could be a good luck sign here for one of the sponsors on board the 34 machine.
Yeah, you know the sponsors want TV time, and if he can keep that 34 car out in front the way he is right now, he'll certainly get a lot of it. But further back towards the middle portions of the field, they remain 2 by 2. Not seeing a lot of people make moves just yet. The 18, by the way, rounds out the back of this pack, but that is not the last car. Michael Guest is back in 28th, and this is surprising for everyone because he's one of the Coke guys. You knew he'd be in contention, but he missed the start. So as a result, he didn't get to roll out till everybody got rolling and already went by. That means he is going to need a caution, and realistically, he might need it kind of soon because he could be in danger of going a lap down if this thing continues to go green, as he will be a lot or pretty far off pace running by himself versus that group running in a big pack.
That's a really tough break for Michael Guest. He missed the start, but obviously still very early. If there is that caution, which we've seen in the previous 2 races, you know, then he'll be right back in it. He'll be right back on the lead lap, assuming he can only go 1 lap down here, and he'll be right back in contention. to be in a potential transfer spot. But that'd be one of the biggest names of the afternoon that would not make that feature race or the LCQ race later on tonight. That would for sure be one of the biggest snubs, one of the biggest eliminations of the afternoon. Up front, Cody Nagels back to the point. Joe Huerta, Michael Triscaro been a big part of that. They've been doing a very good job in all three. They've kind of flip-flopped, exchanged the lead back and forth throughout the early stages of this race. And they're kind of doing the same thing that we saw Matthew Baker, Alex Hill, and Trevor Oswornoth do back in prelim number 2 just a few moments ago. And that's, they're trading off who's leading. They're trading off who's saving a little bit of temps underneath the engine. They're just managing right now, and they're doing a really good job of it.
Yeah, well, that's the goal, right? If you have a couple guys you know at the front, you can all control lanes, and it is a lot tougher than people would think to make that pass. And we're going to see even more of this on the feature on Sunday, depending on what teammates have each other in the race and what teams make the feature. But, I mean, like you just said, Dawson, even now you're seeing it with up front, Nagels, Triscaro, trading off the lead, trying to keep everybody cool and trying to keep themselves up front. But as we ride on board with Nick Sipple here, currently sitting third on the inside, to make it fourth as Cody Nagels dropped down. Right now, his job is to do no more than stay relatively close to the back bumper of that 87. He doesn't want to push him. He's fourth in line. That's not going to end well. Because actually now he's back to third. The point is, he doesn't want to be doing too much pushing right now. His goal is just to stay close to that 87 so that he falls back. He can give him some support then.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the goal when you're really third or fourth in line. Is just be close enough to be the support car. And that's exactly what's going on right now for that third machine in line, Nick Sipple. Outside is starting to roll, though. Jason Wallet, the College Series driver. Jackson Holbrook, well, it's going to break down here in the middle of the trial. And for the first time in Prelim 3, we are 4 wide, 1 row deep. As Wallet got hung out, he was running a little bit too high, I think, for the liking of the guys in behind him in line, mainly Jackson Holbrook and company.
That's one of those moves. Garrett tried something, I would say, similar earlier, but not quite the same, where, you know, if I don't want to say fall asleep, but if you kind of get too relaxed, riding on that outside, you start to drift up. Sometimes there's guys that if you get undisciplined enough, they will take advantage and split you middle. And you see right there, look how much Michael Triscaro and Joe Huerta washed up. It's something like that where you start to creep up the racetrack, and if the guy behind you has a run, he could take advantage. So you got to be careful with that and try to make sure you're staying relatively close to that inside line. But at the same time, when it's this early, Dawson, you're kind of expecting everybody to cut you a bit of a break. You're thinking to yourself, you know, it's this early in the race. There's no point in us trying to go 3 wide, and you're not expecting the guy behind you to split you.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's at kind of an early point in the race to be doing that still. But again, you know, if you leave too much of a gap, then that's going to happen. Is on board now looking backwards at the number 6 for Nightmare eSports. We're looking on board with Michael Triscaro. And now, again, I mentioned it in Prelim 1. I'll mention it again here in Prelim 3. I mentioned it also in Prelim number 2. A lot of space being given right now. Look at as they go by Michael Guest here. He's going to get lapped. They may go 4 wide here again for a moment, but look at some of these spaces between these cars. How much room's being given. Man, that was really close between Guest, I believe, the 0-1 of Logan York. That was a really close call.
Yeah, I think York was trying to be, you know, kind of a good, they're not teammates, but a good friend there and try to help out Michael Guest, but just the speed difference was way too big, and I think he realized that. He almost clipped him. That could have went from bad to worse for Michael Guest, but Logan York, you know, we said who would want to go to the front first. No surprise that Logan's one of them. He has already made up 14 spots before he started this race, as he currently finds himself now inside the top 10, making 15 spots he's gained. Runs currently just behind Roland Brown in the 4, who's also having a phenomenal run so far. He's up 4 positions from where he started this race at.
A lot of guys on the move so far early, and it kind of goes into what we talked about way back at the beginning of this broadcast earlier on today, and that's seeing which guys go which route, which guys take which mindset. And obviously we now can see that. Logan York plus 15, Elliott plus 10, others plus some going to the back, though, that have lost some spots in the early portions of this race, and that's because it's a bit of a difference in mindset. Some guys want to go forward, want to be on the aggressive end, want to be the guys that get attacked later in the race. Some of the guys would rather be on the attack later in the race and save their race car. It's very interesting. 2 very, very unique mindsets here, and very different mindsets between the drivers in the field. The guys up front, they're racing still pretty hard. Joe Huerta to the outside of Cody Nagels. Huerta wants to lead back for the JSR group.
6 to Cody Nagels on the bottom, him and Michael Triscaro. They've worked together before, so you know the chemistry is going to be there. And on the outside, that's still the 33 of William Price. I mean, he continues to impress. They haven't made a bunch of moves up front, so he hasn't had to work too hard just yet, but you see he's doing pretty much everything you need to do if you're the lead pusher. Duck out of line every once in a while and make sure you're keeping that engine cool. And make sure you can keep your guy as close to the front as possible. Nagels, though, continues to manage both lines, and further back, I saw one jump out. That's Michael Guest. Remember, he's a lap down, but what I wonder here, Dawson, is he trying to push the issue here a little bit to see if he can't get these guys to maybe twerk that caution he needs?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. He may also be just trying to get his lap back the hard way in case the caution comes out. Maybe he doesn't have to be the lucky dog. He can just be on the tail end of the lead lap. We'll see. But no dikes for him yet, no help. And unfortunately, that's not going to help you when you're trying to get to the front three wide. You need more than one car out there if you're going to go anywhere. And so far, no takers. He's alongside Jason Wallet. He's going to need 1, 2, maybe 3 more cars to jump out there and help him. So far, not a lot. Here comes the first bit of help for Michael Guest towards the back end of this field. And I can't tell exactly which car that is back there at green and black car up on the outside behind Michael Guest, but some help coming for the 54.
Looks like that is the 49 machine. Thought maybe for a minute. Well, we don't want to get the names wrong again. These are a lot of guys that we have never had a chance to work with before or see on track. So we're going to have the names right by the time we get to, of course, the feature. But if we get anybody slightly wrong, do work with us. We are certainly trying our best. But that's Josh D'Ambrone and the 49, who, yes, we have seen before. And now Jason Wallet, he's jumped up there as well. So look at this. Third lane went from 1 car now to 3. They might get 4 here, as it looks like somebody towards the middle portions of the pack is thinking about jumping out. That was like, that's the 01 of Logan York. Wouldn't be surprised if he takes it 3 wide.
Yeah, and one of the least surprising developments of the afternoon, Logan York. Aggressive drivers will be aggressive, and Logan York jumps out of line. He's going to lead that third line with the help now of Michael Guest. York trying to get to the lead. Guest trying to get to a point.
Welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway. First caution is out here for prelim number 3. And you might have noticed the issue that we had earlier. I know me and Dawson mentioned it. Some outages currently going on between, I guess, I don't know, the server, whatever the deal is. Point is, that's why we keep getting disconnected a couple times. So I do apologize. Again, there's not much we can do about it for the prelim session. We're working on it. But I know Dawson did say it earlier, shouldn't be too long if it happens. Didn't happen in prelim 2. Fingers crossed that was the last one, but hopefully everybody watching has an idea by now. And again, we do apologize for that. As a result, also not going to be able to look at the replay of what brought out this yellow, but you could certainly get an idea of some of the drivers potentially involved. Zach Saunders currently sits in the pits. Not sure if he has necessarily had damage or if he was just in topping off on fuel, but looks like Sean Gapinski has fallen a lap down. Now that could be a big break for Michael Guest if he did indeed get his lap back, which I think he did. So they were just getting 3 wide, Dawson, and I know we didn't get to see what happened, but you kind of got to assume it may have stemmed something from there.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty much carbon copy again from the very limited view I saw of it as well. It was towards the tail end of the field, back around James Wagner, and I think he might have been the one that got out of shape a little bit towards the back end of this field. And again, it just comes down to you got to set the car on the banking. You have to set that car down, and we've seen several issues with it throughout the course of the afternoon where guys are just not getting the tires set on the banking. It's kicking out just a little bit, and again, it's so subtle in this Xfinity Series race car that it's tough to notice. Again, you only have the feedback with your eyes and with your hands, You don't have any feedback, down in your backside that's on top of the car that you can feel the car out of line. You can feel something going wrong. So at least most of these guys don't. We know several use the full motion sim rigs that absolutely give you that feedback, but still it's not the same as being in a real race car. So with how subtle it is, how quick it can happen, no surprise there it happens again, and it takes several cars. And you mentioned Zach Saunders. He actually is missing the rear end of that number 7 machine. So he was involved in some capacity in that incident and is now missing the back end of that car as he tries to save that fast repair for a little bit later on.
That would explain the damage. And the other thing that I was sitting here thinking about is we've now had a caution within the first 20 laps of every single prelim that we've ran so far. It seems like a trend to me, so drivers in prelim 4 and 5, I don't know if they can incorporate that into their strategy or not, but we'll find out as Jason Wallet, after falling to the back, quickly made his way back up near the front. The 6 of Cody Nagels leads the way, though. William Price second, Joe Herta third, and Michael Triscaro still with a great run going as he sits in 4th. Roland Brown, Nick Sipple, and also not only those two, but even a couple spots further back than that, Jackson Holbrook. Those have been 3 drivers, Dawson, that I feel like a lot of people may have considered them kind of underdog picks coming into this race, but they've done a phenomenal job so far of staying at the front, keeping it clean, and looking like drivers that are going to be in contention to advance straight to the feature at the end of the race here.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's several guys I'm looking at that are in that same boat as well. So I'm going to be very interesting to kind of see, who ends up where. What's the aggression standpoint? Now, what's the mindset? It's kind of similar to prelim number 1, where we had that caution right about lap 20, and even last prelim as well, where you got to decide now, what do I do from here? How do I change my approach? Green flag is back of the air. 31 laps remaining in prelim number 3, and it's a great start on the bottom side for the Nightmare Esports driver Cody Nagels and his help in behind him. Joe Huerta. Jason Wallet has made his way back to the front of the field. Nick Sipple as well. Top side, Price, Triscaro. And then I can't quite tell who that third car in line is. I believe it might be Roland Brown on the 4 car, one of our entries that was won on Wednesday night as well. Good showing so far for the man in the 4 car, as well as he put on a great showing on Wednesday. He is up near the front of this 3rd prelim.
Well, Joe Herta got clear. He moved up, and now that means Jason Wallet, first time that he's going to be the lead pusher here tonight on the back bumper of Cody Nagels. And we'll see how well he's able to hold that 6 even, see if he can maybe even push him out in front a couple times with Nagels. Well, never mind.
Caution flag towards the tail end of the speedway. A couple cars off. Oh, several cars off. Michael Guest is one of them.
Yeah, Michael Guest is one of them, but in general, way more than several here. It looked like probably 5, anywhere between 5 to 10 cars, at least from this view. That's the 76 of Joe Sullivan. Terry Wilson is involved as well, as is Jacob Stevenson, it looks like, in the HendrickCars.com 17 machine. Not sure where this one all went wrong, but second caution here with just 21 laps complete, and now this is going to make fuel strategy interesting, but we'll get into that in just a moment. Let's see what happens here. This was further back, so that's the 17 of Stevenson, and then Terry Wilson in the 3 just in front of him. Actually, we're going to go to the chopper view first. I think that'll give the best angle of this here. And watch his, oh, that's a really odd situation there. The checkup here, the three almost kind of, I don't know if I want to call that indecisive or just hesitated here, but he's in the middle. It looks like he's going to go low, but instead he just stays in the middle and bails out of the throttle. And then at that point, 2 drivers coming up just behind him, the 661 and then the 17, they both got a scatter because they're trying to miss the 3, and then I think Terry Wilson maybe gets spooked a little bit from that, washes up a little bit, gets into the 17, and then once he gets turned down the racetrack, the wreck's on from there. That was a big hit for the 24.
Yeah, one of those where I think there was a little bit of hesitation on behalf of Terry Wilson here, and that he wanted to drop down to the bottom, but I think, I don't know if it was he waited a little long or something else, that maybe didn't anticipate that the run was going to be that big coming from behind him. And unfortunately goes to drop down. Well, then he has to come back up, and he overcompensates a little bit when he's coming back up. And again, not necessarily that he did anything egregious there. It's not at all what I'm trying to say. It's more so this race car. Again, it takes it a bit. If you're making a move like that, it takes it a second to set back down. When you're making a move to settle out on the banking, it kind of just washes you up. Maybe you go up a little bit further than you anticipate, and he gets into Jason Stevenson. Again, there's some big hits in this wreck. I mean, Jason Stevenson, actually, he tried to bail. He's moving up. He tried to bail, but not much he could do. And then actually, once he gets hit the first time, he's completely loose. The back end is way sideways, and the rest of these guys are innocent bystanders. Guys towards the back end of this field, they're unfortunately going to be involved in this one. My goodness, Gopinski, that is a massive hit to the outside retaining wall. And most importantly, right after he got that break, Michael Guest involved as well.
Yeah, he tried to shoot the gap in this one, and we'll go to his onboard here. He had a pretty good view of the wreck itself, and then, of course, unfortunately got in it. He sees it right there, runs into the back of, didn't know that was from that view, and then that's a pretty big hit, so that'll probably be his fast repair gone early in the going. I guess the good news is that he is back on the lead lap, but, you know, once you have to use that fast repair, you're kind of treading thin ice from there. It's going to be a tough situation as we go back up front. Tanguy DeCock currently leads the way with 22 of 50 laps complete. Cody Nagels in second, Joe Herta in third, Jason Wallet fourth, and Michael Triscaro rounding out your top 5. Now, Tanguy, the fact that he got up here, Dawson, I got to believe this is some sort of strategy call. And, you know, it's a good time to do it because we're halfway through, just about halfway through, and fuel becomes a lot closer from here if he thinks he can make it. I like the call for the track position.
Honestly, yeah, I do too. I mean, I know it becomes close for some of these guys behind him, but I don't really mind this call. I really don't. I like getting the track position over top of maybe a fuel stop. Maybe he catches a lucky caution or a couple lucky cautions that he can save enough gas. Maybe guys want to come back and grab tires. Maybe these guys behind him aren't as good as we anticipate that they might be. They are still right about on the number to make it. So I like this call a lot. You got to risk it in these kinds of races. You have to be willing to take risks, get out of your comfort zone, and go up front and lead laps and control the race in order to be in the good spot at the end. I love this call from the 54 car.
We'll see how it pans out. But right now, it looks like we are going to go ahead and get the 1 to go signal. So that means that we are getting ready to go back green here at Talladega. And so far, I mean, 2 cautions, not too bad. Remember, the first prelim was, I would say, kind of where we saw the most cautions. I think everybody was still trying to get a feel for, you know, what to expect. I think that was one where we had the most guys that aren't used to normally racing with each other. But now that everybody has kind of gotten more used to things, they've had a chance to take a couple notes on the first few prelims. They're feeling pretty good so far. Now, I will say that Tanguy does have a little bit of damage there in the left rear. So we'll see if that maybe discourages Joe Herta from pushing him too long. Michael Triscaro on the bottom lined up as well. And then further back, again, Gopinski, you talked about after that big hit, remains a lap down. In fact, looks like he may have retired from this race. Ryan Philbrick in the same boat, but Logan York, currently the last car, or excuse me, Michael Guest, the last car on the lead lap. Logan York second to last. Those two are going to have a lot of work if they want to get back to the front of the field. Jacob Fletcher back in 20th. Want to give a shout out to one of the guys that we don't normally see, because he is up 8 positions from where he started in that 89 machine. Actually looks like he's in the 76 on track, or rather the 19, but he's got a good run going so far. He's still got a lot of work to do, and some of the guys going in the wrong direction. Andrew Harris is back 11 from where he started. Richard Elliott's up 14 from where he started. He's going in the right direction. And then Tanguy, by the way, who is currently being scored as your leader, he is up 13 positions from where he started this race at.
A lot of guys up positions, but again, that's what you have to do. You have to be willing to take risks and get track position. So no surprise, some of these guys starting to take those risks. The race has now been cut in half. You're looking at 27 laps to define your weekend. Are you going to be racing tonight or tomorrow, or are you going to be eliminated altogether? You're down to about half the original time you had before. Turn that temperature gauge up just a little bit. It's going to get more intense. And the question now is, do the leaders in behind the 54, do they have enough to make it to the end of this race? We're going to find out right here. 27 laps to go. Prelim race number 3. Let's see, they come into the Geico restart zone. Oh, this is a big lead on the bottom side. I don't know if I like this or not. Let's see if Ward is able to give him a push on the start. He is, but unfortunately, that bottom line did not go. Cody Nagels is going to be clear by almost a car length. Wallet might get clear as well here into the banking of turn number 1.
Yeah, he got a push, but the problem was he got that push because he was losing momentum, and so that outside line got a really, really good jump once that 54 stalled out. They continue to try to get as many down as they can, but it looks like it's only going to be Nagels in this case. The 54 Tanguy now starts to resurge here. Oh, Nagels is going to get split. Maybe not. Wallet tried to take it 3 wide, but looks like the 33 William Price is going to skip with Nagels down the back.
Yeah, he tried his best to get out and split, but nobody went with him there. And oh man, that's a tough break for Jason Wallet, because now he's going to go right back to where he was. He did all that on pit road to get back to the front, but unfortunately, he's now going to go right back to where he was in the back end of the field. So, unfortunately for Wallet, college series driver, he's going to have to make his way back forward. Nagels, Price working very well together up on the top side. And how about Stanley Jr. +7 from where he started? He's in one of the automatic qualifying spots right now. Make it +8 as he gets 3rd at the line.
We'll remind you again that the format for these prelims is the top 5 advance straight to the feature. And then 6th through 13th goes to the LCQ tonight. Everybody else, 14th on back, is eliminated and sent home. So your target position, well, honestly, Dawson, the mindset I always went into these kind of events, when it was podium, was go for the top 5. Go for the positions that advance you straight into the feature. That way, when things don't work out, there's a good chance that you're still running in the position needed to at least make it into the LCQ. But 2x2 right now, and a couple of these cars on the outside, mainly the 15 of Jackson Holbrook. He's got a good run going, but man, he looked like he has been kind of on edge this entire race. There's been a couple times where he has gotten really, really loose, and I wonder if we get late to the tire run, how well he's going to be able to hold on to that 15 car.
Yeah, I think part of it may have just been kind of finding the limit also on this track condition as well. So he seems to have calmed it down a little. He has not had as many issues, obviously, and as such, he's running up here towards the front. Jackson Holbrook, actually, another guy with a lot of experience in the past in super speedway racing. So a guy not to count out for sure. He may not be a name we see often here on Thursday nights or on Tuesday nights or otherwise, but he's absolutely a perfectly capable super speedway racer that when he gets in the car, when he's able to run up front, he can absolutely be in contention to get the job done, and that's where he's at right now. Pressing the issue. Oh, maybe some trouble out back.
Oh,
and that's trouble out back.
big
Big hit. Oh, my goodness. Massive hit for the 8 machine of Brandon Yates. He went in nose first. Joe Sullivan. Looks like Terry Wilson. Josh Jambroni involved as well, potentially. And, yeah, there's the 49. And another incident here, third caution of the night, or third caution of the afternoon on lap number 27.
It looks like Yates is immediately just going to tow it. Must have had too much damage to even drive it back to the pits. Third caution of the night with 24 to go. Well, this will secure everybody, at least in terms of fuel, so that won't be an issue anymore. And now the question is, what sparked this one up? Brandon Yates, one of the drivers who got the worst end of it. He wasn't where it started, though, it looks like. Was this up further towards Jason Wallet? Let's see here. Oh my goodness. That's, wow. I think that's some sort of net code here from just in front. That's the 76 of, I believe, let's see, is that, I thought that was...
It's Joe Sullivan in the 76.
Yeah, Joe Sullivan. And watch this. We're going to try to zoom this in for you. So what basically happens here, in fact, we'll pull up the mouse, is right here, his bumper is going to fall off. The 15, that's Saunders, excuse me. And watch here, I want to actually go back up. Yeah, that's Zach Saunders. And so when we play this here for you, watch his back bumper. It's going to shoot off, but iRacing thinks that somehow that's contact here for the 76, and that's just going to slow him up. We'll play it slow. Watch this. They're just riding along, plenty of space, and then that front bumper on the 15 is going to just shoot back right there. Oh my goodness, shoot straight into the front nose, and there was nothing Sullivan could do right there. And, I mean, that checks him up so bad that he just gets run over, but like I said, there's nothing he could do there. That's a wild one, Dawson. I don't think I've ever quite seen anything like that.
Well, we've seen something similar in terms of that kind of netcode incident, but not with the bumper falling off. That's the weirdest part of that to me, is the bumper comes off, and Sullivan, there's literally nothing you can do. I mean, you're completely helpless if you're Joe Sullivan right here, and I know, that maybe Jambroni and Yates and Terry Wilson are probably going to be upset with Joe Sullivan, but there's literally nothing he can do. I mean, that is completely out of nowhere. Here again, like you said, you're just riding along. Everything's going okay. The race is going fine for you. You're in a decent spot. And all of a sudden, you're getting shot backwards, and there's literally nothing you can do about it. That is a really horrible break for Joe Sullivan and those guys involved. Again, I've never seen anything like that either.
Well, at the end of the day, I mean, it is a simulation, and reasons like this are why, because you certainly wouldn't see anything like that in real life. But there's the cockpit view, and I mean, that tells you everything you need to know here. And let's take a listen. You'll actually see it on the RPMs there on his gauge. Watch how much this thing slows down when that bumper hits his nose. And it actually may have damaged his engine too in the process, so it's not even like he could re-accelerate either. You saw Michael Guest dip low, and he was able to miss it, but a lot of others not so lucky here. Brandon Yates, one of the cars that took a massive hit in this. Watch this from TB3's on the inside. Logan York, boy, what a job he did to miss this, but then, boom, there's the 8-get turn. I mean, that rips that car to pieces. 49 on the inside with nowhere to go. That was Josh Gambron, and then the 3 of Terry Wilson also unfortunately got collected in this. And so this is, I know these guys have fast repairs, Dawson, but I got to think that when you're riding in the back trying to take it easy, you certainly didn't have that one in the cards.
No, you did not want to use the fast repair at this point in the race. especially for these guys running, 20th or so on back. He really did not predict this. And kind of the whole point of moving back there, racing back in that back end of the field is that you wanted to save that. You wanted to save your race car, save as much as possible for later in the race when you had to be on the attack. And now that's completely been taken out of your playbook. And what a really incredibly tough break for those guys towards the back of the field.
Certainly is. Well, now this is going to give us a restart with looks like about 21 laps to go, assuming we get the one to go signal this time. And it is Mike Davenport leading the way. Cody Nagels in second. He will be joining us next prelim up here in the booth, but I think he'd be probably a lot happier if he can win this prelim before he does jump up here. And then you've got the 15 of Jackson Holbrook, William Price back in fourth, and then Michael Triscaro rounding out your top 5. So as we get ready to go back green, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back for the restart. Stick with us.
I played a couple of simulators, and this was like very responsive, especially the hydraulics and stuff, the motion and stuff was really, really on point.
Make you feel like you're really driving. It feels real.
It adds so much to the experience. It's just really, really cool.
It was pretty awesome.
Welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway. Prelim 3 is now officially over halfway through as we get ready for the 4th restart of the night after wrapping up the 3rd caution. As they will roll their way back into the Geico restart zone. Green flag is back in the air. We're back racing at Talladega, and it's a great restart for the 55, but Mike Davenport maybe too good of a restart. The 55's way out in front, but the problem is he's got no help to keep him there. Does he look for a block into one? No, he doesn't. Stays on the inside. Now Cody Nagel starts to surge. Watch for the 6 to have a big run, but now the 15, Jackson Holbrook, starts to get a run. They're going to be dead even off of turn 2.
Yeah, but not dead even for long. Here comes Cody Nagels, the help of William Price, as well as Nick Sipple in the outside lane. I believe the 4th car in line. Can't really tell what car that is from here, but might be Richard Elliott actually in the 02, the BAR entry, who has made prelim number 3. He was on the list for prelim number 1. Apparently has obviously made the switch here to prelim number 3. So Richard Elliott, good to see that he's going to get an opportunity to race his way in to the Summer Slam 499 after all. And he's making good on this appearance. He's 3rd on the outside behind Sipple. Nagels to the bottom to the lead, but William Price for the first time today looking for the point in the Wheeland Chevrolet.
And I do want to take just a brief moment here with 20 laps to go to, kind of shout out PGR as a whole for everything they did putting on this event, for even the small things like that. I mean, we know last night, Dawson, how hard Matthew Baker, Michael Triscaro were working to make sure that they could get every driver in their set prelim. They didn't want any of these guys to accidentally miss their race, so they were privately messaging people pretty much all night to make sure that everybody was able to accept the league invite and were ready to go for their prelim today. So if there is anybody that hasn't accepted that invite yet, make sure you do. Dale Tanhart, I know, was one of the drivers. They were still trying to make sure he accepted his. But, I mean, this whole event that they've put on, it's been great so far. We're looking forward to the LCQ tonight, and then the big feature tomorrow. A lot of drivers excited for it, and that big cash payout to go along with it.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, props to the hard work that they were doing deep into the night, early into the morning hours of this morning to make sure everything was all set to go, and really even the work throughout the day as well, because again, Richard Elliott, we saw him slated for prelim number 1, and he was on the entry list, and now he finds himself in prelim number 3, so again, it's great work being done. Oh, Holbrook, don't follow him up the racetrack. Jackson Holbrook got some tunnel vision there off turn number 2, but luckily they were pretty flush to each other's doors right there to where it did not cause a wreck. And obviously, Cody Nagels. He's seen that before. He knows exactly how to react to that situation. Davenport really doing a good job controlling. Holbrook now will get a chance to cool off, and he'll go to the point for the first time this afternoon in the 15 with Triscaro in tow.
Yeah, Michael Triscaro back up to second on the inside. I don't know, though. He's probably feeling a little bit uncomfortable right now because this is the first time that 15 is getting pushed out to the lead. And if it's a guy that, you fully commit to, you're pushing him the same way you'd push somebody you're used to working with, that's where issues can arise. But so far, the 15 and the 34 look like a pretty strong duo. Jackson Holbrook trying to hold the lead, but Mike Davenport, how about this? The Little Guy Series champion from just a season ago continues to get better and better, and now he's looking like a veteran as he continues to control out front.
Well, I'll tell you this, a very experienced driver, a driver with a lot of reps, especially in this combination. Again, one of our Tuesday Night Thunder drivers from season number 4. But also, a defending Little Guy Series champ as well. He and his teammate J.R. Miller, actually the last 2 Little Guy Series champions on Monday nights. One car out of line, that was Roland Brown further back. But no, Davenport, a lot of experience, a lot of reps, a very confident, a very calm driver as well, notably calm compared to several guys that I've been able to race around. Mike Davenport is by far one of the most calm and collected when he's on the racetrack, and as such, he's able to do stuff like this, go out front and lead the race. It doesn't even look like he's breaking a sweat or having any nerves here at the front of the field right now.
Well, part of the reason is that everybody's still nice and even 2x2 throughout the field. Nobody's tried to get that third lane going just yet. We saw it earlier, one of the things that led to that first wreck, so everybody's calmed down since, but 17 to go, you're good on fuel. Eventually here, especially if you're towards the back, I think you got to start thinking about going, and I mean, Michael Guest, that he's probably going to be the firework for everybody else. Once he goes, a lot of others will follow, so if you're a guy that's on this outside near that 54 car, I think you got to think about getting ready to go. I mean, even if you're, say, Joey Gladdy, even Sean Corbett, get ready. If you see that 54 going, William Price as well, line up, throw the block, and then have the momentum to keep going.
Well, the pit stop is done and over with. You're not going to have to pit under green now, so you really have to now start game planning your move. That field stop, it's over, it's behind you, it's out of your mind. You've got to now start game planning. Okay, where do I need to go here? Do I need to try to make some alliances? Do I need to try to make some friends here towards the tail end of the field? Do we need to maybe attack the third lane? Do we want to just kind of wait, see how things pan out for the next 6 laps or so? Really, when we get to about 10 laps to go, it's go time. It's crunch time. That's when you really need to start making your moves to get yourself in position to win the race. Because these guys up front, there's no hesitation. There's no signs of breaking here for these guys up front. Nagels, Davenport, Sipple, Holbrook, Elliott, Triscaro, Huerta. There's not a lot of signs of breaking between those guys, although, then again, that begs the question, Joe Huerta, he's going to be in a spot to maybe make a move. Same with Triscaro, same with Danny Barnes. When do they decide? Oh, as Terry Wilson is off the speedway in the trial, but he appears to have gotten it back going. But back to what I was saying, when do those guys decide to make the move to maybe try to get into an auto-qualify spot?
Right now that outside's only 3 cars deep, and they're going to need a couple more. They're going to start to fade. Nagel's got clear, jump down. Now they'll still open the door for Davenport and even Jackson Holbrook to potentially try another move, but they're not going to be able to get clear, it doesn't look like. And how about this, Nick Sipple, another one of the drivers who's been on fire here so far in his prelim. He's going to look to see if he can draw even with the leaders into turn 3.
But Mike Davenport is doing such a masterful job keeping Cody Nagels out front. I'm surprised Nagels hasn't jumped back out. He might see the run coming here. It's going to be Davenport that jumps out. Mike Davenport, nice move by the 55, the Tire World Chevrolet for PGR, Team PGR that is. And again, he goes to the point. Mike Davenport, he's not playing around here this weekend. He's having himself a nice Saturday afternoon so far. And with 14 laps to go, he'll get the lead. But Nick Sipple, like you mentioned, very, very good position for the 75 right now. And he has been incredibly impressive so far here in prelim number 3.
Well, now he's pushing Mike Davenport, and he's doing a great job of it. Still 2x2 throughout the entirety of this lead pack. And in fact, if we bring up the track map, everybody is with the leaders with the exclusion of Terry Wilson, who had that close call. Not sure exactly what happened, but he runs way off the pace and is not on the lead lap. In fact, he's 2 laps down. Everybody behind him, 25th on back, has unfortunately had to retire from the race. So this lead pack, a little bit smaller than maybe what we've seen in some of the other prelims by this point in the race, but overall, it's been a lot cleaner here during the later portions of it. The 14, by the way, further back, Stanley Jr., he's kind of trapped right now, as is anybody around that position. Logan York, who's on the outside, though, that's another driver that's in a great position to start that third lane up if they choose to do so, but right now seems content to sit just in front of the 45 of Sean Corbett and just behind the one of Joe Huerta.
Yeah, it's going to be York, Huerta, Richard Elliott, Sean Corbett as well. Obviously, Corbett and Elliott teammates with BAR, so I would imagine they are coordinating right now. And right as I say that, now Michael Guest out to the third lane with William Price. A couple other cars may start to lean. I figured Logan York would be one of them, but no movement yet. I figured York, Huerta, Elliott, Corbett, Guest, that'd be the group that would start the third lane. You already see the impact that 3 wide is having as the bottom has really surged again. Nagels back to the lead. Davenport back to second, but now he wants the front again. Guest, man, he's putting it on their door. Some of the tightest side drafting of the afternoon, and Logan York jumps up, and Austin, it's go time.
Yeah, he had a little bit of help from the 33 of Price, but he needed a car to fill in the gap. That was Logan York, and well, Price may not even make it there in time because look at the push from Logan York in the 01. He's trying to get Guest all the way up to the lead. Oh, some contact.
Boy.
Guest back into Davenport. He gets into Michael Triscaro, the 34, goes for a spin, gets tagged again. Tanguy's in it, as is the 661. That's Joey Galati. The 55 of Mike Davenport all banged up as well. And it was just a matter of time, but boy, it seems like every time Guest has got to the front, something has happened before he's able to quite get there, and that's going to be another one there with 12 laps to go, where it could eliminate potentially a couple more cars from this field. As we got to go back and look at the replay here. I initially thought they were going to save this. Let's see how it starts. First off, I guess I should say, it starts up here with Michael Guest and Mike Davenport, and there's Guest in the 54. We'll go to the chopper view first here. And so watch as they work their way off of turn number 2. That's Guest on the high side. Davenport's washing up a little bit. Well, back that up one more time. Let's watch Michael Guest's right side tires here, where they're at versus where they end. So right here, he's got his right side tires just above that white line, about on the white line, I would say. And looks like he keeps them about there, So, all right, so Michael Guest doesn't really move much at all. In this case, it looks like it is going to be mostly Mike Davenport. So does Davenport just drift up a little bit here? I think he does. In fact, I think he gets loose right there. That's kind of what it looks like to me, Dawson. Maybe he got a little bit loose, and then once he gets up, there's a slight bit of neck code, gets the two stuck together, gets into the wall, and then when he shoots off the wall, gets into Davenport, and the rest is on.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to kind of what we've seen all afternoon, and that's that these track conditions combined with the car is making it very difficult for you to kind of drive out of one of these moments, and the car continues to just move up, and then obviously what I just mentioned that Michael Guest was really putting it down on the doors in the middle lane, that whole 3-wide period right there, and it's unfortunate for the guys behind them. It's just a bit of an awkward situation where Davenport's trying to push Cody Nagels, and unfortunately continues to wash up after getting a little bit loose, and yeah, it is on from there. Look at Stanley Jr. here. Oh my goodness, a massive hit for Stanley Jr. to the inside wall. One of the biggest hits we've seen all afternoon.
Restores the front end of that race car. Michael Triscaro with some damage as well, the 54 in camera view after sliding to a stop, and actually Michael Triscaro almost got upside down here when the car got turned around, got light just briefly, but quickly set back down. This is the onboard. And he tried to minimize it. And actually, I don't think Mike got damage that was too bad from this, so he may be okay. But Stanley Jr., you said a big hit. And then I'll tell you what, I want to give a shout out here to Danny Barnes because he actually snuck by this. He had a little bit of contact initially, and that pointed him towards the inside wall. Thought it was going to be a huge shot, but instead he was able to somehow drive this car out of it and ultimately miss what was going to be the worst of the wreck here. He's right on board here with Danny Barnes. I'm going to take one more view of it from the backstretch cam, and watch this. A little bit of contact there with Davenport, facing the inside wall, but he locks it down. Turns wheel right, and then, oh, actually, I didn't see that part, but did have a little bit of contact there at the end. So he will have some damage. He'll get repaired, but I don't think it's going to be fast repair worthy. And then we'll give you one more view here from the back bumper of Michael Triscaro. There's Joey Galati, by the way, in the 661 car. Saw him slide by. He got some significant damage as well. So to go back up front now, another prelim where we're going to see a restart, a late race restart at that, inside 10 laps to go rather, and it is the 15 of Jackson Holbrook leading the way. Cody Nagels in second with Michael Guest in third, Logan York fourth, Richard Elliott fifth, William Price in sixth, Nick Seipel back in seventh with Joe Herta in eighth, James Steck in ninth, and looks like Sean Corbett rounding out your top 10. So it should be about 8 laps to go. We're going to take another quick break while these guys are under caution. We'll go side by side, and we'll be right back for the restart. Stay with us.
I played a couple of simulators, and this was like very responsive, especially the hydraulics and stuff, the motion and stuff was really, really on point.
Make you feel like you're really driving. It feels real.
It adds so much to the experience. It's just really, really cool.
It was pretty awesome.
Have created our own drink company. The fastest growing sports drink in history.
We will run. Ladies and gentlemen, we got This season, we are hydrated.
The official sports drink of the UFC. It's time! Oh, that's good.
Welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway. Getting ready to wrap up prelim number 3. And it's going to be an 8-lap shootout to decide it. Remember, top 5 advance straight to the feature. And then 6th through 13th advance to the LCQ tonight. Jackson Holbrook and Cody Nagels lead the way into the Geico restart zone. Green flag is back in the air. 8 laps to go.
Boy, we've got some aggressive drivers up near the front, don't we? Cody Nagels, Jackson Holbrook on the front row. But Michael Guest and Logan York, man, some aggressive driving in behind the race leaders right now. And now the question becomes, okay, we're in single digits. If you're back there around Jason Wallet, Sean Corbett, Andrew Harris, even Joe Huerta right here just outside the top 5, how much risk are you willing to take here to try to just automatically make your job easier and get into tomorrow's race in one go? We're going to find out here pretty soon, pretty quickly, I'd imagine, because now I said 10 to go. It's inside 8 to go now. It is absolutely crunch time for these drivers up front. Nagels to the bottom, to the graces of Jackson Holbrook. On the outside now, Logan York has clean air for one of the first times in the Summer Slam 499 prelims. He leads the outside with William Price and Joe Huerta in tow.
Boy, that was a big move further back from the 75 of Seipel as he had to jump up. Just was barely able to squeeze into the gap between Sean Corbett and Joe Huerta, but that could be a move to potentially help him win this race if a third lane gets formed up. Nagel still getting pushed by Jackson Holbrook on the bottom. The 01 of York leaves William Price up top. Price dips out for a little bit of air into turn number 1 before quickly tucking back down in line. Now he'll try to get the momentum generated again. And you know what else we haven't seen a lot of, at least in this prelim, Dawson, is pushing in the corners. At what point and where in the field do you maybe consider starting to make that an option?
It's only going to be at the front, because really if you're 7th, 8th, 9th in line, that's not really an option. If at the front, though, if you really value that 5th position, especially if you're that 3rd guy in line, you start to drift a little bit closer to the guy in front of you. You start to push the envelope a little bit. Oh, one car sideways. Jason Stevenson, is he able to keep it going? I don't know. He was off pace back towards the back. I think he was able to keep that car straight and will stay green with 7 to go. But I think 5 to go is probably up front when you start thinking about pushing a little bit in the corner. Oh, man. Cody Nagels, that was uncharacteristic. He went up a little bit too far, just as we saw a little bit earlier in prelim number 1 when Brian Hennings did that off turn number 4. Now Cody Nagels does it. A very uncharacteristic move from the 6 car.
Looks like that third lane's trying to get formed up at least a little bit. Jason Wallet jumped to the outside, but there's not going to be too much help, at least not yet. A couple takers. Looks like the 30 has jumped out. That's James Wagner. Find them. I think that's Joey Galati in the 661. Yep, sure enough it is. Who's also hopped up to the 3rd, but you can see that momentum quickly died out, and they actually fell even further back Now they'll have to try to regroup and get reset here as we'll be coming to 5 laps to go. Nagel still leads him up front. Logan York on the outside. How long does Cody work the lanes before at some point he stays committed to either the bottom or the top?
Oh, it's going to be 2 laps to go. That's typically the rule. Going into 3 with 2 laps to go is about as long as you can give it before you commit down to the bottom, or maybe even on the last lap perhaps, just because of how hot the track is, how hot the air is. The temperatures of the pushers are not lasting very long where you can consistently stay on their bumper without blowing the engine, so he's going to have to wait a very long time here, longer than he probably wants to stay in one line. He's going to have to just continue to control lanes. Now, if anybody in this field's going to do it, it's going to be Cody Nagels, one of the best in the business at controlling those 2 lanes. But now he really hasn't had much of an opportunity. Stanley Jr. trouble. Around go a couple cars to the tail end of the field. And coming back up, and a few more cars involved. Oh my goodness, one up and on his side, and the caution flag will fly.
Drifting along the safer barrier, that's the 54. Tanguy DeCock, and he'll finally slide back off the safer barrier right at the end. And a couple more cars showing up on the scene. That's Mike Davenport. And look like the 17 as well of Jason Stevenson. Yeah, this was a pretty big one. That's going to potentially end Tanguy's night. And then a couple other drivers as well that took pretty big hits. Stanley Jr., of course, the other one most notably here is he came back up the racetrack. But let's see how this one gets started. Again, this was towards the back. They were 3 wide. In the middle, that's the 4 of Roland Brown. And watch from TV3 here. Let's see if this shows us anything. Maybe. Oh, the 14 just comes down there. There was a little bit of kind of bombing and weaving between these two. So part of me does wonder if the 14 maybe got a little bit loose here. Let's see if we can hop on the onboard view here and see what happens for Stanley Jr. As they go into turn 3, goes down a little bit. Gets up. Yeah, he does. I mean, it's just been the story of the day so far, Dawson. A lot of different drivers that have gotten loose. In this case, looks like the same exact thing there for Stanley Jr. And once he does, I mean, they're 3 wide. There's nowhere to go. Gets into the 4. Roland Brown, that sends him down. And then Stanley eventually slides down the banking as well. And when he comes back up here, Tanguy DeCock had just nowhere to go. Yeah, that's a big hit.
Yeah, watching it back, even more violent than I initially had thought. Rides up on top of the safer barrier for a moment and almost got stuck up there. Goodness, the rear tire almost caught right in that gap of the safer barrier, but he gets off it, but he immediately towed to the pit road, and unfortunately that may end his afternoon and his chances at making the SummerSlam 499. And you kind of said it, you're going to see it here off just to the right side of your screen is Stanley Jr. It's been the story of the night, getting loose on corner entry, trying to make a big move to kind of compensate for maybe being a little too low. It gets the car out of shape and it gets him sideways, and it is on from there. It's some big hits in this one, and like you said, some afternoons over, and unfortunately so too are the chances to make the SummerSlam 499.
The good news here is for Roland Brown, who was initially the driver that got hit. He saved it. I don't know how he did. I mean, this was an incredible save because not only did he get shot down out of nowhere, he went onto the flat portion of the racetrack on the apron, and trying to scrub off speed and save a car down there is one of the hardest things you can do. And look at this. I mean, he does some dirt track and he does some drifting, a combination of all of it to somehow hold on. And by doing so, he's able to miss this. Doesn't get too much damage besides wherever he got hit. So that's a nice piece of driving there from Roland Brown to miss. I think we could maybe title this one as the big one here so far in prelim number 3, as it collected quite a few, and it was certainly a big hit, again, for the 14 and then the 54. I want to give you one more view of this from 3 and 4, actually the exit turn number 4. Which just hit as the 14 goes back up the track along the safer barrier. Goes Tanguy before he eventually comes to almost a halt before he eventually slides off the barrier. And so as we go back live now, I think, yep, sure enough, this is going to move us into our 1 green-white checkered. We saw this in Prelim 2. We'll see it again here in Prelim 3. Nagels being scored as your leader. Jackson Holbrook on to his outside in 2nd. Logan York back in 3rd. And then you've got Michael Guest. Boy, he's had to go through quite a bit of adversity here tonight, or excuse me, in this prelim, but he may still find a way to find victory lane even after being involved in a wreck, using a fast repair, going from the back to the front, being a lap down. I mean, for a guy who's in the Coke Series, he certainly had to work pretty hard here tonight, and it's been working out well for him.
Yeah, it has, but now it's crunch time, and now kind of the game changes a little bit because the stakes are as high as they've been really all afternoon into the evening hours now. Again, a 2nd straight prelim that's going to go into this only green-white checkered attempt, and at this point, you know that the caution button is a possibility. There's a possibility that caution button's going to be hit here at some point in this first lap. If you want to make a move to get in a position to at least make the top 13, if not the top 5, you got to go now. Jason Wall at 17th. Obviously, Zach Saunders, James Wagner, Joey Galati, guys back there. They got to go now, and they got to go very quickly. And if you're one of the guys 6th through 13th, if you want any chance at the top 5, you got to go right off the bat. Try to find yourself a place in line and get up towards the front of the field, because now at any point this race could end, whether that be on this first lap under caution or if we get back to the white flag and finish it under green.
Yeah, it's a tough situation because, you know, you want to save up that move for the right time, you know, thinking that you have 2 laps, but the reality is you may only have half a lap before the caution gets thrown, race is over. But at the same time, if we make it to the white flag, you know, you're guaranteed to go all the way to the checkered even if they start wrecking. So timing's going to be key here, but I agree. If you're anywhere near transfer position, you got to get aggressive here early. I mean, if it doesn't work out, at least you can say you tried. But the worst thing that can happen here is you try to be conservative, say, you know, I'm going to wait until the white flag, and then we don't make it to the white flag. So we'll see what happens. But Nagels and Holbrook, I think these two are going to work together here at the end. Logan York, Michael Guest. You know, normally I think that 54 would split 3 wide here, but in the position he's in, Dawson, I almost think his best opportunity here is just to push that 15, at least until we get to the end of the white flag lap.
Yeah, I agree. I think the best game plan right now for Guest, he's in a really good spot. Again, I love being the lead pusher on some of these restarts because you control so much as a driver. So Logan York, Michael Guest, the race really, at least in terms of who wins and which line moves, is in their hands right here. It's going to be whoever gets the best push and also whoever gets a little bit more support. But your push, I mean, it's the primary factor as to which line moves. I love being in that spot as a driver. I know you want to be out front, but when it comes to the white flag, you never want to be the leader at the white flag. Now, this is a little bit different situation, but I do really like the spot Michael Guest is in right now. A lot is in his control here for this last restart.
Richard Elliott also in phenomenal position right here as he sits 3rd on the outside. Even Nick Seipel in the 75. What can he do right here at the end? We're getting ready to find out. Cody Nagels, he has been the most dominant car here in Prelim 3, but can he finish off the job? Jackson Holbrook, can he be one of the first underdog winners here tonight? Here we go. Rolling back into the Geico restart zone. Overtime at Talladega. Green flag is back in the air, and it's a good restart for Cody Nagels.
Nagels got a good start. Holbrook, though, rolls right alongside him. They'll be door-to-door here as they head down towards the banking of turn number 1. Help starting to form up both ways. Nagels on the bottom side with York, with Price, and with Huerta top side. Holbrook, Guest, Elliott, Seipel, Corbett even further back as well. Where does the third line move come from as they reach the Alabama gang super stretch? Nothing yet. Still nothing. It's further back around the 19, but those cars are damaged. It's going to have to come from about 8th, 10th, 12th in line. No moves yet. It's going to be Jackson Holbrook leading by a nose over Nagels in 3.
By the way, Michael Triscaro, Zach Saunders, they're both sitting right around that cutoff spot to even make it into the LCQ. Keep an eye on the back of this lead pack because they're going to be dicing it up as well, and a wreck could change it all. Can we make it to the white flag? Here we go. Oh, they're going to wreck. They're going to wreck.
Crash.
Who makes it through? They move up top. They're still wrecking. Caution is out.
Caution is out.
Oh, man. Now this is going to be a question of who finished where. How was the field froze? Right now, as it stands, looks like Cody Nagels will officially be scored as your winner. But everybody else on back, we have got to wait and see.
Oh, man, and this started right around those transfer positions. Now, notably, just looking from what we see here at the front. Oh, no, contact in turn 1 right as we went to the replay. We'll see if that didn't result in anything. But, man, they came together really trying to catch the pace car. No, but regardless, from what I'm looking at, you know, back to about Michael Triscaro, Zach Saunders, those guys are in, and from there is where the question marks begin.
And let's see if we can actually go to the onboard here and pick out exactly where the caution came out. Now, I assume this is iRacing scoring.
It's out already right there.
Oh, it's already out there. Back it up even more.
There's the moment of caution.
Right around there. Let's see. Right there. Yeah, so somewhere around there. Point is, we're looking mostly here at the race winner and then some of the transfer spots. So at that time, boy, it was close between these two here. I was trying to see if there was any better angle. It looks like Cody Nagels is still out in front at that moment. And then if we go back to the 5th spot here, it looks like Sean Corbett has it by a pretty, I guess you would say, a pretty good margin here over the 18, although it's close. But I think he does get James Steck Jr. right there. And then if we go all the way back to that 13th spot, Michael Triscaro sneaked through, and it looks like the last person to get in. Boy, it was really, really close back here. We're not going to know for sure until we get the official scoring, which we'll look at here in just a moment. But this will be them crossing the line this time for the checkered flag. And then Cody Nagels should be burning it down next lap. But as they stand right now, Dawson, looks like Corbett the last man to advance straight to the feature, and then Michael Triscaro, the last man to advance to the LCQ.
Yeah, big time stress there for Triscaro being right around that transfer spot. Looks like as of now, unofficially, he will be in. Joe Huerta as well in the 1 car. Appears he has regained a transfer spot also. And the guys that advance in, Jackson Holbrook. What a drive for Jackson Holbrook in the 15, as well as for Sean Corbett for BAR. How about Sean Corbett making it in as well? He advances into our feature race tomorrow afternoon, but the man of the hour at the end of the day, the Omega Cup Spring Bowl champ, puts another win on his resume. Cody Nagels wins prelim number 3.
Yeah, he's certainly picking up right where he left off. And I mean, so far through 3 prelims, 3 of the big names as your winners. Garrett Maines in the first one, Matthew Baker in the second one, and now Cody Nagels in this third one. So we'll see if an underdog or somebody who doesn't race these quite as often can break up that trend. But for right now, Cody Nagels continuing again right where he left off from the ERA Omega Cup Spring Bowl, and he'll bring it around here to burn it down as he does so. We'll take a look at your finishing results here for prelim number 3. Cody Nagels is your race winner. Jackson Holbrook second, Logan York third, Michael Guest fourth, and then Sean Corbett, the last man to advance straight to the feature. He finishes in 5th. William Price back in 6th with James Steck in 7th, Joe Herta in 8th, Andrew Harris 9th, and Danny Barnes rounding out your top 10. Zach Saunders finishes 11th, Joey Galati in 12th, and Michael Triscaro in 13th, the last driver to advance to the LCQ.
Jason Wallet of the College Series, unfortunately, his Summer Slam 499 attempt is over. He's the first driver eliminated out of prelim number 3. Mike Davenport is going to be in the same boat in 15th position. Jason Stevenson 16th, James Wagoner 17th, and Jacob Fletcher back in the 18th position. As we look back towards the tail end of the field, 19th, Roland Brown, Richard Elliott in 20th. Tough break for Richard Elliott. He was running, I believe, P5 off turn number 4 there with 2 laps to go and gets collected in that incident. Same for Nick Seipel. Now, I thought he was P5 as well right there. He unfortunately now will finish 21st. Terry Wilson 22nd, Tanguy DeConk in 23rd. Stanley Jr. 24th, Josh Jambroni 25th. Joe Sullivan 26th, Brandon Yates 27th, and Sean Gapinski in the final 28th finishing spot in prelim number 3.
Yeah, and Ryan Philbrick, I don't think actually made the start of the race. So, see, he doesn't count as he finished back in 29th. But did get a question in the chat on what happened to the 75 here. And there was so much chaos on that last lap that I'm kind of curious as well here. So let's see what happened to Nick Seipel, who it sounded like, yeah, I mean, I see him right there. He was in 5th.
Hey, I'll tell you what I think might have happened. Now, I've got no confirmation. I'm going to try to get confirmation here from race control. I believe he will be receiving an end-of-line penalty for causing that incident with 2 laps to go. We didn't really get to see much of it, but I think that's my early premonition on what happened here. Yep, that appears to be the case. He gets in the back of Richard Elliott. I believe they're going to be giving him a penalty, and that's a really unfortunate break you see right there. So Seipel receives a penalty, and unfortunately, will be placed at the end of the longest line.
That's a really tough break because, again, it's nothing that he's doing intentional. The reason that he gets the penalty there is because, you know, he did turn Richard Elliott, but I can't blame Nick in a case of he's just pushing for all he's worth, trying to make position at the end of a race, and I mean, that's a really, really tough break for such a small mistake for Nick Seipel to be eliminated that way. But nonetheless, it is what it is. And wrapping up prelim number 3, Cody Nagels is your winner. We will be back for prelim 4, which goes green around 6:35 Eastern. But we are going to take another short break. Make sure you stick with us till then. Dawson, I know you're going to take a brief break, but we will see you back in the booth for prelim number 5.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Can't wait to be back a little bit later on. Enjoy prelim number 4, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, you're right. I'm going to go take a little bit of a break, but I'll be back here in a little bit.
All right. Well, we're going to go back to the starting soon screen. Make sure you stick with us. And again, we'll be back right around 6:30-ish. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the PGR Esports Summer Slam 499 Prelims. We've had 3 already, great ones, and we're getting ready for number 4. But before we do that, going to get an interview with who's going to be our co-host for this broadcast itself, Cody Nagels. Now, before we start talking about what to expect, Cody, you got the job done in Prelim 3, and you're up there leading a lot. How are you able to dominate that race as much as you did?
Really, it just come down to team coordination with the guys that I was running in Discord with. Most of them I don't run with on a regular basis, and even someone that just got back from deployment. Just to be able to coordinate the way we did is, why we were able to control the flow of the race and keep as many of us out of the wrecks as possible.
Yeah, well, you guys did a phenomenal job keeping things up front, and that means that we won't see you in the LCQ, at least not on track. We might get to see you in the booth since you, of course, advanced straight to the feature. Well, looking as what we're going to see here in Prelim 4, which starts in just a couple minutes as qualifying continues to wrap up. I think everybody's still kind of waiting for Prelim 5. That's the next one that has a ton of big names in it. But Prelim 4, we've already had 3. Everybody kind of knows what's going on. What do you expect here?
Well, I'm thinking the way Prelim 3 went, along with what I had seen in Prelim 2, you're probably going to see the drivers settle in, develop a race flow. They're going to let the laps wind down. There is one stop. You're probably going to see them at least try to get around the green flag pit stop, execute the pit stop, and then start racing. Hopefully we see minimal cautions, and the drivers should be pretty patient, at least for the first half or so of the race.
Well, green flag pit stops have been one thing that we have not seen yet in any prelims. Hoping that we'll get a chance to see one here in Prelim 4. Now, as for some of the drivers themselves that are in this prelim, one of the fan favorites, Sierra Clamper, she's going to be in here. We'll see what she can do. But, we've got drivers from pretty much all over the place for this one. A lot of the other ones, we had a couple of teammates. This one, not the case. Seems like everybody's all over the board. So with that, do you think that makes the aggression level a little bit higher at the start? Or do you think that means things will stay calm and these guys try to focus more towards getting that green flag stop?
Well, it's interesting because, again, they're going to want to get to a green flag pit stop, especially if you're one of the drivers that can get in and out of pit road relatively quickly. With that being said, the wrecks aren't happening necessarily in the back. We've seen them, but they're also happening up front. If you don't have the track position, you might see guys that have a sense of urgency and say, hey, I want to get up front early. It's going to be very interesting to see the different strategies.
It certainly is. Well, we're getting ready to head down trackside. So before we do, we're going to take a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we'll get to your starting grid for Prelim number 4. Stick with us on PGR Esports.
I played a couple of simulators, and this was like very responsive, especially the hydraulics and stuff, the motion and stuff was really, really on point.
Make you feel like you're really driving. It feels real.
It adds so much to the experience. It's just really, really cool.
It was pretty awesome.
Have created our own drink company. The fastest growing sports drink in history.
We will run! We will run! Ladies and gentlemen, we got This season, we are hydrated.
The official sports drink of the UFC. It's time! Oh, that's good.
Welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway. Prelim 4 qualifying is complete. And so now as we head down trackside, let's get right to what the starting order is looking like here tonight. Andrew Navarro, one of the Road to Pro drivers. He will start on pole for Prelim 4 with a 54.018. Vicente Guerrero one of the Nightmare eSports drivers. Doesn't have really any teammates in this, but we'll see what he can do as he'll roll off second. Devin Ray back in third with Justin Mills in fourth. Jacob Wilkerson, another one of the favorites for this race, will roll off fifth. John Ellis Jr. makes a return tonight. He will start in sixth with David Flanagan back in seventh. Jason Maines in eighth, Kenny Reel in ninth, and David Sheets from McCullough Motorsports. He will round out your top 10.
In 11th is RP Allen. 12th is Mark Math. Nim Silva rolls off in 13th. Adam Young is 14th. 15th is Philip Matthews. 16th is Ryan Baste. Roger Saucier will roll out in 17th. 18th is Joseph Stafford. 19th is Joey Allen. And rounding out the top 20 is Steve Tucker.
Benjamin Richards starts 21st with Derek Stanley in 22nd. Noah Lurch back in 23rd. Sarah Clampert will roll off on the outside of row number 12 and 24th. Dan DiPaolo, I think it's DiPaolo, will start back in 25th. Again, apologies if I did pronounce the last name wrong. Tony Richards back in 26th. Larry McDonald 27th. John Ward in 28th. That's the Hyper Motorsports captain. And then you've got Adam Parks in 29th. And Ted Gamble rounding out your top 30. Landon Tilley starts 31st. Devin Lyons in 32nd. And Jimmy Emos, he will not be in this one. He was actually in one of the earlier prelims. So I believe that's just a driver that accidentally joined. Looking at the race info, again, same as it has been for all the other prelims. 50 laps in the Xfinity cars, 70% fuel, unlimited tires, 1 fast repair fixed setups, and then 1 green-white checkered if we were to need it. 2.65 miles, over 30 degrees of banking is Talladega Super Speedway, basically in a nutshell. And then track temp, still the same, 124 degrees, so handling still going to be a concern for all these drivers. 82 degrees outside, partly cloudy skies, and winds at 2 miles per hour. They will not play a factor. All right, well, Cody, you know, you're kind of going to get both ends here. You were down on the racetrack, now you're up in the booth, and I know we talked a little bit pre-race about what to expect, but in terms of drivers here, John Ellis Jr., Jacob Wilkerson, Andrew Navarro, those are 3 really big names inside the top 5. Do you see those drivers trying to get connected even though they're not necessarily teammates?
Oh, absolutely. You're going to be working with anyone that you're familiar with and anyone that you trust, because you don't necessarily have a teammate to work with, excuse me. So who are you going to fall back on? It's going to be the guys that you've built trust with.
All right, well, 50 laps, again, the distance. And so there is a green flag pit stop expected at some point. If we make it, Cody, you said that's what you think this prelim will be about, guys trying to make it there. Haven't had one yet. In fact, we've had a caution in every prelim within the first 20 laps. We'll see if that changes here. Pace car makes a left turn down to the pit stops. Field now in the hands of Andrew Navarro and Vicente Guerrero. Vicente Guerrero just got to see a teammate win in the previous prelim. Now he's going to try to do the same. Top 5 advance, 6th through 13th, make it to the LCQ. Green flag is in the air. We're racing again at Talladega. Lap 1 is complete, and it goes to the 4 of Justin Mills for BAR. And right now, he's got that outside rolling, but the inside still holding pretty strong. Vicente Guerrero was able to get clear on that first lap. He jumped down and has not looked back since. Now, I think another thing that we've seen through every prelim so far, the tendency, if you will, has been if you're at the front, you have got to control lanes. But right now, they're at a stalemate. Nobody with the opportunity to do that just yet. Jason Maines, John Ellis Jr. line up behind the back bumper of Justin Mills on the outside now. Vicente resurges ahead, and he will work right back up to the top of the racetrack. So the 14 early trying to show how important it is to control both lanes.
Yeah, and you hit the nail right on the head there. If you decide to stay in one lane, whereas you're not trying to cycle too much, the guy behind you is going to get very hot very quick. You see a lot of respect right there between Vicente Guerrero and Andrew Navarro. Vicente understands that if he stays on that bottom lane, it is going to do nothing but hurt him, it's going to hurt Navarro, and it is going to hurt Devin Ray. So far, Vicente is doing a very good job of controlling both lanes and making sure that his pusher has plenty of attempts to push. Again, I believe this is going to be a relatively hot track, which we have seen in the previous heats. Tire heat is going to be a factor in this race. So drivers are definitely going to have to control when and how they choose to take their tires, because it will become a factor as this race wears on.
And also, at what point in the run do you decide to make moves, right? I mean, early on, I think it's a good choice because, you know, you've got plenty of grip. I mean, we saw, again, I know I keep mentioning it, but in these other prelims, they've told a lot of stories of what we could potentially see in this one. And another one of them was how, when these cars started to get a little bit bad on handling, how much certain people struggled. We saw plenty of incidents already where it's just somebody getting loose on the outside line, and once they get down the track, they just can't quite hold on to it. So I think if, you know, you have plans on making a lot of these crazy moves, you want to do an early going here, then maybe try to settle in, and you nailed it, just kind of right in line once we get closer to those green flag pit stops. But right now, they stay 2 by 2 down the Alabama gang back straight away. Up front, Justin Mills continues to lead, and now he'll take control of the field as he jumps down to the bottom.
And I think the key word here is minimize. You want to minimize the amount of times that you're lane changing. And again, as we get later into this race, grip becomes more and more and more of a problem. You can lane change now, but that same lane change later in the race, your car might want to wash up the track a little bit. Maybe it wasn't doing it early in the race. Maybe the guy behind you washes up a little bit and hits you off center. Be very careful on the amount of times that you want to clear up. If you see that you're clear, don't necessarily clear the first time that you get it. Wait to the second, third, or fourth time and then clear. Minimize the amount of times that you're making those changes, and I think you're going to minimize the opportunity that you have to potentially get caught up in a wreck.
Well, look at this. How about some of the big names that we talked about doing exactly what we predicted, working together? Andrew Navarro let John Ellis Jr. tuck in line, and it looked like he may have been trying to let Jason Maines do the same. Jason wanted no part of it, though. He wants to continue his surge to the front. So he'll stay on the outside with a push from David Sheets. Mark Math now working into the picture as well. He's going to be a threat here tonight. He's already up 5 positions from where he started this race at and continues to climb. Devin Ray for the Jack Shack currently sits back in the 8th spot. He's actually down a few positions where he started this race at, as he's going to get split in the middle. 3 wide. There goes the 23 of RP Allen up the middle.
And what a move by RP Allen to go through the middle, and it's going to send, unfortunately, Mark Math is going quite a ways back. He might be able to settle in here in a few rows, but very, very tough break early in this race for Mark Math. But again, it is 50 laps. There is plenty of time to gain track position. And as you look up front, so far, Justin Mills, Vicente Guerrero, John Ellis Jr., Jason Maines, David Sheets, you name it. The guys up front right now are doing a fantastic job. Most of these drivers, in fact, do money race several nights a week together, so there is a bit of familiarity. And I think that we're seeing so far in this race, the drivers that are familiar with each other, they're kind of working as, if you want to say quasi-teammates, at least that's what I am seeing so far here today.
Yeah, I mean, you'd probably rather race around the guys you're used to racing around in the feature if you can, you know, set it up that way. So I think that's the main reason the guys are trying to work with people they're used to seeing. And also, of course, you have more trust when you need to push or go to the front. If you know what somebody can do, it's a little easier to want to commit than it's somebody maybe you've never worked with before. And so it's all about building that chemistry. That's what everybody's trying to do throughout the course of these races. But as we continue to go further back through the field, a lot of organization being shown at pretty much every point in the racetrack. Tony Richards back in 30th. So that's, looks like, I don't know, trying to hold on to the lead pack here. It's going to be close. Yeah, I think she's going to be okay. And then Devin Lyons, not sure what happened to him, but he did not make the start. Neither did John Ward. So they may have also been drivers that weren't supposed to be in this prelim and accidentally joined. But up front, Sheets, oh, he's in the middle. He's got to make a decision here. Oh, RP Allen let up for him. Boy, that was a close call and an unusual hesitation, I should say, for one of the McCullough Motorsports veterans.
And I do want to give a big shout out right here to Jacob Wilkerson. See, he was starting to lose a little bit of track position on the bottom. I think he got back to about 5th in line and said, you know what? I don't want to get caught up in a precarious situation where I could get wrecked. So I noticed that, Wilkerson, he goes up to the middle line. He is now third in the middle, and he's going to look to push David Sheets or help RP Allen push David Sheets to the lead, and he's going to regain the track position that he lost. So it definitely looks like so far that there's going to be some guys in this field that are not content in riding to the green flag pit stop.
Looks like the third lane is trying to get warmed up here, at least momentarily. That's Joey Allen trying to do three wide. Man, that was a close moment there coming out of the tri-oval, and that gave these guys a big run as now a couple drivers start to fade in that middle line. We got all the way up to the one of Steve Tucker. At least that third lane did, but now it looks like they're going to quickly start to slowly die back out. Larry McDonald, by the way, good to see him in the field here tonight in that 80 machine. By the way, the 069 of Adam Parks was the driver that you saw three wide there just briefly, and actually they're still stuck out there. They just haven't had a spot to jump back in line yet. Further up, the 74 is going to try to get a three wide move going. That's not going to work either, so he will now be going to the back. Ryan Baste, he'll move up a spot on that outside line. And so the positions continue to get shuffled here, not only at the back, but also at the front, even though they stay 2 by 2.
And it looks like Jacob Wilkerson is clear if he wants to take it up toward the front. There he goes. He will drop in front of RP Allen. Man, them two are working really, really well in that middle lane. Wilkerson, again, he was all the way back to 5th on the bottom, decides, again, I'm going to go up, and I'm just really not going to be content right here, just riding back in 10th. Ryan Baste, very good run so far for Ryan Baste, and a good run for Derek Stanley. Two guys that, again, they just don't seem content in wanting to just ride. The pack so far, very, very racy.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the 23, RP Allen. You notice he's got the College Series banner, and so, of course, he's got pretty good experience at these super speedways. The College Series had 2 of them on the schedule last season. They've got 2 this season, so not only is he in this race trying to make quite a bit of money, but also trying to see if he can get some practice for the upcoming season. Nonetheless, though, he is doing a lot of pushing on the back of that 43 of Jacob Wilkerson, but you got to be careful, Cody. You don't want to do too much. The goal is not necessarily at this point in the race to keep the guy you're pushing out in front. I mean, that's obviously ideal, but mainly the goal is just to manage your temps so that you don't cause your line to completely fade out.
Well, absolutely. You don't necessarily want to be the person leading. I mean, fine, if you're going to lead the race, so be it. But I'm personally content with being a lead pusher in either line. That way you know you're relatively safe and you can control the flow of the race, especially if you're in the spot that Ryan Baste is in right now. He's going to control his own destiny, and Jacob Wilkerson seems content right now to just manage temps between the 2 lines and take care of the pushers. That way they all keep their track position.
Still 2 by 2 as they cross the stripe. It'll now make it 12 laps complete. So far, all of them have been under green. That first and only green flag pit stop, we would not expect till probably somewhere closer to around lap 25, give or take. In fact, well, Cody, you were in the car, so how many laps can these guys make?
So if you're leading the entire run, it was telling me about 28 laps. So if they can make that 28th lap, that's probably fortunate, because it was telling me 28.3. If you're a guy that's more mid-pack, you're talking about 30 laps. So you can run down to about 20 to go, and at that point, you're not going to see a lot of guys go fuel only, because you're going to take enough fuel in your car. You're going to be able to take lefts essentially for free.
Yeah, those tires are important. Oh, hold on here. The 23 almost gets split. I think that Wilkerson cut him a bit of a break, but boy, that looked like a little bit of a rookie mistake from RP Allen right there. You got to be really careful when you make those moves. You can't hesitate, because as soon as you do, especially at the end of one of these, you're going to get split. So he'll now jump back to the bottom in front of David Sheets. Joey Allen, by the way, still one of the few cars that is trying to get that third lane working up top. Doesn't have any help, though, so he'll continue to drop to the back. Another move, David Sheets goes up top. Now he goes back to the inside. The 23 can't cover both. David Sheets will go back to the point in his turn 3.
Man, and again, these guys are looking racy. RP Allen was not content in having anything except the lead, and I don't think he appreciated it that David Sheets was willing to duke it out with him for the lead. David Sheets, a very experienced veteran driver for McCullough Motorsports. It is no surprise to me, at least, that he's up here leading. And another driver that's up here that I am very impressed with, but this comes as no surprise. He was a substitute driver for this race for Kevin Freeze. Jason Maines, very veteran racer out here, knows how to get it done in the big races. So he's going to be another one to keep an eye out on in this race, and if he's able to move forward into the Summer Slam.
I'm going to say, if you needed a sub, that's a pretty good sub to have in Jason Maines. you know, he's going to be a contender as long as he can make it through the chaos, which, like I said, we've seen in every prelim so far, and you got to expect that at some point these guys will dial it up a little bit, and that's when things can get crazy. Now, I want to make a note on what you said about RP Allen, maybe not being too happy with David Sheets. You know, that's okay, Cody, but it's early, and some of these moves by the 23, while overall they're pretty good, he's got to be careful here. There's no point in trying to get overly aggressive with the blocks because, I mean, if you end up in a wreck, all that track position that you're trying to control by controlling these lanes, you lose anyway.
Well, I've raced a few races against Jacob Wilkerson in the Super Speedway Kings money races back several months ago, and he is a very smart, polished driver. And if he feels that you're trying to do something, you know, not necessarily to ruin his race, but if it's something that puts you in a tough situation that could get you wrecked, I don't believe Wilkerson's going to be so willing come the end of the race. I don't think RP Allen's going to be the first guy that he decides to push to the win.
We'll have to agree. Let's hop on board here with the Toyota Supra for Derek Stanley, and not only look at the onboard view, but some of the speeds these guys are running throughout the weekend. Now, these speeds will pick up as the race goes on and pushing gets more aggressive. In fact, we'll go back here as position, or I guess I should say up to Ryan Bates. You see he's going to hit about 190 miles an hour at some point here down the front straightaway, 188 as he continues to push on the back bumper of David Sheets. Excuse me, RP Allen, but David Sheets on the inside, you can see as much pushing as he's doing. He's going to hold that 43 of Wilkerson even. And then the other note I do want to make real quick is that the field looks like they're all still mostly together. However, the one car all the way at the back, that was Tony Richards. Looks like she may have briefly started to leave the draft, but has since gotten it back and now caught back up for the rest of the field.
And I don't want to speak too soon, but so far, knock on wood, these drivers, you know, while they're being aggressive up front, a little bit further back, it seems like everyone's just, they're being smart and they're being patient. And it seems like that they're going to be willing to at least try to get to the green flag pit stop, because in the earlier heat, they were going 3 wide and racing very hard. Here, it just seems like nobody is really wanting to go 3 wide, or they'll commit to the third line, but by the time they commit, somebody else goes up and then they fake them and just go back down. Right now, there's just not enough commitment to get the third line rolling.
Oh no, and just as we mentioned Tony Richards and how she was able to re-catch up to that pack, she has now crashed. Big damage to the right front of the 52. What in the world happened here? Looked like she was riding by herself. Wonder if there's a technical issue or... Oh no, there's going to be full-on contact here. That's the 635 of Landon Tilley. And go to the chopper view. This did not bring out the caution, by the way, which I'm a little surprised, but they get into the turn. Oh, she just gets loose. You knew that was coming eventually for somebody with the way it's been so far, with how these cars start handling late in the run. And I know we're not super late into the run, but we're enough where tires have started to wear, and I think she's just going to make a little bit too aggressive of a wheel movement, wheel input, whatever you want to call it right here, and it's going to shoot this car down the track. Watch this, she gets to the brake. Yeah, she's really cranking that wheel to the left, and it's not so much that it's a sudden movement, it's just that she's putting so much wheel into the left that once the back end starts to come around, if you don't correct to the right soon enough, it just gets worse and worse until eventually it's past the point where you can get it back. And there was nothing she could do at that point. Went down, got into the 635 of Landon Tilley, and at that point, it's on from there. She gets tagged off the, or she rather hits the side of the door, and then watch this hit on the top of the racetrack. This is a big shot, destroys the front end. So that's what could potentially bring her chances of advancing to the feature or the LCQ to an end, unless we can get a caution. She did get back rolling, but going to be multiple laps down. Back up front we go now. David Sheets continues to lead the inside line. Oh, we got another one off now. Further back. Trouble, I only saw one go. Is that it, or is there going to be another one? That was Adam Young in the 9. Looks like he saves it. I don't see any damage. He'll merge back on track, but that's going to be another driver that loses the pack, and so now all of a sudden, Cody, things are starting to heat up.
Well, they are heating up, quite literally. The tires, I mean, the further that we go into this run, tires are going to become more and more of a factor, and it's going to be interesting. We have guys in this field that race the Xfinity cars, you know, 4 nights a week, 5 nights a week. They should be used to it, but yet we still see the issue where once tire heat builds up, especially if there's no caution to where you have a chance to cool the tires off, it's going to be a problem. I want to say about 30 laps into the run, I was really starting to feel it. And if I put any extra wheel into the, you know, the car, boy, that back end sure wanted to kick out. So it is going to be very interesting if you decide that you want to push hard, especially if you're up toward the front, you're going to run the risk of potentially self-spinning just because you're technically overdriving the car, based on what you have done for the past 30 laps. You start putting the car in a situation where you don't have as much grip as you had. And wow, the middle line there was just completely voided.
Yeah, that was it. Oh, hold on. We got one off. That's Justin Mills. Hold on to it. Justin in the fourth sliding down onto the apron. Can he save it? Yes, he does. What a save from Justin Mills as he's still trying to hold on to this car. He finally does. He'll get back on the racetrack, but unfortunately, he is going to lose the draft. That was a phenomenal save, though, for Justin Mills, who, boy, he went off the racetrack right in the middle of the pack, and we saw this earlier, too. When you get on that apron, it is so tricky to save the car, but I think this is going to be another victim to just getting loose right here, Cody. Let's see. As Justin gets into the corner, and he just puts a little bit too much wheel movement into it to the left, and then once the car slips out from under him, he gets onto the apron and drives out of it. What a save it was, and then almost loses it again, but still hangs on. Nicely done by Justin Mills, but that does cost him the draft, and it's happening to more and more drivers as we have now officially broken into the longest run of any prelim we've had so far. 21 laps under green, the tires continue to get worse for wear.
No, and the drivers up front, again, they're going to start feeling it, and it's going to it might potentially change your strategy where when you get in the window to want to pit, you might just say, hey, if you're in a Discord with a few other guys, hey guys, let's go down now, take our left side tires and get away from the pack. Do you want to be in the pack potentially where somebody could self-spin around you just from the tires being hot and the track being slick? Or would you rather pit early, get away from all of that carnage, then if the caution comes out, everyone still has to pit? So theoretically, you would cycle to the lead. It's just an interesting question that some of these drivers are going to have to run around right now. Again, do you stay out or do you pit?
Strategy is all about timing, that is for sure, and who you've got to do the strategy with. But right now, Steve Tucker in the one. This is another driver that almost, I don't want to call him an underdog, but a driver that maybe a lot of people didn't have on their radar here tonight. But he has been continuing to impress as he runs third on the outside. Looking to see if he can advance not only into the LCQ, but again into the feature. Top 5 advance straight to the feature from this prelim, and then 6 through 13 advance to the LCQ. Well, if you're just tuning in, or you've been tuning in at any point, we certainly appreciate you being with us. I know we've had a couple issues throughout, but been having a good time so far. Dawson Wise was with me the last 3 prelims. Cody Nagels, of course, alongside me here for prelim number 4. And by the way, stick around for prelim number 5. Dawson Wise, Michael Triscaro will be in the booth on the call for that one. But right now, almost to the halfway portion as we continue to keep it green. And I'll tell you what, the probability of having a green flag stop is looking more and more likely. So at some point here, Cody, this outside line has to start thinking about the fact that we could make it to that green flag stop, and they're going to have to start trying to get single file. Well, never mind. Here we go. First round of pit stops.
And it looks like the first round of pit stops is going to be led by none other. Let me see here. I believe it is David Sheets. See if I can get a pretty good angle on that. Yeah, we're going to have a group led in by David Sheets. It looks like Jason Maines, Andrew Navarro, John Ellis Jr., and Devin Ray. Boy, listen to some of them names. That is a very, very strong group. And if you're sitting in the pack right now and you see them guys coming down pit road, I am pretty sure I would be changing my strategy right now and pitting very, very soon.
Yep, and Larry McDonald also brought it down to the pits that time as well. So we'll see if all these drivers merge out the same as they went in here. Andrew Navarro is going to lead them out, followed by Devin Ray. Then it's John Ellis Jr. Ooh, Maines and McDonald a little bit behind here. We'll see if they can stick with them. Up front, though, here comes the pack off of turn 4. Will we get any more pit stops this time?
Yes, we do. Looks like this pack is going to be led by Ryan Baste and Vicente Guerrero.
And Vicente Guerrero with a little bit of a lockup, but he gets in. Ryan Baste gets in good as well. Joey Allen further back, almost spins it. He's able to save it. But overall, I think that's another pretty clean round of pit stops. And again, remember, these drivers, they have not yet had a chance to practice pitting besides maybe a little bit by themselves in a practice, but this is the first time they've all went in as a group. And again, doing a phenomenal job so far. Dan Diapolo, that was not the stop he wanted, though. He got into his box way too far pointed left, and that cost him quite a bit of time. But Ryan Baste is going to lead him out, and he's going to lead him out by quite a bit. So he's going to have to hope he can catch on to the group that pit a lap before.
Well, it looks like right now that Ryan Baste has a huge lead in front of the pack, and I think the advantage is going to go to that pack that just pitted the first time around. Vicente Guerrero way off, I'm not going to say way off of pace, but David Flanagan and Vicente Guerrero right now, they're in jeopardy of not even having the pack. Ryan Baste, he's far enough ahead. It looks like he is going to get a draft. Boy, this is going to be close. Vicente Guerrero and David Flanagan, they need to push. That front four has quite a bit of momentum. It does look like Ryan Baste will be catching to the back end of that pack. Question is now, the guys that are further back, do they have enough to where they can catch on with a little bit of draft? Boy, them front four put on a clinic right now leading this race. And excuse me, they're not leading this race, but they are leading out the group that has pit.
Yeah, and here comes that last group that already pit out of the pits. We saw them make their stop. They all got in clean as well. So, I mean, how about that? You go from 3 prelims where you have a caution, no green flag pit stops at all, to one where not only do you have green flag stops, but everybody makes it in completely clean. That's the variation you get in these. And now Ted Gamble, the last car that had not made a pit stop yet, he will go ahead and bring it down for tires and then full fuel service. Adam Young looks like hasn't pit as well. So John Ellis Jr. is the leader of everybody who has pit. Andrew Navarro, Devin Ray, and Jason Maines all with that pack as well. And then the group that's going to be trying to track them down, being led by Ryan Baste. They are, I'm talking, they are within hundreds of catching this draft. And looks like there's a bridge car. Yeah, that's going to be Tony. So she will act kind of as the bridge that allows everybody to catch up. Oh, do we have one pull off here?
I believe John Ellis Jr. is having to go in to serve a penalty right now. Boy, what a crucial mistake. Now you have the pack that's, they're a little bit further back. They're spread out a good solid 8 to 10 cars. Now you have to think once they get, all bunched back together, I'd have to think that them front three are kind of sitting ducks right now.
Well, now John Ellis Jr., he needs a caution because if he doesn't get one, it was a drive-through. So I'm assuming it might have been for, I don't know if it was speeding on entry. It might have been speeding on exit or unsafe pit exit. But point is, he's back to 24th, so he is no longer in position to advance to either the LCQ or the feature. He needs a caution. Adam Young leads, and Andrew Navarro back in second, leading of the drivers who have already pit. Devin Ray, Jason Maines. But yeah, well, we talked about Ryan Baste being close to the draft. He's there now, Cody, and you said it. When he gets there, boy, it is going to get interesting.
Yeah, that group led by Ryan Baste got David Flanagan behind him. Vicente Guerrero just last lap had a almost, I'll just say it was a very good save on his part. That could have been his weekend if he would have wrecked. And Kenny Reel, he's a guy right now that's got a little familiarity running leagues with Vicente Guerrero. Let's see, will the four that just caught that front three, are they going to do something with it? It looks like further back. Yes, David Flanagan's got to lead him, and it's going to be Vicente Guerrero pushing, Kenny Reel behind him. I don't believe any of the guys are going to try to move up, but I could be wrong.
Flanagan's going for it, and I think that's a good call. 23 to go. If we get a caution, you want to have that track position at this point, so he decided, you know what, I'm going to take the move to the top of the racetrack, and so far it's working well. 2x2 off of turn 4. Navarro leads. Devin Ray second. David Flanagan in third. And just behind everybody right here, I was keeping an eye on that grouping led by Adam Parks. Boy, what a comeback for him after trying all night to get that third lane working. Couldn't get much help out there to get it going, but he was able to stick with these guys through the pit stop cycle. And now not only him, but also RP Allen, they have caught back up, and that will extend this lead pack to 11 cars.
And those 11 cars, all of them right now are in a transfer spot, at least to the LCQ. So in my mind right now, I'm not doing anything until the white flag. I don't care. You all can race it out as much as you want to on the white flag. At least get in a transfer spot. Every guy in this lead pack comfortably in a transfer spot right now.
Yeah, again, if you're in this pack but you end up wrecking out before the end, I mean, what's the point? You just wasted your chance of making it in. I agree. You're not making a move to the white flag. Heck, I'm not making a move until we get the trial for the white flag. I want to be in. Oh, well, never mind. They're going to wreck. The 23 of RP Allen. Some contact with the 80 of Larry McDonald. He tags the outside wall. Caution is out. And can everybody else miss Larry here? He's a little slow trying to get it back rolling. Across the line. Yep, looks like everybody else is going to be able to miss him. Well, so much for that. Well, we made it to the green flag stop, but didn't make it the entire prelim through without a caution. First caution with 21 laps to go. And boy, let's see where this all went wrong here. Now, I was wondering if David Sheets had cycled back here, and where does it all go wrong right here? Larry drifts up a little bit. RP Allen's looking to the middle, and that's where the contact occurs. And well, I'll tell you what, I have a couple things on this, but before we get to it, we got to go back and look at this from the chopper view so everybody watching at home can see this a little bit better and see exactly what we're going to talk about with this. And it's just, I guess before I get there, I do want to show you. All right, here we go. So watch RP Allen in the 23 on the bottom, and then you got Larry McDonald in the 80 up top. As they go into the tribal, these guys are just kind of riding around to a degree, so they're going to leave a little space, kind of, we've seen this earlier where you just kind of relax and you're just following the guy in front of you. Well, RP Allen sees that. He sees Larry wash up, so he goes for the middle, and I mean, the hole is there, and so he takes it, and then Larry, when he goes to come back down, well, now the 23 is there, so he gets into him, and that sends RP Allen into Adam Parks. Gets him back up the track into Larry McDonald, who ends up being the only car that actually takes any real damage from this. But, a couple things for that, Cody, and I'm sure you'll have a couple better insights than I will on this is, first off, if you're RP Allen, man, I know you want to win this, but it's just not worth it right now. I'm not saying the move's not there. The move is there. But you know that a lot of guys aren't expecting that, and it's kind of a respect thing, right? We all earned our spot up here in this pack. Let's just ride around beside this thing at the end. So I guess in Larry's fairness, he's not expecting it. But then at the same time, if you're Larry McDonald, you always got to have it in the back of your mind that somebody could be looking for moves like this. And he did leave that hole there. RP Allen took it, and he was there. So if you're Larry at that point, as frustrating as it is, you got to notice that it's there, and you got to just kind of, I guess accept it. But like I said, I just don't think Larry knew he was there.
No, Larry didn't know he was there, and I get it. Technically, the caution is going to be on Larry, and rightfully so, because RP Allen had the spot. But here's a difference of opinions between Jacob Wilkerson and RP Allen. RP Allen sees the spot, takes the spot, but then causes a wreck, okay? All 11 were in a transfer spot, so it seems like that even though Larry technically committed the caution, I feel like it just did more harm than good to RP Allen, because everything now resets and the guys in the back now have a shot to make get it into a transfer spot. Jacob Wilkerson's seen the exact thing that RP Allen's seen, but Jacob Wilkerson decided, you know what, I'm not going to do it right now. I'm going to wait till later in the race. It just seemed like a little bit of a difference in opinions. Wilkerson decided to stay back and just let Larry McDonald take the spot back, and RP Allen wanted no part of it and going through the middle. Again, I get it, but you hit the nail on the head. It just does more harm than good right now.
Certainly did in that case. Well, 19 laps to go. Looks like it's going to be probably around 17. We'll get the green flag back in the air. So we are going to take a quick break, but we'll go side by side so you don't miss a thing. Stick with us. We'll be right back at Talladega.
I played a couple of simulators, and this was like very responsive, especially the hydraulics and stuff, the motion and stuff was really, really on point.
Make you feel like you're really driving, it feels real.
It adds so much to the experience. It's just really, really cool.
It was pretty awesome.
Have created our own drink company. The fastest growing sports drink in history.
We want pride! We want pride! Ladies and gentlemen, we got This season, we are hydrated.
The official sports drink of the UFC. It's time! Oh, that's good.
Welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway. Getting ready to go back to green flag racing here in prelim number 4 for the road to the Summer Slam 499, which again will be tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you tune in for that. Looking forward to it. Cody, looks like you will now be racing in it officially, so congrats on that. I know you're joining us here in the booth for Prelim 4, potentially for the LCQ later as well. But I do want to give a quick shout out to all the sponsors who helped make this possible. And again, what are the sponsorships great for? Well, they help pay for any of the race control / broadcasting fees that need to be taken care of. And so as a result, that purse payout was 100% either way, but actually ended up being a little bit more because of that. But looking at the sponsors in general, we want to give a huge shout out and thank you to VRX Simulators, Prime Hydration, Kanoa Valley Key and Fob, McCullough Motorsports Money Racing, and then Butt Kicker. They will be giving away a gaming unit to one of the drivers, one of the first 100 drivers that had signed up for this event. And then last note I want to make before we go back racing is that this is, I don't want to say preparation, it's still its own event, but one thing that we're still all going to be getting prepared for is the PGR 500, which will be coming up in February. That event, of course, is going to be the center stage one for PGR, bigger than this one. So if you're interested or you like what you saw here so far today and what you like tomorrow, then make sure you sign up for that one once it gets closer. All right, here we go. It'll be 17 laps to go. Field in the hands of Navarro and Devin Ray. Green flag is back in the air. We're back underway at Talladega. 2x2 they go down to turn number 1. Andrew Navarro will lead him in. Devin Ray on the outside as they climb the banking. Jason Maines and Ryan Bates right now. Those are two really good pushers to have lined up on that top line. But look at the 11 of Kenny Reel. He's been race control for a couple of these races, and now he's in the field trying to secure his spot into Sunday's action. A little bit of a gap, about 5 to 6 spots back on the inside, and that allows that outside to stay relatively even, but all the pushing from David Flanagan has now put Andrew Navarro back up front. And how about Flanagan, Cody? I mean, this is a driver that, again, maybe a lot of people didn't expect to be a heavy hitter coming into this race, but he's looking to do more than just advance to the LCQ. He's looking to potentially push somebody to a win in this race.
Oh, absolutely. And there's a lot of guys in this field that haven't really got the love that they deserve. I mean, boy, over 150 entries. And, you know, it's tough sometimes. There's going to be a lot of sleepers. So far in the race, David Flanagan has done a fantastic job. And when him and Kenny Reel have been connected, they have been an absolute force. I mean, right off that green flag pit stop, those were two guys that were connected with Vicente Guerrero, and, you know, they caught that lead pack of 3. They've been working in unison, at least at the latter portions of this race, very well together. And again, oh, and we have a caution.
Trouble is we had one spin off. Doesn't bring out the caution yet, but was an incident here. Oh, that was a big hit. I think that was Joe Stafford. Joe Stafford, one of them. Who was the other? Was it Nim Silva? Doesn't look like it. Was it Sierra Clamper? Yes, it was. One of the fan favorites. Sierra Clamper took a big shot off the inside wall, and that car is destroyed. She's going to have to pit and use a fast repair. And then Joe Stafford in a similar boat as well. He's got pretty heavy damage to the right side. Not sure if it'll be a fast repair, but let's see what happens here between these two. Again, didn't bring out the caution because it was off the racing surface and was only 2 cars, but here is... Ooh, it starts to become a stack up, right? And that's the 76 of Derek Stanley, who sits on the outside middle, and then watch what happens here. All right, and so let's see here. Looks like the 38 is pushing, and then Sierra realizes that she's running out of room. She can't just nail the 76, so she bails out of the throttle. That little bit of a checkup, the 38 wasn't really accounting for when pushing her, and that kind of gets them offset. The 38 ends up turning the 25 back down the racetrack into Joe Stafford, and it's on from there. And there's the hit for Sierra Clamper. That's a big, big hit to the rear of that car. That's what did all the damage. But that's a tough break for Sierra because she had just started to work her way towards the front of the field, and I mean, nothing she could do there. When you're that far back in the pack, you're supposed to be being kind of extra careful with pushes anyway, and I just think that, you know, the 38 wasn't really expecting the checkup where it was.
No, and it's just a tough spot to be in, too, because, you know, 38 might not even have seen what was going on in front or had so little of time to react by the time, you know, 38 was able to get on the brakes. Maybe it was just too late. But going back up front right now.
More trouble further back, and yes, this one will bring out the caution. That's the 74 of Dan DiPaolo. DiPaolo, excuse me. Again, I apologize if I'm pronouncing his last name wrong, but that was a big hit, another big hit to the rear end of this race car, and looks like even his left front might be destroyed as well. That car is definitely going to be in need of a fast repair, as this is the second yellow now of prelim number 4, and it'll put us back to green now with under 10 laps to go. And so let's see what happens here. Watch the 74. He's on the outside of the racetrack. And does he just get loose? Yes, he does. Seen it so many times here. And we see it yet again. Then when he slides up, ooh, couldn't tell who he collected there. Went by the camera view too fast. I think that's, play that nice and slow. Is that the 44, it looks like, of Noah Lurch? I think it was. Yes, it was. So Noah Lurch as he slides down. Wow, Mark Math. Some evasive maneuvers there to miss it. What a job. We'll have to ride on board with him momentarily. But again, for this 74, we'll go on board and show you exactly, Cody, this continues to happen. And, you know, I'm curious as to not only what your take is on this one, but in general, you drove the car, Cody. What is it that these drivers can do to help prevent this? Because we keep seeing it so often.
Really, it's tough to explain without being in the car, but I try to take it easier on the entry. Even if you have to lift just a little bit, 5%. I try to lift a little bit or just be extra easy, like loosen my hands with the wheel. There's just a few tips and tricks that you can do to try to avoid getting loose going into the entry of the corner. Unfortunately, like you said, we've seen it happen so far all day today, and it's just a rough break. But then again, for the drivers up front, when you're trying to push and your tires are already starting to give away, I mean, it's why the end of these races become so hectic. You know, early in the race, you know, drivers got tires that are fresh. You know, the intensity's not really ramped up yet. But when you start ramping up the intensity and your tires are giving away, boy, oh boy, it's a recipe for disaster.
Well, I don't know how Larry McDonald made it through that wreck, and Mark Mapp may even have a little bit of a crazier viewpoint. He had to miss one, then he had to miss two. And boy, that was another really close call there as well for the 93, who almost got clipped back up the racetrack. That's Bryce Saucier. Man, oh man. We've seen a couple close calls for a couple drivers, but that one could potentially end a few nights, as losing track position at this stage is going to be most likely race ending. But hey, you never know. We've seen a wreck on the last lap of every prelim just about so far, so we'll see what happens at the end of this one. But looks like it is going to need to be a restart with, I think, 10 to go exactly, assuming the lights on the pace car go off this next time. David Flanagan, though, being scored now as your leader. Andrew Navarro in second. Kenny Reel back in third with Devin Ray in fourth. Jacob Wilkerson rounding out your top five. Back in sixth, it's Jason Maines, Ryan Baste in seventh. Derek Stanley in eighth. Adam Parks in ninth. And Davey Matthews rounding out the top 10. Well, I mean, looking not only at that last wreck, Cody, but I still want to touch a little bit more on this topic of, you know, getting loose. Is there anything you can do early in a run, even for some of these drivers that struggle, that maybe help you save tires that help prevent that later? Or is it just something that inevitably is going to catch up to every driver at some point?
I think it's just going to inevitably catch up to every driver at some point. If we're talking a track like the New Atlanta, yes, there is something you can do, you know, driving it easier into the corner. But, you know, I don't really think there's a whole lot you can do at the start of these races, because I don't really think anyone's going to be lifting a whole lot. But one thing I will mention, maybe minimizing the lane changes for the leaders when you have the option to move up. I had spoke about it earlier. Minimizing the amount of times you're moving up and down the track would be limiting your wheel movements. Less wheel movements, equals more tire at the end of the race. So you want to be, you know, a little bit more conservative early, and it could pay dividends later in the race. One thing I do want to point out, though, starting in 29th was Adam Parks. He is sitting P9 right now, the 069. If anyone is having the best race so far, I do believe Adam Parks is the biggest mover. So potentially could be a sleeper in this race, potentially to make the top 5 and move on to the Summer Slam.
Certainly could be. Yeah, it is going to be exactly 10 laps to go, by the way. And you know, another thing that you can do, by the way, Cody, that I did want to mention is when we have these pit stops, especially under caution, if you pit for fuel, just take 4 tires. If you don't need the track position, you might get it later, and then you'll also have fresher tires to work with. The other thing we haven't seen a lot of so far throughout these prelims is pushing in the corners. I wonder if that's going to pick up a little bit here as we get towards the end of prelim number 4. Navarro, though, on the outside. You see he's got the Contender Series banner. I think we've had a Coke Series driver or a Contender Series driver now officially in just about every prelim that we've went through so far. And then again, we have one more to go after this. And then once that wraps up, that will end this stream. And then we'll take a brief break. Won't be long at all before we start up the stream for the LCQ, which again will go green right around 10 o'clock, maybe just a little bit after. So, nope, actually it will be at 10 o'clock. So make sure that you stick around and hop in that stream. We'll have the link out in the Discords when we get closer to it. We got some business to wrap up here, and David Flanagan, boy, this could upset the streak of big names that have been winning if he could find a way to get to victory lane right here.
And I would love nothing more than to see a guy, like, no offense to the guys that are up there winning night in and night out, but what would that do for the confidence of a guy like David Flanagan or Kenny Reel, or I don't even want to mention Jacob Wilkerson because he is a very solid name, as is Devin Ray. But any of them guys, what if any of them guys can pull off the win? Derek Stanley, Adam Parks, Phillip Matthews. I mean, there are a plethora of guys right now in the top 10 that could upset the big dogs.
We're getting closer to finding out because it's going to be, again, 10 laps to go. We'll see another caution here. Starts to get interesting, but everybody is plenty good to go on fuel, so that's not a concern. Tire wear, not a concern for the tire itself, but a concern for handling, that's for sure. John Ellis Jr., who got that penalty earlier, has been continuing to fight back, and now looks like he's got himself backed up towards the front of the field, inside the top 10. Well, not quite, but anyway, green flag back in the air. 10 laps to go, and it's a great restart from the 24, David Flanagan, but Navarro with a little bit better pushing out back from Devin Ray. We'll go side by side into turn 1, and out becomes the battle of which lane can get more organized before they hit the back straightaway. Looks like right now it's still a dead heat. Wilkerson versus Maines, who gets to their line first? Looks like right now it's Wilkerson that gets a bit of a run. He'll get there first, and so the inside is going to be able to fend off the run from the top down the back.
Jason Maines is doing a very good job right now of pushing as the third in line in the middle lane. John Ellis Jr. looks like, I don't know if he was pushed out into the third line or if he went there by himself, but right now, no help for John Ellis Jr. It looks like he might be losing a few positions.
Got to be careful now. They're 3 wide further back. John Ellis Jr., that's where it's at, and the 38 just to his inside. Boy, that got really, really tight for a moment. I think they're all going to hold on to it. By the way, I think that was Davey Matthews in the 38. Yes, it was. And they're still 3 wide here, but now further back as it's Sheets, and John Ellis Jr. will duck in just behind David Sheets. Back to 2 by 2 they go. 9 laps to go, and now the desperation starts to set in, Cody. And if we start to see cautions, we could run out of laps really quickly here. So if you're towards the back, I think maybe you wait 1 more lap at most, and then you've got to get this third lane going with the hopes that the inside and the middle are hot on 10ths.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, David Sheets got very loose right there with Vicente Guerrero behind him. Looks like John Ellis Jr. is going to dip in behind Sheets. But yeah, you said it. Really, I mean, you got to go now. I mean, we're coming up on the last 7 laps of the race, 8 laps of the race. These drivers, if you're sitting back behind the transfer spot, you know that the guys up front are hot. Like, there is no better time to go than now, as we have a wreck.
Caution is back out for a big wreck coming out of the tribal involving at least a couple. Saw Justin Mills involved there. It's like Landon Tilley got through fine. Just caught my eye there for a moment. But yeah, the 4 of Mills. Looks like car's got some damage, at least in the front end. Not sure just how bad it is yet, at least not from this view. See when the camera flips here. Yeah, that's pretty significant damage. Not sure if he's going to have race winning speed, but if he's got a fast repair, might be okay. Although, actually, you know what? Let's go to the rear chase. Yeah, never mind. That's a little bit worse than I initially thought after we saw that second view of it. But what happened here is the big question. As I saw Mills get tangled with somebody in the back. Looks like it was the 56 of Benjamin Richards, who had jumped to the outside to make a 3 wide move, trying to get further towards the front. And here is, I think Benjamin just comes down the racetrack a little bit. When he does, he clips Justin Mills in the right rear. And then, I mean, Justin does a good job by not hitting the wall, but in that case, it almost makes it worse to a degree for the rest of the field, because David Sheets, he gets tagged. He saves it, but certainly did a lot of damage to that race car. And then, oh man, that's not how you like to see things have to end for John Ellis Jr. right there, as he got turned. And we couldn't see it in that camera view, but I have a pretty good idea that I thought he would have tagged this outside wall pretty hard. Certainly no way he kept it off of it. Oh my goodness, he did. Wow, look at this, the 21. I don't know how he did that. I mean, he was pointed almost 90 degrees to the right just briefly, and somehow was able to get the car back to the left. And so he just went from potentially a night ender to no damage from that. What a piece of driving there from John Ellis Jr. But as for the 56 and the 4 there, Cody, that's just guys starting to go for it at the end. But at the same time, if you're the 56 there, he certainly came down into the 4 of Justin Mills.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a little bit of deja vu from one of the wrecks that happened earlier. The hole in the middle is there. The 56 is running high. Justin Mills says, you know what? I'm going to take that spot. Only this time, I mean, we're coming in the last few laps of the race here. Justin Mills knows it's go time. So I commend Justin Mills for making the move, and it just seems like when drivers are getting split, I'm not too sure if they even see the guy making the move, because they probably think that they're still too wide, but when they go back down to the spot that they believe that they've had, somebody else already claimed it, because again, the 56 was running up a little bit too high.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad you mentioned that, Cody, because actually we didn't see that initially on replay, but you can see it now, of course, where he made that move, and you're right, carbon copy of what we saw earlier with RP Allen, and risk versus reward, you risk, taking it into the middle, and certain guys maybe not as experienced to be expecting that, kind of run that risk of something like this happening. So I agree. I think the 4 kind of put himself in that position, even though the 56 technically did cause the wreck.
Yeah, and you're at the point in the race where you're not going to be giving anybody anything. It's all take at this point. And especially when you're sitting, even if you have a transfer spot, I don't believe you're going to be very comfortable if you're sitting anywhere near or outside of the top 10 right now. Ideally, you don't want to be getting into that LCQ. So pretty much right around where Justin Mills was, right where the wreck happened, those are the guys that are going to be extra aggressive from here on out. If you're up in that middle line and you run up a little bit, you better be pretty confident that somebody's probably going to take that spot. It's not a very good proposition that I would be wanting to run with if I was all the way back there. So again, don't blame Justin Mills in the slightest for that move.
Remember, the LCQ is only top 15 advance, I do believe, so you got to keep that in mind as well.
15, excuse me.
Yep, so sure enough, but the other thing I do want to say before we switch on to the next topic about Justin Mills there, I can't blame him either, though, right? I mean, it's at the point in the race, which you've said this already, Cody, but it's at that point where you've got to go to the front no matter what you have to do. And if there's nobody wanting to go up top to that third lane, you decide, okay, it is worth the risk. If they leave the gap, I'm going to take it. He did that. It's a good move. It just unfortunately doesn't work out if guys aren't all on the same page. So it's a tough break there for sure, but at the end of the day, I think it was kind of a move that, Mills had to make sooner or later, and just obviously didn't work out for him. But let's going to see if anybody got their lap back, a lap back, or multiple laps back. Tony Richards still sitting 2 laps down, so it doesn't look like she has gotten any of them back at this point. She's going to need a couple more cautions, although I don't know if we have enough time with only 1 green light checkered scheduled if we were to need it. And we will go back green this time, which will be 5 laps to go. So if you're Andrew Navarro, Devin Ray, even David Flanagan and Jason Maines, I think that you're trying to control this front group and kind of saving the racing between yourselves until that last lap. But at the same time, and we saw this with you, Cody, actually towards the end of your prelim, once it gets to a certain point, do you just drop to the bottom and try to hope that that's the safe place to be as long as you're the leader on the bottom, and maybe be okay with if you don't quite have the run to win it at the end?
Well, here's what I was running through my mind, at least in the previous prelim. If you run bottom, you're running the risk of the third becoming viable. I don't believe, obviously the third isn't even a thing in the truck anymore, really. The Xfinity car, I still don't think it's quite as viable as it was back last year. I could be wrong with that, but with that being said, if you stay on the bottom, yeah, you're taking the safe route, but if you're not cycling and moving up and trusting the guy that would be pushing you, I think you open up the can of worms for that third to be viable. The best thing the guys up front could be doing right now is cycle temps, keep each other fresh, and if they do, I'm really not so sure if that third's going to be the preferred lane at this point.
We're getting ready to find out, because the pace car is going to make a left turn, potentially for the final time here in prelim number 4. Again, it'll be 5 laps to go. We've got to make it at least 4 of those to take the white flag for this prelim to be official. And if we get another caution from this point on, we will be headed to overtime. Navarro rolls up into the Geico restart zone. Green flag is back in the air at Talladega, and it's a great start for the inside. Flanagan right away to the back bumper of Andrew Navarro. Jason Maines, not the best start, but just behind him, the 76 of Derek Stanley, not a good start either. He's not even to the back bumper yet of that second car. Jason Maines, wrecking out back. RP Allen, huge hit upside down for a moment. Went to 23. Quickly gets back on all 4, and they're still wrecking up ahead. Adam Young, the 635 is in it as well. Landon Tilley, that is. And so, well, I guess that answers that question. We are going to head into overtime.
Oh, that's going to make it very, very interesting, too, because, I mean, we had just seen it in the previous prelim. If there is a wreck inside of the top 13 transfer spots, the field's going to freeze right then and there, or everyone's going to be, they're going to be allowed to get back in the position that iRacing placed them in. But for guys right now back around the transfer spot, Ellis, P13, Ted Gamble in 14th, Vicente Guerrero in 15th. Boy, oh boy, it is going to get interesting, and you have to think, those gentlemen have got to be sweating bullets right about now.
Well, it was another one of those moves, Cody. RP Allen tried to split the middle, and John Ellis Jr. was having none of it. He threw a block on it, and as a result, RP Allen got stuck in the middle, and then somebody, I think, he kind of gets ping-ponged around here, but how it starts is, once he's in the middle here, it looks like the 47. Hold on, I do want to move this back a little bit before we actually look at it. But the 47 of Ted Gamble here, watches, I think he's just going to come down a little bit. And yes, he does. And they just kind of run out of room here. And then RP Allen, they make contact together, RP Allen and Gamble, that is. And then at that point, he's going to just start kind of ping-ponging back and forth here. And eventually, car goes out of control. He wrecks. It's just about upside down. And then looks like that's going to be a night ender. But risk versus reward. Talked about it, and you wondered, it's one of those things, Cody. We saw this actually quite a bit in ERA, where at a certain point, there's a driver who says, I don't think so. You're not going to do that anymore. And in this case, to me, that looks like John Ellis Jr. He says, you want to keep splitting in the middle. You're not splitting me in the middle. As he purposely moves up right there so that Allen can't do that. And as a result, he just kind of gets trapped in a really tight three-wide sweep between a couple of drivers, and it's over from there.
Yeah, again, I mean, we've seen it twice now in this race already with RP Allen taking the spot. Only that time, you can't expect when you're splitting a lane like that, the guy above you isn't just going to, give you the spot. But it doesn't really look like, at least from my vantage point, that I can't tell who that is in front of him that he kind of pushed up the track. But it doesn't look like he came back down the track. It kind of just looked like RP Allen might have just went up the track just enough to, bounce off him once, and then from there it was just kind of a game of ping pong, and RP Allen just gets loose and wrecks, unfortunately. But that's the risk that Allen was willing to take there, and it burned him.
Yep, you're right about that second part of the call. Ooh, Tony Richards, she took a couple of big hits in that one as well. Even though she was 2 laps down, could have potentially got one of them back right here, but not going to happen anymore as she'll hop on board here. Tony sees it, she's going to try to shoot the gap low, and then just couldn't get on the brakes enough once she realized the hole had closed up. And the rest is history. We'll take 2 more views of this one. First from the turn 1 gopher cam. And for RP Allen, I've been a victim of it too myself. I try to move similar to that in the Podium 500 when I got buried deep late. You start to get desperate. You feel like it's your only way through, and sometimes it works. And if it works, we're up here praising whoever it is as a hero right now, saying what a move, one of the best moves we've ever seen. And RP kind of felt like he was so far back with as few laps as were left that he wouldn't have been able to get up there if he didn't make that move when he did. It didn't work out, and as you said, Cody, just one of those things that didn't work out, and he's going to be probably thinking twice about it next time. 3 laps to go. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say absolutely here real quick before we go green, but it was definitely a veteran move on John Ellis Jr.'s part, and I'm laughing a little bit up here, to be honest with you. But it is a really good move of Ellis. It's a veteran move of saying, nah, I'm not really going to take that too much. But again, it's going to be definitely interesting coming here to the green-white checker, because we are going to have a wild one on our hands for the transfer spots.
Yeah, we certainly are. You see it says 3 to go right now. It'll actually be a 2-lap to go restart, though, once we take the green, and it'll be our one and only green-white checkered attempt. And so we'll see if it ends under caution like the last prelim did, or they can make it to the white flag and make this race official. Andrew Navarro, though, is being scored as your leader. David Flanagan back in 2nd, Devin Ray in 3rd, Jason Maines 4th, Kenny Reel in 5th, with Jacob Wilkerson back in 6th, Derek Stanley 7th, Davey Matthews 8th, Ryan Bass 9th, and Adam Parks rounds out your top 10. And I said it a couple prelims ago, and I'll say it again, I think anybody in the top 10 has a chance to advance straight to the feature, and then I think anybody inside the top, I'm going to say top 15 with the way this one's going, has a chance to advance, of course, to the LCQ.
Yeah, and I would agree. Sorry, I'm getting back here a little bit around the transfer spot, because that's going to be what I have my eyes peeled to right now. Again, John Ellis Jr. he's not going to be one to sit here and wait. It's going to be, let's take a look here, Vicente Guerrero, John Ellis Jr., Mark Math, Joey Allen, Ted Gamble, Joseph Stafford, Steve Tucker. Boy, oh boy. One thing I hope for this one, I don't want this race to end the same way that the previous one did, under caution. I will hate it for the drivers that's around that transfer spot. my hope here, at least that we can see the white flag. If a wreck is going to happen, let's at least make it that far, because I would love to see those drivers race it out this time.
That's what me and Dawson were talking about last prelim, how it's so frustrating because you just don't know what to expect. Like, you know, you want to time your move up expecting to go 2 laps, right? So maybe that move is something that develops right as the white flag starts, but at the same time, if we don't make it to the white flag, that's it. The race is over, so you almost have to go and get desperate as soon as this green flag drops, and it means it's going to be really, really interesting. Now, another thing that I will note briefly, we'll talk more about it tonight once we get closer to it, but in these heats, everybody had a fast repair, so that just as a driver gives you a whole different mindset in the way you race. Now, it's not going to apply here as, again, the race will end if we get a caution, but throughout this race, you had that fast repair to bank on for the feature. That's not going to be the case, and so you got to kind of consider that whenever you get to any of these late race restarts in terms of how you want to play it out. Do you get extra aggressive and risk, you know, getting in a wreck, or do you try to play conservative, hope for a big wreck, and then try to pounce? It's going to be interesting, but right now, it's all about getting to the front as quick as you can. It's going to be 2 laps, just a little bit over 5 miles to decide it, and who's going to be the winner here in Prelim 4. Navarro looking like the favorite right now, but David Flanagan looking to be the first underdog so far here today to steal one. Who's going to get the job done? Here we go. 3, going to be 2 laps to go as they work into the restart zone. Green flag is back in the air. Overtime in Prelim 4 at Talladega.
Oh, and the 38, not such a good restart right now. The 4th car in that middle line. Bottom looks very formed up right now, and I have to think Andrew Navarro, if he has an opportunity to get clear, I'd like to think Navarro is about to clear up if he gets it. Boy, it's close.
I don't know if he wants to, though, Cody. He's a guy that likes to be smart, and I don't know if he's a little worried here with that top lane, make it a little dangerous. You know, he's got more experience getting pushed by Devin Ray than he does David Flanagan, but if he loses this race, he could be thinking back to it because here comes that outside groove. David Flanagan's got to run, and he pokes the nose out in front into turn 3. Navarro's still leading the inside. They all keep it clean 2 by 2 for about the first 6 to 8 rows, and then they're starting to try to get a 3rd lane going. Watch for John Ellis Jr. to jump out of line. We're coming to the white flag.
And it looks like that may... Oh, what a move by David Flanagan to get right in behind Andrew Navarro. I was going to say, it looked like Navarro was going to give Devin Ray a little bit of air. But boy, there was a... I mean, it was like just a car length gap, and David Flanagan got there. What a move.
We're trying to keep an eye on everything right now, though. The battle is further back where that 3rd lane continues to try to get formed up. Up front, Navarro versus Devin Ray. Here comes the Jack Shack machine. The Toyota Supra for Devin Ray. Oh, Wilkerson's going to get turned. Trying to save it. He can't do it. Back into the field. This will collect a whole bunch out back. Ellis snuck through, as did the 1 car as well of Steve Tucker and a few others. Up front, though, they're still side by side off of turn number 4. Navarro is getting pushed from David Flanagan. Jason Maines pushing Devin Ray up top. Watch out for the 3rd lane. Here comes a run from the 7 into 21. They're going to look 3 wide, gets a side draft. This will be a photo finish. 3 wide all the way to the stripes. Who gets it? Andrew Navarro wins prelim number 4. Well, they might have wrecked on the last lap, but boy, that was one heck of a finish.
Boy, and Andrew Navarro, very, very strong performance. David Flanagan wasn't quite able to pull off the upset here, but boy, you have to think that Flanagan's going to be a guy come the feature. He is going to be one that you're not going to be able to sleep on, and he might be a guy that could potentially upset some of these big dogs. Devin Ray is another name. Man, put together a very strong performance and was up there the entire race. Ryan Based is another one, and Philip Matthews, the last guy to get in to the feature without going to the transfer spot. So the last guy to get in without going into the LCQ was Philip Matthews. Very good performance.
We're going to have to go back and look at that final lap in just a moment, but Andrew Navarro going to bring it around to celebrate right now because he is your winner of prelim number 4. And no surprise there, the big name win streak continues for a lot of the money racing regulars that we would, you know, and when we say that, by the way, by no means is that saying that that's what we expect to win. That's just, you know, the guys that we see in the money racing kind of community the most. So you kind of, you know their name a little bit more when it comes to the end of these races and who you expect to try to make those aggressive moves and maybe who's a little bit more knowledgeable on what moves to make at the end. But you said it, David Flanagan, what a job he did in this race, even with a lot of big names that surrounded him. So now, let's go back and actually look at this, not quite the final lap, but rather the final half a lap after the wreck. And, you know, where did John Ellis Jr. and Ryan Bass come from? That was incredible. at the last second here. Watch this. They've got a run, and they're going to look to the outside here. And as soon as they get that run enough to jump to the outside, there's nothing Jason can do. Devin Ray, nothing he can do as well. And I thought this was going to be a little bit closer, but you see that bottom, just a little bit more help. So that's why Navarro got pushed back clear. But, I mean, the finish for second all the way through that final transfer spot to the feature, I mean, that's a photo finish. John Ellis Jr., Jason Maines, and then 38 of Davey Matthews, they were 3 wide. And I don't know if you could even tell the difference really between those 3. And even the finish there between Ryan Baste and Devin Ray, phenomenal as well. What a great way to end prelim number 4, and definitely the best finish that we've seen so far here today. So with that, let's take a look at your final results. Again, race winner was Andrew Navarro, David Flanagan in second, Devin Ray third with Ryan Baste in fourth, and then Davey Matthews, another one of the underdog picks, will be the last man that transfers straight to the feature, rounding out that top 5. Jason Maines in 6th, John Ellis Jr. 7th, Steve Tucker 8th with Nim Silva in 9th, Adam Parks 10th, Joey Allen 11th. Looks like going back a spot further, Bryce Saucier was able to find his way into the transfer spot for the LCQ. He finishes 12th, and then Ted Gamble, the last driver to transfer to the LCQ, he finishes in 13th. Moving on back to 14th, it's Larry McDonald with Landon Tilley in 15th. Vicente Guerrero 16th with Sierra Clampard finishing back in that 17th spot. Kenny Reel in 18th. And then rounding out your top 20 here tonight is going to be Jacob Wilkerson and Derek Stanley. Mark Math 21st, Justin Mills 22nd, Noah Lurch 23rd with Joe Stafford 24th, David Sheets 25th, Benjamin Richards in 26th, Adam Young 27th, RP Allen in 28th. Moving on back to 29th, it's Dan DiPaolo. It looks like Tony Richards ends up 30th, and then Devin Lyons 31st. Well, I'll tell you what, Cody, what a prelim that was in terms of just the ending, but also we saw our first green flag pit stop, and maybe that sets a trend now for what we could see in prelim number 5.
Yeah, and I'm hoping so. And I mean, so far, really great racing and an absolutely great event. And it seems like these races are getting cleaner and cleaner as we go along here. You know, we've seen the first green flag pit stop in this race. Who knows? Maybe we can see another green flag pit stop in prelim number 5. These drivers have the benefit when you have a later prelim, like a 4 or a 5, you have the benefit of watching the race flow of some of the earlier events, and you can almost adjust the way that you drive around it if you would like to. One thing I do want to note though, in 5th place, and don't, this is completely unofficial, but I know that race review or race control is going to look at it, but it looks like Philip Matthews was involved in the wreck on the last lap that caused all of that. So you might want to wait for race control to make a decision on it, because it does have him in 5th, and I know he did have contact with Wilkerson, so that might be something to keep an eye on unofficially.
Saw a similar situation with one of the drivers in prelim 4. I believe it was, I can't remember exactly who it was. I know it was the 75 car. Nonetheless, though, we'll go ahead and pull in your race winner here while we await that, and that is Andrew Navarro. Let's see how he's doing right now. Hey, Andrew, this is Austin and Cody up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah.
Well, you get the job done here in prelim number 4, and similar to what we've seen for the other prelims, the driver who led the most laps and was dominant was able to find their way to victory lane. How did you manage to hold everybody off, though, and how did you get the push you needed there right at the end?
Yeah, just it was definitely really complicated with the way we looked at it. I was working with Devin and Jason and Ellis, great guys to work with. We just played it, I would say, pretty much perfectly. We could have played it a little bit better hindsight, but in the moment, we played it really well. And that pit stop, unfortunately, John got a exiting or unsafe pit exit. But we were almost, I would say, we could have been probably like 2 seconds, 3 seconds clear. Would have just been a 1-car pack, but obviously they wrecked after that, so we were all packed up. But at that point, it's just playing the restarts right. Luckily, we all restarted kind of where we needed to, and it just kind of fell into place.
Well, what was it that you can take from this prelim now that you're locked into the feature and maybe try to use in the big event tomorrow?
The third lane just that doesn't work, I guess. As long as the guy that's managing both lines, if he's doing a good enough job, it just doesn't seem like the third line can roll fast enough. So I don't know. I think you just got to be in one of those first 2 lanes Unless it comes down to, a long green flag run, then it's kind of just anybody's game. But the only thing I learned is how to play the restarts tonight, and possibly some stuff with green flag strategy, depending on what happens tomorrow. So,
Well, before we let you head out to go celebrate and get ready for tomorrow, is there anyone you want to thank or shout out?
yeah, I'd like to thank Celebrity X Cruises, Adrenaline Captures, my family downstairs, Premier Racing Setups, Martin Sports, Seven Seas, and everybody on the car, and you guys for broadcasting, Michael for putting on the league, and Baker for being race control.
Thank you, of course, for talking to us. Well, again, congrats on the win here in Prelim 4, and we will see you tomorrow in the feature.
Thank you.
All right, well, that's just about going to wrap things up, though. Looks like we do have Matthew Baker, race control, up here. Baker, any decision on that 5th place finishing spot?
Yeah, so we are going to give an EOL to the driver of the 38. What was his name again?
Matthews.
I already could have.
Philip Matthews.
Yeah, Philip Matthews is going to get the EOL. That'll move Larry Mack into the 13th position. He will be the last LCQ spot, and Jason Maines will be the 5th place car, and he will move on to tomorrow.
There you have it. All right, well, that makes that decision well known, and boy, a tough break for one, but a big break for a couple others sliding in there with Larry McDonald at the last second. So that's going to wrap up our coverage here for Prelim number 4. Again, keep it right here because we will be back for Prelim 5. Dawson Wise and Michael Triscaro will be on the call for that one. And that'll be it for me until the LCQ. Cody, we appreciate you joining us. Hopefully you can join us tonight for the LCQ. But I guess before we end, any last notes?
All I'm going to say is just a big shout out to the drivers that showed up for the events this weekend. I believe the official count is 156, but I do know it's over 100. But this is a big moment for not only PGR, but for all of the drivers and iRacing in general. This is not an iRacing promoted event, and this is just something that drivers just they're flocking to the race because of how well it's being ran by Michael Triscaro, the entire promotion, you guys for the top-notch broadcast that you're putting on, Baker for race controlling. They know that they're getting a professional experience and they're getting something enjoyable for their money on top of the money that they can win, the $1,000, the championship belt. So again, big shout out to the drivers, and honestly, we're just getting started, and I cannot wait to see what the Prelim 5 and LCQ have in store for us later this evening.
Going to be exciting. All right, Prelim number 5 coming up in just about 10, make it about 12 minutes from now, so make sure you stay tuned. We'll be back.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back into the broadcast booth atop the virtual Talladega Super Speedway as we get you prepared for the final prelim race of the afternoon, now reaching into the evening hours here at Talladega as the fifth and final prelim gets ready to take on the racetrack before we head to our last chance qualifier. This is a stacked prelim, a ton of huge names in this one. We'll get to that in a minute and what we expect out of this final prelim first. Joining me in the booth, he just qualified his way into the last chance qualifier here in about an hour and a half or so. It is none other than the owner of PGR Esports and Team PGR, Michael Triscaro. Mike, it's been a long day of racing, a lot of nerves for you. Obviously, on the owner side of things, the promoter side of things, but also on the driving side of things. You're in by the skin of your teeth for the last chance qualifier, but certainly a great day of racing up to this point. A lot of action so far this afternoon.
It really was, man. I'll tell you what, this was a heck of an event we all put on. Couldn't have done it without all you guys, the whole entire community, man. I've been on edge all week. I was on edge racing that prelim number 3, man, and got caught up. A teammate of mine, unfortunately, came down and sent me to the back, but I was able to race my all the way back, and man, by the skin of my teeth, I finished 13th. So hoping to transfer tonight here in the LCQ, but man, I'm looking forward to calling this race with you. This is the prelim. This was the prelim we all circled when they all came out a couple nights ago. This is the toughest one in my opinion, and some of the best drivers, that could win this thing, and some of them might go home. So we'll have to see how that shapes out.
Well, absolutely. And look, as we look into this prelim number 5 field, much of the field is already on the speedway of running some practice laps, getting used to one another. But as you look at some of these names, it is a who's who of super speedway racing and of money racing, and as well as some guys you don't normally see out here on a weekly basis. Obviously, the usuals are here. Jeff Merck of MVG Motorsports, Malik Ray of the eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series. He's out here. Ron Morris Jr., our promoter on Tuesday nights for Tuesday Night Thunder. John Ward, the owner of iPro Motorsports. John Mullahan of McCullough Motorsports. I mean, so many really big names. Dale Tanhart is here, making an appearance in the Summer Slam 499, as well as Daniel Eberhardt, Dylan Jones. So many huge names. Mike, you said you circled the prelim. Are there any names on the prelim entry list you've circled here prior to getting down and getting into the green flag?
I mean, absolutely. You got to start with the chalk right here in Malik Ray. He's really coming into form in PGR Esports. It took him a while to get his first win in PGR, kind of like the Coke Series, but he's rattled off a couple wins. One, unfortunately, on me a couple weeks back, but to me, that's my favorite here in this race. But you can't count out D3. D3 and Dylan Jones, man, those two, they've worked together for a very long time. Daniel Eberhardt, I believe, last week's winner in PGR in the Gen 6 car here at Talladega. I'll tell you what, he's the first ever PGR winner, and I wouldn't be surprised if D3 is standing amongst the very best tomorrow, even on the feature race, and he could go all the way and win this thing. So, man, I'm looking forward to this, and it's possible. I'm not sure if Kyler Wynn is going to make it, but there was word he might be able to make this, and he's in. Kyler Wynn has made this heat, this prelim, and oh my God, man, it just got that much better. Now we have the Podium 500 champion in this prelim. Cody Eagles, you saw him earlier win. He was the ERA champion, and Dawson, just go back and look at the winners of all 4 of the prelims tonight. I mean, what do we got? Garrett Maines, Matthew Baker, Andrew Navarro. I mean, this is crazy, man. It's the chalk keeps winning. Are we going to see maybe a newer guy or a fresher face up here in the front? Remains to be seen.
Well, I would not be surprised, but again, the chalk is kind of mostly in this 5th prelim. I feel like when we all got the lists, like you said, it was kind of, okay, this is more of a who's who. Prelim 2 and Prelim 5 were the ones I had circled as this is the most heavy field of regular drivers, as we like to say, regular money racers, guys that do this on a night in, night out basis. And this one is no different. And there's so many names even that I overtook. Chris McCullough as well as in this field, completely overlooked right. Chris McCullough. No, my apologies to Chris. But so many drivers and as we get ready for prelim race number 5. The field is on the grid, and with that being said, we will take you trackside now as we get into tonight's starting grid, the final prelim starting grid before we head into the last chance qualifier events here tonight at Talladega Super Speedway. So with that being said, let's get right into the starting grid. On the pole for this, the final prelim of the night, none other than Dylan Jones in the 11, the all-white scheme aboard that Ford Mustang tonight, a 54.022 second lap. John Mullahan of McCullough Motorsports will roll to his outside in second. Row 2, there's D3, the most recent PGR Esports winner back a couple Thursdays ago. To his outside to be Mike George in the 29. We'll see what he can do from the outside of row number 2. It's the Coke Series driver Malik Ray on the inside of row 3 in 5th, with Alec Martinez to his outside in the 6th position. Row 4, you'll find the owner of Hyper Motorsports, John Ward, in the 92, alongside our promoter again on Tuesday night and a member of McCullough Motorsports, Ron Morris. Final 2 cars in the top 10 on row number 5. It's NBG's Jeff Merck in the 60 and Heath Jobe in the 760 for Hyper Motorsports.
Yeah, and starting 11th here in prelim number 5, Caden Diederich. I'm glad he was able to get back on the track. Had some wheel issues, had to move him from a previous prelim. Chase Mastretta of Nightmare Motorsports, he will start number 12 here tonight. Christopher Carter, he will start 13th position, as Francis Lyons will go off 14th tonight. We talked about him before. Dale Tanhart, hopefully bringing a crowd here to this prelim on our viewership. He will start in the 15th position. And the 043, Zachary Range, I'll tell you what, that's one guy we didn't talk about pre-race. He can get the job done. He will start 16th. Adam Tahan, he will start in the 17th position. And Ryan Philbrick will start in 18th. Ozzy, Jeremy Osborne, he will start in the 19th position. And rounding out your top 20, his son made the feature, I believe, earlier tonight. That'll be J.D. Larson.
Yeah, he did. A couple notes. Ryan Philbrick in from an earlier prelim. He is in this one, so he will start 17th. And J.D. Larson, yep, Cole Larson did advance to the feature. We'll see if father and son can make the Summer Slam 499. Last 9 cars on the grid for this, the 5th and final prelim. Starting 21st, it will be Billy Dick in the 69 machine. Bradley Murphy to his outside in the 17 and 22nd. Row 12, Chris McCullough, there he is in the 04 from McCullough Motorsports to his outside. As of now, although I don't think he's on the grid, it is the Podium 500 champion, Kyler Wynn in the 82. Row number 13, we're going to disregard Joe Huerta. Thomas Bennett will start in that 25th position in the 33 with David Giusti to his outside in 26. Last 2 cars on the grid tonight will be Brandon Silix in the 27th position and Tucker McClendon in the 00 in 28th. Race info for you is going to be up on your screen, and it's much the same. Static weather conditions for this afternoon, or this evening's now 5th prelim, the 50-lap Xfinity car event. 70% fuel. That range is right about 27 to 28 laps. Unlimited tires, a fast repair available now, but not in the Last Chance Qualifier. We'll get to that later. A green-white checkered available. We've used it now in 2 of our 4 previous prelims. Track temperature at race start listed at 124 degrees Fahrenheit over the 2.66-mile Talladega Super Speedway. All right, we're getting ready to go under the green flag for the first time. Mike, all right, I'm putting you on the spot. It's time to make a pick. Who's your pick to win prelim number 5 and be the first guy out of this prelim to advance into tomorrow's Summer Slam 499?
Well, as much as I want to go Malik Ray, I'm going to go with Daniel Eberhard III. He got it done a week ago here at Talladega in the Gen 6 car, and that's a driver's car in the Gen 6. And right now, you see his teammate up front and ahead of him in the 11 and Dylan Jones. Those two will stay together almost this entire race. I think that extra help here tonight will get the job done for D3. Look for that 90 to go to victory lane.
I'm looking more at Jeff Merck back there in the 9th position, a man who had a very successful season, made the Final 4 in Ron Morris Racing's Tuesday Night Thunder. I look forward to seeing what he can do in this 5th prelim, a guy that really loves the Xfinity cars. Dylan Jones and John Mullahan going to get the prelims wrapped up this evening, the final preliminary race before we set most of the field of the Summer Slam 499 into the restart zone for the first time. Green flag, we're racing in the final prelim event. Lap 1 complete, lap 2 on the board, 49 laps remain in prelim number 5, and it is D3, Daniel Eberhardt that leads lap number 1. Dylan Jones, his running mate to his outside in the 11. Really a lot of P's and Q's being minded again. It's kind of been the pattern of the day. Eberhardt the first to manage lanes in this fifth prelim, but overall, again, this has been the pattern since about prelim number 2. The calm racing has retaken the field early in this one, and Mike, that's because 50 laps. It may seem short, and compared to tomorrow's race, it's really not. It's really a long time to get your things done and get yourself in a position to get into the feature tomorrow.
Absolutely, and again, that's crazy. We didn't talk about the 92 of John Ward for Hyper Motorsports. There he is up front, changing lanes, and he's getting a nice shove from the 60 of Jeffrey Merck. I wonder if Jeffrey Merck went and sought out John Ward to run this race, because right now those two are bumper to bumper, and they look very stout here early. That's the 92, John Ward. Man, he's won quite a few PGR races before, and that's another guy that's going to be super fast here in Prelim number 5.
Well, and one of the guys I had thought about picking, actually, that was John Ward. He ran well in Wednesday's recruitment/practice race for this event on Wednesday night, and ended up getting split by Wyatt Gray on the last lap. Had the lead all the way up until the back straightaway, and ended up getting split by Wyatt Gray. But now, out for a little bit of vengeance this weekend is John Ward. He runs second on the inside behind D3. And now everybody really still status quo. Even Malik Ray. I'm kind of surprised, not really, but Malik Ray. We know him as one of the more aggressive drivers in the field on a week-in, week-out basis. He's content to run about the 8th position right now. And I'm a little surprised again. Not really, though, considering there's a green flag pit stop in this race here at some point, although not a lot of racing today has made it to the green flag pit stop. And so as we're on board with Malik Ray, you can see now again, and I've harped on this every time I've been in the broadcast booth today. Look at the space that Malik is giving to Mike George in front of him here in the 4 machine. Look at how much room they're giving each other early on in this race. That tells me these guys are perfectly content to cross their T's, dot their I's, and be a little bit chill here for the early portions.
Well, chill no more. It looked like for the 81 of Dale Tanner, he looked to go to the 3rd lane with the 04 of Krista McCullough. They're going to think better of that. They're going to hop back down here into the middle. But I'll tell you what, watch for that 04 of Christopher McCullough. He comes from that McCullough Motorsports family of drivers, and those guys sure get it done here on the super speedway. Chris, one of the best drivers at Atlanta Motor Speedway, which we'll probably go to again here in quarter number 3 for PGR Esports. It's got to be one of the best races we do put on every quarter is Atlanta on a hot track. So looking forward to get back to Atlanta. But right now, up front, that 90 of D3 doing a great job with his teammate, Dylan Jones.
Well, and the track just as hot here this afternoon. All day we've seen track temps up close to 130 degrees, and it has caused a lot of issues for handling for drivers, no matter if you're a guy that runs every day, a guy that runs every week here in PGR Esports, or a guy that doesn't usually run. No matter what, everybody, I mean, you heard Cody talk about it back in prelim number 4, that he was struggling after about 5 to 10 laps, that he was starting to feel it underneath the race car, that it was getting loose when you go to get in the corner. And it kind of goes back to what Austin and I have talked about all day, where you have to set the car on the banking, you have to get it kind of preemptively turned in the corner. You'll see D3 and Dylan Jones do a very good job of that, and they get it really nicely set where it doesn't really move when they get on the banking. The more experienced guys you'll see that out of throughout the course of the night as they fight these track conditions. So far, though, everybody all square for now. But again, as those tires get older, about lap 10, 11, 12, watch for these cars to really start getting out of line. I mean, Mike, you were in the car. You got to feel that for yourself. I mean, I've watched some guys in practice. After about 10 laps, these tires get hot, and they get old, and it gets hard to drive these things.
It sure does. I actually went from a 540 wheel range today to a 900 just because I kind of knew the conditions were going to be a little rough, and it did help me out. I was a lot more stable in the draft, and still deciding what I'm going to do tonight. But yeah, it's hairy out there. I'll tell you what, I was definitely loose a little bit on entry. I prefer to actually lift just a tad on entry to set my car up a little bit there in the turns. Exit felt pretty good. Pushing down the back straight probably felt the best, but yes, definitely with the track temps the way they are, it's gotten a little hairy. And right now, you look at that 760. Here he comes, Heath Job. He's had some bad luck of late, but he's ran a lot of these recruitment races, been in the front. He's looking to go right now 3rd lane there with 04 Christopher McCullough, so we'll see if they can get something going here in the 3rd, because right now, so far, everyone's kind of taking it easy.
And kind of interesting that they're going up there this early. This is some of the earliest we've seen anybody really attack the 3rd lane up against the safer barrier and try to get going to the front. And it's not really going to work for them. 2 cars not typically successful, especially when someone up front in the case here of Daniel Eberhardt, is able to change lanes like he is because it allows Dylan Jones and John Ward to keep their cars cool and keeps the third lane from getting any momentum because they're able to push a lot harder than if these lanes were stalled out or if Eberhardt was staying down on the bottom in front of John Ward. So Eberhardt is basically preventing that third lane from going anywhere, at least in the case of the race right now. Now, when it gets like this, where Ward pulls even, now gets a push from Jeff Merck. When it gets like this, the third lane's a little bit more apt to go. They're able to move a little bit because Jeff Merck and Dylan Jones aren't able to keep those cars cooled down enough to be able to push very consistently. So, again, it's all on timing, it's all on the amount of cars, and it's all on really that pusher that you have in the third lane that allow you to go somewhere. 8 laps on the board. It'll be 9 when they pass back by the flag stand. Looking at the biggest movers so far, it is Chris McCullough. He's +9. He's in line back there in behind Ron Morris, his teammate for McCullough Motorsports, as they work their way up through the field. Beyond that, no one more than 4 spots ahead of where they started. So McCullough is the man on the move, but D3 is the man in control. And again, no surprise considering his recent PGR record.
Truly is, and I'm looking right now, he is second there in the middle lane, and that's one of the race sponsors in that Kanawha Valley Key and Fob Camaro. John Mullahan of McCullough Motorsports hasn't been around much the last few weeks running, but he for sure wasn't going to miss this big one. He's won a lot of money races before, and I'll tell you what, that's a guy right there. When you see him back there and his bumpers on yours, man, I'll tell you what, it's a little scary, but he's aggressive. He's going to make the moves that he needs to make to win the race, and I'll tell you what, right now he's stalking, and when it's go time, look for that 2 to make a move here tonight.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. John Mullahan certainly knows how to get the job done when it comes down to it, but right now, in a really good spot. Again, it's still very early. 40 to go next time by. That green flag pit stop looms just past halfway, so we'll see if we are able to get to that point. Again, not much racing today has reached that portion of the race. A lot of these races throughout the course of the day have made it to where you're pitting under caution, you're not pitting under green, and that really doesn't become a factor. Now, prelim number 4 got to that green flag pit stop eventually, and then we saw kind of what the ramifications were. It ended up being an 11-car lead pack with 11 guys that would have all advanced had a caution not come out and an incident not occurred in that lead pack that bunched everybody back up and, of course, brought on the calamity of that final lap. So big ramifications potentially if this race gets to that green flag pit stop, because that can thin the field a lot. Another stab at the third lane back there from Chris McCullough and Heath Job. Those guys are antsy, a little bit more antsy than I think a lot of guys have been today. Maybe it speaks to their experience. Maybe it just speaks to, okay, they've been waiting a long time. This prelim has had to wait over 7 hours or almost 7 hours since we started today, back around 1:45. This prelim's been waiting a long time to get on track. If you're Job or McCullough, I'm not really surprised about that either. I'd be a little bit antsy too. I want to go make a move as Sean Mullahan has a big moment there, third in line, almost got out of shape.
Yeah, sure did. And, you know, it's a little bit different rule format than we see on Thursday nights. On Thursday nights, we really don't have that race review on the last lap of the race. But sure enough, for a marquee event like this, you kind of have to have it. And it's worked out today really well. But unfortunately for a couple guys, they did receive EOLs, and it kind of took them out of transfer spots. I believe Nick Sipple being one of them, and Philip Matthews as well. And you know, it's not a great thing. I felt you know, kind of in their shoes for the Podium 500 this year. You know, kind of argued my case for that. And, you know, once you slow down these replays, you can really see, you know, the trouble spot, and hopefully those guys were able to see what they did wrong, come back better than ever next time. But I think it's a great rule that we do have here at PGR eSports. You know, oh, we got a big wreck here.
Yep, big trouble here in turn 4 up on the banking. Several cars are around, and it was right towards the front. Mike George, couple others as well are going to get involved here towards the tail end of the field. Mike George has massive damage, big smoke out the back of the 4 machine. He's the 29 on your timing and scoring, and a couple others as well. Brandon Silix is involved. Looked like David Giusti is involved as well. And so several cars involved in the first caution flag of the night here on lap number 13. And I believe the engine just expired for Mike George, so this is likely going to be a faster pair. Let's go back and take a look. Oh my goodness, one car up side. So let's go back and take a look here. Oh, it's Heath Job. Oh man, so the third line comes back to bite Heath Job. Let's see if we can figure out how the Mike George machine got sideways.
Yeah, he kind of just lost it all by himself. We've seen that quite a few times today. I'm just wondering if it's some of the inexperience from some of these newer guys here into the super speedway money racing scene. You see him just kind of lose it there. It's going to go down the track into the 24 comeback. Malik Ray's going to have a little bit of damage. Heath Job, man, he got it the worst on his side, right in the wall. They're both going to need some fast repairs. Luckily, we have them here tonight in just the prelim, man. But wow, what a wreck there for George and Job.
Yeah, big hits for George and Job there. Dale Tanhart got it slowed down, got it woed down in time to mostly miss that incident. He was running towards the back end of the field, but it's the same wheel movement we have seen all afternoon long from Mike George, and that's just, it's nothing egregious that he did. Again, I want to reiterate, when we say, oh, they're getting out of control, it's not that we're saying that they necessarily did something wrong. Normally, under a normal situation where you're on normal track temps, that doesn't happen. The tires have been getting so hot and so old and worn that even the slightest jerk of the wheel to the left, if you want to try to set the car when you're already on the banking, it's going to kick that back end out, and it's a very subtle movement. It's a very subtle amount of motion that you really can't tell until that car is halfway around. So a tough break for Mike George. You saw the replay there. You saw the onboard from Tanhart as well. But for the most part, everyone gets away unscathed besides Mike George and Heath Job. So under caution for the first time, lap number 14. And already, Mike, you see the tires already an issue for these guys, even at the front of the field. I mean, Mike George was well inside the top 6 to 8 cars, and you can see everyone on the racetrack having handling issues early in this one.
Hey, they sure are, and good enough for them with that caution. That's going to bring them down pit road here for some Goodyear tires. Probably most of these guys, especially up front, taking left sides and full Sunoco race fuel here on this pit stop. You might have some guys middle pack farther on back, maybe taking 4 tires. No point not to. They're not going to lose too much track position doing that. So we'll have to see. But so far, a pretty good race. Just a little bit miscue there for George. But otherwise, up front, man, it's been dominant here from Daniel Eberhard. He was your winner off pit road. John Ward second, and Jeffrey Merck. Those two doing a great job right now. That was your 1, 2, and 3 off pit road. So when we get this restart back, it'll be D3, John Ward, Jeff Merck. That will lead them back down the green.
Well, I wanted to ask, before we rack back up and get ready to go back green. So Chris McCullough, Heath Job, obviously going to the third lane. And I was kind of thinking about this as they did it. As they took stabs to the third lane, I was thinking, okay, they've watched all 4 prelims up to this point. They've seen not only the guys that have made the LCQ instead of maybe making it right into the feature, but also, the regulars that have been eliminated today. Is there an increased sense of urgency now that you've seen 4 races where we have at least a few guys going home in each one that, are regulars that race every Thursday night, just like Chris McCullough, just like Heath Job? Does that come into your mindset a little bit? Does that maybe what they were thinking about trying to take stabs at the third lane? Are they thinking, okay, I've seen this many guys get eliminated. I want to get up front where that's not really going to be a risk to me?
Yeah, I mean, it goes both ways. I was up there leading a lot of laps in prelim number 3. He fell back a little bit and I was trying to work with Cody Eagles for a while, and I was doing great. But as soon as I got shuffled back on the bottom a little bit, it was just kind of like ride around, make a move at the end. Unfortunately, I'm up front, second row on the bottom and get taken out. So I really don't think there's a safe place right now to be on the track. The one good thing, you look at this field, I mean, first all the way down, I mean, through even 10th, I mean, those are all money racing regulars and some of the best of the best. So I think those guys, right now are just going to kind of, play it safe. But, I got a chance to talk to a lot of the drivers today. I felt it myself. There was an energy, there was a buzz, but there was jitters. There was a lot of jitters, a lot of uneasiness. I think that, we talked about the Podium 500, and I remember running that and how amped up a lot of us were to run that. I mean, you have the same feel here. This might be the first one here for PGR Esports doing a large-scale event, but I think all these, I never heard guys like Kenny McCullough and just say how nervous they were to race today, and I think that's playing a factor today. You're going in these events, you're holding your breath, you're maybe holding that wheel a little bit tighter, and just doing things a little bit different, maybe even outthinking yourself. It's these guys are nervous, man. They want to make the feature tomorrow. They're going to do everything they can to be in the top 5, if not the top 13. They're racing the LCQ tonight. The pressure's on, man. There's $1,000 on the line tomorrow. There's a beautiful championship belt strap everybody wants, and everyone's going to do what they need to do to get it. And right now, this front group is doing a great job.
Yeah, I was nervous. I had a little bit of nerves, and I'm not even on the racetrack. I'm not even behind the wheel. I'm up here with a microphone in my hand, and I had nerves coming into today, so I can't imagine what it was like for the guys on the racetrack. Some uncharted waters for most of these guys from PGR Esports, whereas, in previous big-time races, it was the entries are capped at 40 or capped at 50, and there's no prelims, there's no LCQ, there's no eliminations, there's not as many stakes, and I think that's what's going into many of the nerves today. Pace car will head back to pit road and leave the field in the hands of D3 Daniel Eberhardt and John Ward in the 92. Again, 35 laps remain. That pit stop just got pushed a little bit further to the end of this race. And again, similarly to a little bit earlier, now we're looking at a window inside of 10 laps to go. Green flag is back in the air. D3 with a rocket start on the outside. But John Ward hanging tough on the inside. He's got good help behind him. And Jeff Merck and John Mullahan as the field climbs the banking of turn 1.
Yeah, it sure does here. Look, Ron Morris now in the picture in the 76 of McCullough Motorsports. Great sight to see him up there. He's going to be chasing down his teammate John Mulhan. We'll have to see if they can get linked up a little bit later here in this race. But here comes the 76 and the 8 of Chase Mistretta. He won the last recruitment race for the PGR Esports the other night, and I'll tell you what, he's going to try to make that do here today and go get another win here in this prelim. Right now, some really good side-by-side racing up front. I'll tell you what, as we click these laps down here tonight, we're going to have some heck of just a crazy end, I think, to this prelim here tonight. But so far, these guys 2x2 and just going to try to ride and take it easy and not junk up their stuff and try to get close to the end here tonight. As you see, John Ward, Jeffrey Merck right now controlling here at Talladega.
Well, enjoy the calm racing while it lasts, because once the temperature starts to rise in this one, especially if we can get to that pit stop or that pit stop goes out of the picture, the temperature is going to rise, the intensity is going to rise, because this is the final prelim. These guys, there's going to be a little bit more urgency, in my opinion, to get into the top 5, because if you're in that 6th to 13th range, you have to race back to back. You have to race again here in about an hour and a half. I mean, you would have to leave this race session and join another one and race again with more stakes on the line. So I'd rather be in the top 5. I think there's going to be more urgency in this field because of that fact, because of the fact you'd have to race essentially 95 laps back to back. So I'm curious to see how these guys from 6th on back handle this situation late in the race. And we'll see what kind of urgency there is to get into the top 5. It's all Jeff Merck and John Ward, and John Mullahan. A lot of J's here at the front of the field right now. They are 1, 2, 3 on the speedway, but everybody so far minding P's and Q's, still keeping it calm and waiting until the temperature rises later. It's also a sign to come, because you think this is calm now. Wait until the LCQ in about an hour and a half and look at how desperate that race will be, because that is the final chance to race your way into the Summer Slam.
It sure is, man. My eyes are peeled on that 23 machine of JD Larson mid-pack. Man, what a cool paint scheme he's running here tonight. Looks like JD might be a veteran of the United States Army, so we want to thank him for his service and all the men and women in the United States military. I know one of ours is Matthew Baker in the Navy, so I want to always shout out those guys. We couldn't be here tonight racing here on iRacing without those guys defending this great country of the United States of America. So JD Larson, thank you for your service, man. Hope to see that 23. That thing's really cool looking. Get up front here tonight.
Yeah, very cool paint scheme and a very good racer in that paint scheme as well. JD and Cole Larson, both the father-son duo. Cole makes the feature, a 5th place finish earlier on in the afternoon. JD looking to join his son in the Summer Slam 499 here tomorrow afternoon. He currently runs back in the 12th position, would be racing in the LCQ if the race ended right now. But as we know, a lot of twists and turns await. Still 31 laps to go when the field gets back to the start-finish line. John Ward, Jeff Merck, I mean, they're putting on a show right now. A little bit of a clinic here at the front by these front 4 to 5 cars. Just not a lot of movement. Christopher Carter having a nice run, 3rd on the inside in that 25 machine. Same with Zach Range, a new look aboard that Chevrolet Camaro tonight. So a couple of good runs going on there, as well as Adam Tahan in a field full of regulars. Adam Tahan has kind of made his way into the picture here in that white, blue, and orange number 1 machine, running right in behind Zach Range. He currently is in the 10th position and in a pretty good spot, and it's been kind of a day of that. We've seen these kind of guys across all of the prelims today. Jake Mummert, he will race tomorrow afternoon in the Summer Slam 499 by a 3rd place finish in his prelim. So we've seen guys like Adam Tahan all day, Mike, get into the feature and get into the LCQ and kind of spoil some of the regulars' days, if you will. It's really great to see some great underdog stories out of today's races.
Yeah, it really is. And for all our viewers that don't know, we ran a lot of recruitment races here in the last several weeks, almost going back 3-4 weeks ago. And that's where a lot of these drivers are coming from. And it was a great idea by all of us here at PGR Esports to throw up weekly races, and essentially a lot of the regulars help pay these guys entry fees by buying in for $10, maybe $13 here and there. They'd be almost like a hybrid money race where there'd be a pot. Oh, and we got a caution on the track here real quick. We'll get to that back to that in one moment here. We'll have to kind of see what this is for a little bit farther on back.
Jeremy Osborne, Caden Diedrich, some big damage in this one towards the tail end of the field. And, I think J.D. Larson's in this one as well. The 23 has big damage. Man, Jeremy Osborne's car is destroyed. And, oh, man, Larson, that's a tough break. I don't think he's going to be able to get it back to pit road. So another caution flag, the second of the night here on lap number 21. And we'll go back and
yeah, JD's just going to come right up the racetrack, the 23, and get right into Tucker McClendon. Not sure if he just lost control, but he washes up there. And I kind of felt that a little bit earlier, slightly washing up the track in the turns. It's a little bit harder than normal to keep it pinned down there on the bottom, but JD Larson, EOL will not matter there. He is completely wrecked, probably getting a tow truck right now, and hopefully he can somehow get back in this race here tonight.
And Bradley Murphy, Caden Diedrich also involved. I'm looking at seeing who else is involved. I think Ryan Philbrick is involved as well. The biggest car that I saw, the most important one in this wreck, Heath Job for Hyper Motorsports. That's his second incident of the night. And here you see Larson. Oh my goodness, a big hit. All four wheels off the ground. The 10 machine is involved as well. It's Brandon Silex, so his second incident. There's Murphy. And some other sliding. Oh, man, Caden Diedrich, Jeremy Osborne. Jeremy Osborne, goodness gracious, he had to have hit that wall a ton. He came flying back out onto the speedway. Let's see this again. I want to see this hit for Jeremy Osborne because, he came out like a bullet. Oh, man, flush with the inside wall. And then gets hit by Philbrick as well. Oh, what a ride for Jeremy Osborne. Tough break for him and for J.D. Larson. But like you said, Mike, J.D., I think he may have gotten loose in the middle of the corner. I think that's what it was, and he's chasing it. And he's able to chase it, as compared to some of the incidents earlier. He's able to chase it up the speedway, but as he does, he comes together with, I believe, Tucker McClendon, and they were the first two to start this one, spark this one. Let's see it again. Yep, McClendon and Larson, and then in comes Silex and Job and company. But man, it's another one of those breaks, Mike. It's been a factor all day. These cars are tough to handle, and it happens again right there for J.D. Larson.
It sure does. It's been a fun day, though, man. I think, we're used to some easier track conditions, and these are some good ones. It's really testing the driver's abilities here tonight, and we're kind of seeing that in action. But kind of going back to my point earlier, we were running these recruitment races, and it brought a lot of new guys in. So we were, essentially running hybrid money races where all the guys that had to pay, so 30 of the 60 drivers they had to pay, they were racing for a money pot like they normally do weekly. But some of that money pot, some of that money we brought in, we would put aside to sponsor, entries to the Summer Slam 499, and that's where Adam Thahan comes from. So, a lot of these guys, I'm looking through the list, have come from, those races. So kudos to them for showing up, taking advantage of those free entries. You could go from a free entry to just stumbling upon a race on iRacing to winning $1,000 and a championship belt. Does it get much better than that here on the service?
It does not. It does not, and look, to stumble into one of these, if you will, and I don't know if that's what happened with Adam Thahan, but if you stumble in, even just to make the next event, the next race, would be a huge deal for him. Obviously, Jake Mummert, he took advantage of his, or Mummert earlier took advantage of his effort in his prelim because he'll be racing tomorrow afternoon in the big show. That's a huge honor for a guy like that, and he was in one of the better prelims that we saw this afternoon. And he was able to sneak his way into the SummerSlam 499. So we look forward to that later on. As we get ready to go back green, it'll be one to go. This time we'll go green on lap 25. Before we do, we'll take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here from Talladega Superspeedway. You're watching the SummerSlam 499 prelim number 5.
played a couple of simulators, and this was like very responsive, especially the hydraulics and stuff, the motion and stuff was really, really on point.
But you feel like you're really driving. It feels real.
It adds so much to the experience. It's just really, really cool.
It was pretty awesome.
Have created our own drink company. The fastest growing sports drink in history.
We will run! We will run! Ladies and gentlemen, the monkey is prime! This season, we are hydrated!
The official sports drink of the UFC. It's time! Oh, that's good.
Welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway as we get ready to get back under the green flag. It'll be 26 laps to go, a lap short of halfway in prelim number 5. And John Ward and John Mullahan. It's the John and John show on the front row for the first time this evening. Daniel Eberhardt, Dylan Jones trailing behind them. Almost over half the race still to go. But that pit stop may be very well wiped out at this point in the race. Green flag is back in the air. Off they go towards turn number 1. It's a good start really for both lines here. Dead even at the line. Mullahan maybe by a bumper over John Ward. Eberhardt, Jones and company get in line and start to push further back. Ron Morris working his way into the picture. A couple other cars as well. Chase Mistretta for the first time tonight works his way into the picture. The Budweiser Chevrolet. And now, as they come off turn 2, John Ward, a big push from Daniel Eberhardt, and as such, oh, trouble!
Oh, Eberhardt's off the pace! Into the inside wall! Heavy damage for Eberhardt.
D3, Daniel Eberhardt has pounded the inside wall and knocked the front end off the 90 machine, and it very well may be, if he can't roll this to pit road, he'll stop. Will he tow to pit road? He will. His Summer Slam efforts may be over in the blink of an eye. Let's see what happened here off turn number 2. It was contact from Dylan Jones to John Mullahan, and oh my goodness, a massive hit for Daniel Eberhardt as he nosed into the inside retaining wall very hard. You'll be able to see that push here from Dylan Jones, I think. Is it just a little bit of a slide on the bumper? Yep, right there. The patented bumper hook. Dylan Jones to John Mullahan, and Eberhardt is unfortunately an innocent bystander. And watch this hit. Oh man, right where the wall comes back after that gap. A toast to pit road, and without some serious help now, Mike, Daniel Eberhardt's SummerSlam 499 effort is over.
That most likely is. You see him there towing to pit road. And unfortunately for him, his teammate is the one who turned Mullahan down into him. So his teammate's going to be probably the reason he is out of this race here tonight. He is going to have to get very, very lucky. He's for sure going to go down a lap, if not 2, just by towing here. You know, he's going to need a caution probably very, very soon just to save and have any sort of chance of getting back in this one tonight. But one of the favorites here in prelim number 5 is heading to pit road with a lot of damage. Man, he is not going to be happy as Malik Ray now to the lead. He's wasting no time to get back up front. Jeff Merck and John Mullahan back up front here at Talladega, but bad luck for the 90 of Daniel Eberhardt. It looks like he might have just got his fast repair, and he's on the gas out of pit road. So I'll tell you what, let's not count that man out just yet.
No, he's going to be over a lap down. He might be 2 down. If he goes 2 down, it's going to be very hard for him to get back on the lead lap. Again, he's going to need some serious help, and he's going to have to hope he gets the virtue of a couple more cautions here in the late stages of this race. But really was beyond one of my picks for this prelim. He was one of my picks for the whole weekend. I mean, he had to be one of the favorites, one of the best of the best in this Xfinity Series car, and a guy on a PGR hot streak, you know, the last several weeks. And tough break for him. It's unfortunate, but he's not out of it. He'll need some help, but he's not out of it. Up front, Malik Ray. Out in front now, in front of Jeff Merck and John Mullahan. Oh man, almost some contact there between Mullahan and Merck. They keep it together. And don't look now, but as the lines have shuffled, Zach Range and Adam Tahan and Chase Mastretta find themselves in a really great spot. So does Mike George, David Giusti. Several drivers now in really prime position. We were talking about Tahan earlier, and now he's the third car on the inside line.
Yes, he is. I'm actually keeping an eye still on this Daniel Eberhardt situation. He is going into turn number 1. Here comes the leaders. They're going to be entering the tri-oval right now. Ryan Philbrick, Bradley Murphy, J.D. Larson, and Jeremy Osborne are all in the main pack. They are all 2 laps down. We have one in the grass.
One car off in the main pack in the grass. That's the 69 of Billy Dick. He will get it back going again, and will maintain at least some semblance of the draft back here around Caden Diedrich. But like Mike was saying, if Daniel Eberhardt goes a second lap down here, I'm not going to say it's a death sentence, but it's awfully close because we have several cars still running that are 1 lap down. So already they're actually already, 2 laps down that are in the main pack. So Eberhardt, this is going to be an awfully tough ask for him. And the leaders, you still can't see them yet, but they are coming up on Eberhardt. In the
Into the 10. No caution. It might be just 2. Here comes J.D. Larson. They're going to keep it together.
Yeah, we got
and
some
no caution,
here.
No caution. We stay green.
Back around Diedrich, back around Larson. But everybody keeps it green. It keeps it straight. Silex. But this is several of those cars that Eberhardt was going to have to race. This might be a lifeline for Daniel Eberhardt as the leaders get to him probably in the next couple laps or so. That might be the lifeline that D3 needed to stay in this race, because that is several of the cars that he was going to be racing for that spot. The only one left in this lead pack is now Bradley Murphy. Eberhardt, you see him up there, up ahead at the end of the back straightaway into 3. The leaders will catch him in the next 3 to 5 laps, and he will be 2 laps down. But the way they're racing right now, Mikey may very well get a lifeline in the form of a caution the way this race has started to unfold.
Oh yeah, it's coming, man. These guys are up on the edge of their seat. They're up on that wheel, and I'll tell you what, man, we might have that caution that he is going to need. Ryan Philbrick, unfortunately for him, he is on pit road. He was fixing damage. He's going to go down a lap here, so bad news for that Ryan Philbrick. Hopefully he can get back in it here. But yeah, D3 is going to need a caution. The way they are racing, especially up front here right now, and you could just see even John Mullahan there wiggling just a little bit in the turn. These guys are getting on edge. The longer we go green, the more the tires wear. This track surface is 124 degrees and partly cloudy here today. So, I mean, it's a hot track. Anything could happen here. D3 kind of hang on because they are catching them.
Well, I'll tell you what that tells me. At least what I'm sensing out of the way this race is now going, how much the temperature has increased over the last 10 or so laps. It tells me that at this point they are good on fuel and that now we are racing to the end. The leaders were going to be close regardless. We went green just around that window number of 28 laps to go. So it was going to be really close. But man, the way they're racing just tells me they don't have to pit again. I don't think they'd be racing this hard if a pit stop was still on the horizon for this field. So we'll wait and see. But, I mean, look at how hard Jeff Merck is side drafting. John Ward, Zach Range. They are on the doors of the guys on the bottom of the racetrack as Jeremy Osborne will try to blend with the field. But they're racing a lot harder. The side draft has got more intense. And usually that tells me it's time to race. The pit stop may be very well done and over with.
Yeah, I think it is. In my prelim, we actually had a little bit more laps to go than them, and we were on the cusp. I think we had taken our last pit stop under caution a lap or 2 before these guys did, and we were able to save enough fuel on the pace laps. And then, if you get that extra caution, you could save even more. They were, I think it's about 28 laps you can go on a full tank of fuel. I think when they took the green, it switched to about 27 laps to go. So while they have enough fuel, they are on the cusp. But if they do get that caution, I wouldn't see many of them coming on in. You might see some guys in the middle on back come in just to top off in case there's some green-white checkers. You see the 90 of Daniel Eberhardt. He's going to go down his second lap. So right now he's going to try to blend into this field. And I wouldn't be surprised if that 90 gets really aggressive here. He might want to try to get all the way back up to the front if he can. He's got Dylan Jones in his back pocket. Maybe Dylan Jones helps him get clear of the front of this field and tries to get his one of his laps back before a caution flag flies.
Well, I'll tell you why he would want to do that. It's because if he's able to race his way back to the front of the field, right now he's currently the second car. He's racing the Bradley Murphy machine for that first car a lap down, if you will. But if he can get back in front of the leaders and a caution comes out, he'd be the lucky dog and get back on the lead lap. He'd get both of his laps back in one go. So that would be a massive deal for Daniel Eberhardt if he could get in front of the race leaders, and now he knows it. He gets behind Dale Tanhart and says, buckle up, we're going to the front. D3, Dale Tanhart. Now another car jumps out. That's Chris McCullough, and the third lane is alive and well at Talladega. Ron Morris out in front of his teammate now. It's 4 cars deep. Third line is alive at Talladega with 17 laps to go.
D3 is going to fall back. Ron Morris into the 40, the 043, the 7, Tahan, John Mulhan hard into the wall. Oh, a big wreck here with 17 to go, and that's going to take out a couple McCullough Motorsports drivers. They're going to probably have to get a couple faster pairs. A big hard lick here for the 2 of John Mulhan and Ron Morris Jr.
Oh, man, and this one's going to involve more than just them. Morris is involved. Range is involved. McCullough, Adam Tahan. We were talking so highly of Adam Tahan. He's involved in this one as well. Several drivers involved in a major incident towards the tail end. Lucky number 90, Daniel Eberhardt, I believe, unless there is some damage to the right front of Daniel Eberhardt. We're going to have to see. We'll go back and watch a replay. We'll obviously watch the incident first. Watch Ron Morris, the red and blue and gray car. He gets loose. It's the same thing we've seen all day. Yep. He gets loose, gets into Ward, and then it's on from there. Look at this chain reaction. Ward, Mullihan, Tahan, Range, McCullough. Further down, Christopher Carter, a couple others. The 4 of David Gusti trying to miss it. A couple other cars down there as well. Tanhart bails all the way to the grass, I think, right here, and dirt tracks it a little bit through the infield. Take another look at it and kind of want to let this one play.
Gusti. Awesome.
Yeah, big save by Gusti. Big save by John Ward. Watch John Ward right here as well. Look at Malik Ray up ahead, the leader. Mike George, Chase Mastretta, a bunch of cars out of shape that got it back together. But I kind of want to see, and I didn't really catch it there. I was watching the guys making saves, but I want to see if Daniel Eberhardt got any damage in this, because if he did, if he was involved in any sort, he's not going to get that lucky dog. And you see right there, there was that bobble from Morse. Now let's see. Oh no, an X for, some contact for Daniel Eberhardt. And that means he will be trapped 2 laps down as he gets involved in the incident. He's not able to get it stopped all the way. A really tough break for Daniel Eberhardt. We thought it was a lifeline, not so much. Here you see the bobble from Morris, and it's the same thing that we've seen all afternoon. It's just a little bit of an over-adjustment, an overcompensation in the entry of the corner, and Ron gets out of shape, and it is calamity on from there. Several big-time hitters, big names involved in this one.
It sure is, man, and another big one here in this prelim. Man, it's been an action-packed prelim. Unfortunate for Daniel Eberhardt. He's going to need a lot of luck here tonight to get back on the lead lap. He's on pit road, taking some damage repair again here tonight. Does not have the fast repair left in the tank, so it's going to try to get all that damage fixed up, and he's going to have to try to get a couple cautions here tonight to get not only 1 lap back, but 2, and it's going to be a tall task. But I'll tell you what, Jeffrey Merck, I heard the guy complaining all day long in that 60 up there in the front about how hard his heat was, and everyone's going to work with everyone, and guess what? The 60 is out front. He's been probably the class of this field here tonight, and look for Malik Ray and him to kind of try to control these lanes. They got John Ward behind them and Chase Mastretta as well, but right now that 60, man, he's been racing really hard, staying up front. That's where he wants to be, and Jeffrey Merck doing a great job here tonight.
Well, but it's been, kind of what we've talked about really, since the beginning of this race, what I talked about with Jeff Merck at the top of the broadcast, and that is he was so good on Tuesday nights this past season, made a run to the Final Four. He loves this race car. It is his favorite style of racing, and the challenge really doesn't seem like much of a challenge to him when you see him out there racing, and you could tell. Right now, he has been the class of the field, in my opinion. He and Malik Ray and John Ward, in my opinion, have been the class of the field up until this point. But Jeff Merck, a guy, again, that loves the Xfinity Series car. He loves this style of racing, and it's paying off. And we should have seen this coming. And I did see this coming because I knew how he had been on Tuesdays the entire last season. Again, was really a few spots short from being crowned Tuesday Night Thunder Season 4 champion and behind Garrett Maines. But as we get ready to go back to green, it will be Jeff Merck controlling the field. It'll be Malik Ray to his outside in the second position. Row 2 will be comprised of John Ward and Chase Mastretta, one of the Nightmare Esports cars. Row 3 is going to be Mike George on the inside, the GLR Ford Mustang. A great run for Mike George, man. Another great story potentially if he advances into the Summer Slam 499. And Dylan Jones to his outside in 6th. Row 4 is going to be Christopher Carter and Francis Lyons. Row 5 appears, well, as they bail out of the way, not much doubling up going on. But row 5, okay, now we will see. It will be Jeremy Osborne. Actually, no, Osborne is off the lead lap, so he's going to start making his way to the back. It'll actually be, I think, Zach Range and David Giusti once everything gets sorted out. And there it is. It will be Giusti and Range on road number 5. So 13 laps to go. We go back green. Now the pit stop is irrelevant. It's obsolete. It's gone. Now it's 13 laps to decide the final 5 automatic transfers and the final 8 transfers into the LCQ race. And Mike, it's been an action-packed one. I don't think the wrecking is done yet myself. 13 laps to go. Obviously now it's crunch time. It's time to ramp up the pressure. No, I don't think the wrecking is done quite yet tonight.
It's probably not, man. We're late in the day. This is the last prelim of the Summer Slam 499 here in 2024. I'll tell you what's crazy about this. It's going to be a pretty quick transfer over to the LCQ for every driver here that finishes 6th through 13th. So they're going to get on it. They're going to try to get to that top 5, man. We are far from over here with 14 laps to go. There'll be 13 laps to go, and we do hit the line. Man, I'm looking forward to calling this the rest of the way with you guys. I'm checking out the Jack Shack over here. You got Joe Horta. You got Trevin Astronaut. Big Roos, Chris Walker, Devin Ray, man, they're all watching Dale Tanhart's stream. Looks like a fun stream. Got a lot of guys, a lot of viewers here on his stream here tonight. We'll see if Dale Tanhart could get here to the front and make some noise here. You see him a little bit farther back, I believe 6th in row on the bottom. We'll look for Dale Tanhart to make a move here near the end.
Currently in one of those LCQ transfer spots, and again, a tough draw, kind of an Iron Man draw if you end up in that LCQ out of this prelim. The green flag will go back in the air. Jeff Merck gets back on the loud pedal. It's Malik Ray on his outside. And who's got the better help headed for 1? The answer, Malik Ray. Chase Mistretta all over the back bumper of the 7 machine. And as they head to turn 1, a very solid restart for the outside line. This is picture perfect for what they wanted. They'll be even through the middle of the corner, and they will work their way onto the outside and get to the point. Will Malik Ray onto the back straightaway for the first time. You mentioned Dale Tanhart. He currently runs in the 13th and final transfer position back towards the tail end of this field. And he'll have to get on it a little bit, get out of that transfer zone, get out of that little bit of a danger zone right around that transfer position. Malik Ray to the point. He leads in 3.
Alec Martinez right now, he's making a move. He's going to make a move to the middle. He's got a great pusher behind him in John Mullihan. They're going to look 3. They're going to look 3. They're going to go outside the 25 here of Christopher Carter. Oh, Mullihan's going to think better. He's going to go down, leave him to try. Oh, he's back up.
Maybe not.
Man, we are racing here right now. Who's going to go where? Tanhart's going to stay high. Will he go low? We'll have to see. Mistretta's going to... Oh, we got 4 wide. 4 wide into turn number 1 here at Dega. Who here we... Oh,
Mistretta, it was too late. Are they all going to get away with it for now?
They're going to get away with it.
Back out to 3 wide. I'll tell you right now, John Mullihan is on a mission. He just went from like 14th to 8th there in 1 lap. Now he's up to 7th in less than a lap. John Mullihan now back in one of the automatic transfer spots to the LCQ all of a sudden. He's now in behind Dylan Jones, and he just made a flurry of incredible moves. You mentioned at the top of the show, Mike, John Mullihan. He has that killer instinct. He just used it right there. Too much so that he's going to now be lead pusher on the outside for a moment.
Man, I'm catching my breath. That might have been the move of the day in all the prelims. John Mullihan all the way. Man, he was up to the top, to the bottom, back up to the top, back up to the middle. I mean, he was making his way all the way to the front. Now he is going to be second in line, pushing Dylan Jones here into turn number 1. That Trump machine on the 60 still leading here on the bottom with Malik Ray behind him. John Ward settled in here on 3rd on the bottom, but I'll tell you what, he's side by side here with the 25, and that's the spot to transfer into tomorrow's feature. So look for that spot right there between the 92 and the 25 to heat up. 11 laps to go. There's going to be 10 laps to go when we do get back to the line. There's some hungry drivers coming on up. It's Martinez in the 18. He's going to go 3. He's going to pull Jeremy Osborne with him. Here comes D3. He wants his laps back. Who's it going to be? Mistretta to the bottom. Things are heating up here. We're going to have 10 laps to go. We're going to get to the line here. Oh, my God. Business is picking up, Dawson.
It's desperation time for Daniel Eberhard. He has to be desperate at this point. He's got to go with whoever gets him the best chance to get back up and get a lap back, maybe try to get both of them in one go. It's going to be really tough now, though, because Chris McCullough and Bradley Murphy are both 1 lap down ahead of him, so I don't think this is going to be for very much. But he at least still is going to try to make his way up past the leaders and at least give himself an opportunity. He now pushes Martinez up on the outside line against the safer barrier. It's the 18 and the 90, and Martinez will get all the way to 2nd. And if Merck and Jones go down, he may have a chance to get to the middle here.
He's
But they're
clear.
hanging, they're
He's not
hesitating,
clear
they're
now.
hesitating. The 11 and the 60 hesitated, and Martinez, that's a really tough break because he was clear. But Jones and Merck hesitated. Mullahan, oh my goodness, I thought John Mullahan was going to take a step out of line. He stays in. Martinez hung out 3 wide. Jones, Merck side by side, single digits across the scoreboard. 9 laps to go. Dylan Jones works his way to the lead, but all of a sudden, John Mullahan is in the catbird seat.
John Mullahan is, man, when I brought him up earlier, he had been around for a few weeks. He's going to be hungry. John Mullahan third on the pop. Here goes Merck to the top. That's going to open up the door for the 7 of Malik Ray. He's going to get shoved here from the 92. Hyper Motorsports driver John Ward. The cream has risen to the top here at Talladega Super Speedway. Here on the backstretch, entering turn number 3. Here's another player, the 4 car. The 4 car, it looks like, I believe, Dave, is that Michael George or Dave?
Mike George, yeah.
Mike George, yeah. Here he comes in that 4 machine. He's up here in his 4. Chase Mistretta pushing him. Carter's still hanging around, man. As we get to the line here, there's going to be 8 laps to go.
Well, it's so interesting because you have the guys we kind of expected, Malik Ray, Jeff Merck, Dylan Jones, John Mullahan, John Ward, and then kind of some players that are wild cards here. Christopher Carter, Mike George, Chase Mistretta as well, Alec Martinez, guys that either don't typically race or not in this position. Chris Carter and the 4 of Mike George really in a great spot. Oh, 1 car off towards the back. He's on the apron. I can't tell which car that is quite yet, but he brings it back up on track. No issue there towards the back end. I believe that was Tucker McClendon in the 00, and it was. So he will get it back going. He should keep the tail end of the draft here behind J.D. Larson. But as I was saying, some likely players, but some unlikely ones. I mean, Mike George trying to steal away one of the spots in the feature race, as is Mistretta, as is Carter. And they're going to be a real wild card here with 7 laps to go because nobody knows where they'll go. Nobody knows what they'll be willing to do to get into that top 5. Now the question arises for those guys, how much are you willing to risk to try to get automatically into the SummerSlam 499?
Well, the transfer position is 3 wide right now with the 4, the 76, and the 81. Tandart's going to go 3. He has no help. The 76 caught in the middle of the 4. I believe that 4, man, there's so many 4s out here tonight. That might be David Guusti. It is. That is for the 13th and final transfer position in the LCQ. Right now, Tanhart, Morris look like they have that with Zach Range. Guusti just falls. Oh, we got a wreck. The 7.
Tahan around behind this group. It's Tahan and 1 more car. That's Francis Lyons. They will come to a stop, and the 4th caution flag is out. And if you didn't think there was drama in this race before, there certainly is now. But before that, Tahan Lyons get collected. Neither car appears to be seriously damaged, so we'll see what happened to them right in behind. We were just talking about Dale Tanhart and Ron Morris and company in kind of that transfer area. But then behind them, oh man, it's actually going to start from behind him here. That's the 69 of Billy Dick. He gets between these 2 cars. And that kind of reminds me, I was watching prelim number 4 earlier, and that reminds me exactly what RP Allen tried to do in the trial late in the race that caused that late caution, where he tried to split into a gap that, yes, was it technically there? It was, but was that the smartest move at the time? Not really. And again, right there, you're going to see it when we go back and watch it one more time. The gap is there, but by the time he gets to it, it's closed, and unfortunately, he's going to collect Tahan and Francis Lyons along with him. So the 69 machine, you're going to see it. Look at, so you see the gap right there. It's about 2 car lengths, or 2 cars, and we're actually going to do one better. We're going to go on board. So right there, the gap's there, and now it's closed. And that's how quick it can happen. And it is literally carbon copy of RP Allen's incident from last prelim. We'll go on board with Francis Lyons. Oh, we're going to go on board with Francis Lyons. We'll take one more look at it as we head to the back straightaway. We'll take one more look at this one. But, I mean, Mike, again, we both watched prelim number 4. It reminds me what RP Allen did. It looks exactly like the same incident. A gap was there. By the time he gets to the corner, it's gone. And unfortunately, then turns Francis Lyons and Adam Tahan.
Sure does. I'm looking to see right now if the 04 of Christopher McCullough is going to be the lucky dog. Not sure if he had any X's there. It looks like he's the lucky dog. The 04 of Christopher McCullough, he's back in play now, and that's not something maybe some of these drivers mid-pack on back want to see right now, because when we go back green, that 04 is going to be fast. He's going to look to get right to the front as far as he can to get in a transfer spot. So that is a big player getting a lap back here late. That'll open up the door for Bradley Murphy now. He'll be the only car a lap down. So if you're Bradley Murphy, all you're going to want to do is let the pack go and hang out in the back and make sure you can get on those brakes. Right now, the scoring at least that I'm seeing is Dylan Jones up front with Jeff Merck, John Mullahan, Malik Ray, Christopher Carter, your top 5. Looks like John Ward, Alec Martinez, Mike George, Chase Mastretta, Ron Morris Jr. now cracks the top 10. He had just made a run up to the front. It was Dale Tanhart now in 11th. Zach Range and is 12th, and Giusti right now, he is on the cut line. So right now, Billy Dick, Tucker McClendon, Francis Lyons, all those guys have some ground to make up, as does Christopher McCullough, who has just gotten his lap back. And man, I'll tell you what are we going to have here? 4 laps to go? Man, this is 3 laps to go. Oh, this is gonna be this is gonna be crazy here, man. I am looking forward to this. I'm curious to see if a big name gets taken out on the last lap, going for the $100. You know, how desperate are these guys? It's like I said, it's late in the day now. A lot of these guys have been watching all the prelims. I'm getting tired myself, and I got to go race the LCQ here tonight. So, oh man, what a day! What a day it's been. Looking forward to finish of this, the LCQ, and of course the feature tomorrow, man. What an event. Here at the PGR Esports Summer Slam 499.
Well, it's going to be so interesting here on this restart. You know, number one, these guys are using this as an opportunity to take a deep breath because for a while there, they really didn't have an opportunity to do so. Secondly, now you get an opportunity to game plan, and that's kind of where it comes down to what exactly are you willing to do to try to take a step into that top 5. Obviously, the win is a different story. We'll see if anybody's willing to risk it all for the victory in this prelim. But if you're a guy, you know, John Ward, Alec Martinez, Mike George, Chase Mastretta, Ron Morris, Dale Tanhart, Zach Ranger, David Giusti, that's the current 6th through 13th drivers. I mean, it's really not a great draw to be going back-to-back here. It's an Ironman-style draw that you're going to have to go race here in about an hour, maybe even less by the time this race gets done and over with, that you're going to have to turn right back around, get back in the race car, and race again with big stakes on the line. And my question now, again, you know, Mike, you've been on track in this event. I haven't, so I feel like you have a little bit more insight than I do. You know, you were in that 13th, 12th, 11th range. A late race start comes up. What was kind of your thought process on what you were willing to do to try to get into the top 5?
Honestly, man, I got, you know, when I got taken out there when I was in the front of the pack, you know, I got put all the way back 20th, 21st position. I mean, there was nobody behind me, you know, on that first run to make a comeback. But I came through the field. I was trying to get Corbett up to go 3, try to get to the front, but a caution came out kind of late in that race. And when I restarted, I had Danny Barnes on the bottom with me, and Danny Barnes, obviously a regular here in the money racing scene, you know, and I kind of joined up with him, and I said, listen, bud, you know, we're on the bottom. You're going to have guys go in the middle, go to the top, and kind of fan out. I think the bottom's the place to be, and, you know, I was in a transfer spot, and just got shuffled back a little bit, and a wreck happened in front of me coming out of turn number 4, you know, and with only the one green-white checkered, I knew a caution was going to come. Man, I slowed down a little bit, got on those brakes, and man, I saw a hole, I took it. I had some excellent car control to get in. I mean, I wasn't willing to turn anyone for it. I kind of wanted to just, you know, stay in my realm and race my race. That I did, and luckily for me, I was able to navigate a late race wreck and get myself into that LCQ here tonight. But pace car is off, Dawes. Let's get these belts tight, man, because this is going to be one heck of a finish.
Yeah, one green-white checkered available. Again, if the caution comes out at this point, we'll go into PGR Esports overtime. 1 attempt available. We'll get into those rules should we need them. 3 laps to go at Talladega in prelim number 5. Dylan Jones into the restart zone. The green flag is back in the air. It's a great start for the bottom of the racetrack. Dylan Jones got great help. It's an even better one for topside, though. Merck, Malik Ray, John Ward, and the wild card, Mike George in the 4. What can he do on this restart? The help goes to the bottom, but Jeff Merck, I think, is going to be the leader by the time they hit turn 3.
Yes, he is. He's going to get a nice shove here from the 7 of Malik Ray. That's one guy you might want there behind you, pushing you late in this race. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Got to worry a little bit about some netcode. We've seen some netcode issues here in this Xfinity car. Hopefully, that's not the problem here for any of these drivers here late. But Malik Ray starting to push hard, starting to get aggressive. He's going to drift down just a little bit, almost getting to the 2 of John Mullahan right now. We'll have to see. I'll tell you what, these are really good drivers here in the top 6, 7. We're going to have to see who wants it bad enough to get into that top 5. We're going to have 2 laps to go here at the line.
For the top 5 transfer spot, currently Carter versus John Ward. For the 13th place transfer spot, it's currently David Giusti versus Tucker McClendon. A little bit further back, the 00 has made his way into this fight right off the lead trap, but up front, the focus remains on Dylan Jones. Mullahan, that's a risky push as he gets Dylan Jones clear. That was a really risky place to be making that kind of push. It stacks up the outside line for a moment. Halfway down, the Alabama gang super stretch of the field makes it another half a lap. We'll see the white flag at Talladega. Jones outside, Mullahan inside. Chris Carter has made his way all the way up to 3rd position. Malik Ray starts to fall out of the fight for that final automatic qualifier spot. And who else would be in it but Alec Martinez? The wild card candidates are all in this race with just over a lap to go. And Mike, as they hit the tribal, they're going to get there. We're going to finish this. They're going to see the white flag.
White flag is out here, and I'll tell you what, that 7 is not going to want to stay put and settle for 6th on back. Dylan Jones to the bottom. He's going to lead now John Mullen, and that's going to open up the door for the 60 of Jeffrey Merck. Can the 7 get to his bumper before the 11 clears? We are here on the Alabama Gain super stretch. Oh, no 3 wide yet. John Ward, he's on the cusp as well. It's going to be a heck of a finish here. John Mullahan pushing Dylan Jones hard. Jeffrey Merck here on the top. Oh, a nudge from Ward to the 7. We are, oh God, 3 wide here on back.
Off of turn 4, McClendon's going to wreck right around the transfer spot. McClendon goes spinning. The leaders will come off 4. They're all loose as well. Carter's off track. Whoa, one upside down, one in the fencing. Through the tribal for the final time in the heat. Martinez to the middle with Ward and Carter. They wreck for the 5th place transfer spot. At the line, it's Jeff Merck that wins prelim number 5. Over Dylan Jones, Malik Ray, John Mullahan, and unofficially Mike George will be racing in the Summer Slam 499 tomorrow afternoon in a photo finish between he and Dale Tanhart.
I'm catching my breath over here. I'll tell you what, we are going to have a race review here in the last prelim, and of course we are. Mike George is good. He is going to get into that feature. He was not part of that wreck there you had in the tri-oval for that last transfer spot. You know, the biggest issue there, John Ward, I'm sure he is not going to be happy. He had that spot. Christopher Carter comes up into the 18 of Martinez, so it looks like Christopher Carter might, you know, lose his spot here in the SummerSlam 499, just giving it a decent look. He is the one that looks to be cause of that caution. We'll have to go a little bit farther back as well to see if anything happened in any of these transfer positions.
Mike, we're seeing the replay now live on our monitor, and let's back it up a little bit further. I'm kind of curious here. Martinez goes to the middle. The gap is there. I think this is a good move by Martinez. Watch the 92 of John Ward. Does he maybe... Oh, boy. John Ward pulls across the 18's front nose. That's the contact with Christopher Carter right there. As the 18 gets shot down, they're locked together all the way through the tri-oval, and they are the 2 cars that then get into John Ward. Ward kind of tail-whipped the front of the 18, and that's what got them sideways. So a lot to go over, but a lot to go over really from the whole last lap. So again, we'll wait. There's a last lap race review going on. But Jeff Merck, I mean, the win is official for Jeff Merck. So while that is being reviewed, a lot to go over. So before that, we'll get through the race results. So we'll get to hear from Jeff Merck, and then hopefully by then we'll have some clarity on how the
and real quick, Dawson, I'm going back here to the first wreck, and it looked like we were 3 wide for the transfer spot. If you count up the cars, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Ron Morris was in, the 4 was in. Behind them was the 00 McClendon, the 043 Range, and Tahan in the 7. And I'll tell you what, I'll be surprised here if they go look back at the 04 Christopher McCullough. You know, he was swiping just a little bit. He got into the 00. Not sure if Tucker was maybe just kind of coming down the track. They're probably going to look at the 00 and the 04 because the 04 snuck in too. So, man, that's going to be. I'm glad I'm not in this in the RC booth here for this prelim, because there's going to be some drivers that are not happy with some of the calls, and rightfully so.
Oh my goodness gracious! We're seeing the replay of that final lap incident that you were talking about back in turn 3 and 4. Zach Range and Adam Tahan. Holy cow!
Yep.
2 of the biggest rides of the day. I was going to say, let's see that one more time before we get into our finishing results. This is a massive incident back here in turn 4, and this is for the transfer spot. Look at these hits right here by Tahan. Oh my goodness. Tahan 15 feet in the air. Osborne up and off the ground. Zach Range goes pinwheeling into the catch fence. Tahan ends up on his lid. Bradley Murphy involved as well as J.D. Larson. Oh, man, the wildest rides of the day in the final prelim. This is... holy cow, I don't think I've ever seen a car get as high as Adam Tahan did right here.
I'll have to step away, guys, to let you take over the broadcast here. I'm going to get ready to go help some race control and get into this LCQ. But wow, what a finish here in this prelim. Lots to sort out before we get to this LCQ. And man, we got our work cut out for us here tonight. But thanks for having me on this call, prelim number 5. Pleasure to call it with you, Dawson, and looking forward to hearing you guys here in the LCQ tonight.
Well, absolutely, Mike. We look forward to watching you race in the Last Chance Qualifier here in just a moment. Of course, appreciated having you up in the booth with me. But after those rides, the virtual AMR safety team is going to get down to turn 4 while we look at the finishing results here from Talladega for the final prelim of the night, prelim number 5. Jeff Merck is your winner. We'll talk to him in just a moment. Dylan Jones finishes second. He's racing in the Summer Slam 499. Malik Ray is advanced in as well. John Mullahan finishes 4th. And the final transfer spot right into tomorrow goes to Mike George. Dale Tanhart will race in the LCQ momentarily. So will Chase Mistretta in 7th. David Giusti in 8th. You'll see him. So you will also maybe see Chris McCullough. We await a possible race review decision on that. Ron Morris finishes 10th. He'll be in the LCQ. Alec Martinez in 11th. John Ward in 12th. And Chris Carter is the final driver as of now, unofficially going into the LCQ race. Francis Lyons, as of now, the first driver eliminated in 14th. Brandon Silex in 15th. Caden Diedrich in 16th. Tucker McClendon in 17th. And Zach Range in the 18th position. Adam Tahan, the wild ride in turn 4. He finishes 19th. Bradley Murphy in 20th. Daniel Eberhardt in 21st. J.D. Larson 22nd. Jeremy Osborne 23rd. Billy Dick 24th. Thomas Bennett 25th. Ryan Philbrick 26th. Heath Job 27th. And Kyler Wynn, unfortunately, was not able to make the grid. He made it into the session, but did not make the grid in 28th. All right. With that being said, race review is still ongoing. Like Mike was saying just now, they are going to look at the last lap, some incidents there that will have to be reviewed. But while they are doing that, we'll get a chance to talk to our winner from heat number 5, from prelim number 5, none other than the NBG Motorsports entry. It's the 60 of Jeff Merck. Jeff, it's Dawson and Austin in the booth. You got a copy?
I do.
Well, that was probably the most intense prelim of the day, I'd say, by far. The action in that one, the intensity, you could tell it was just ramped up from what we've seen earlier in the day. But at the end, you end up in victory lane. And I harped on it all race long. I talked about, number 1, the success you'd had on Tuesday nights, and number 2, the fact that you enjoy racing this car and enjoy this style of racing. Take me through what you saw from your eyes there at the front, really over the course of this entire chaotic prelim.
Yeah, it was just all about, I think Cody Neagles harped on it earlier in the race. It was all about tires. I didn't take any tires that first pit stop, but I kind of started to feel it slide around a little on entry. So the second caution, I took lefts, which it lost me like 2 spots, but I think I had a little newer lefts than probably anybody else, because I think everybody else took their lefts on the first pit stop, which did help. But man, it was all about controlling lines. It was all about having the right pusher at the right time. I was so worried about this prelim all day long, because you could just go down the list and you could just be like, A-class driver, A-class driver, A-class driver, just like, I mean, y'all were talking about it all day. Number 5 is like loaded. And I was like, I'm never going to make top 5, because I just went through the field and looked, and I was like, all these drivers are better than I am. And it feels good for me, for my luck to finally turn. I knew I was a good driver. I just had shit luck. And when I don't have bad luck, I can control races. I can win races with the best of them. So I take that because I know in NBG, they carry me a lot. But I like to be the helper. I like to be the guy pushing, stuff like that. So I'm just real proud that I won this race, and I think probably, if not the best, probably the second best prelim of all 5 of them as far as drivers goes, and I won it. So I'm very proud of that.
Well, yeah, very big achievement, obviously, to win this prelim. And now, you kind of get to take a deep breath. You kind of get to kick your feet up and watch this LCQ. We were talking to mainly Baker earlier about it when he won his prelim, and he kind of said, now you start the game plan for tomorrow. So Now you've won this race. What kind of confidence boost does this give you for tomorrow afternoon's main event?
My confidence is through the roof. Me and Baker is probably going to be close to each other. That just says how strong a team we have over at NBG. Me and Baker both won our prelims. I know Cody won his prelim. He's the ex-NBG driver, but he started his own thing. He helped me out a little bit in Q, so I appreciate that. Dude, right now I'm on cloud 9. I was so worried about not even having to race the LCQ, and I won my prelim. So now I can go in, cook up the popcorn, make me a drinky drink, sit on the couch, probably watch the fight with the wife, and get ready for 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Well, absolutely, and we're looking forward to seeing you in tomorrow afternoon's main event. But before we let you go and celebrate, is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
First, Chris Blanchard, he came over, spotted for me. Big thank you to him. Malik Ray, we talk a lot on like Facebook and stuff, and we give each other a bunch of crap. Like when I run up on him on official races, I'll qualify like 25th, and he'll qualify on the pole. And I'd always private messaging him and being like, I got you right where I want you. And now it's like turned into a joke. So that's our joke between me and him. He stuck with me. Pushed me to the victory, so big thank you to him. My loving wife inside, I know she was eating fingernails and Twizzlers, she said, because I was driving her crazy up front. So a big love you to my wife out there. Babe, I love you. Thanks for letting me do this as my hobby. A huge thank you to Matt Baker. He's always stuck by me as far as being on Team NBG. So a big thank you to Matt for sticking with me. And Triscaro, when you got people like Michael Triscaro and Matt Baker in your corner, it's hard to go wrong there. Ron Morris for painting this Trump Make America Great Again 60 car. I probably can't say what's on the hood, but it's an Assault Eagle. And if y'all want to zoom in on it and so your people out there can read it, but I'd probably break some YouTube rules if I said it out loud. So it says Freedom MF. You can fill in the MF.
Well, thank you so much.
PGR Esports and you guys, man, y'all are doing the marathon today on broadcasting. Y'all have done a hell of a job. I've watched all of them. Y'all do a hell of a job up in the booth. So.
Well, we appreciate the kind words for sure. Congratulations on a big victory, a big confidence booster for you. Go enjoy it. Go celebrate. Go take some time off. And we'll see you tomorrow afternoon for the Summer Slam 499.
Yep. See you tomorrow, boys.
So we come back up here to the broadcast booth high atop the virtual Talladega Super Speedway, and the prelims are now done. Jeff Merck wins our 5th and final prelim, and what an afternoon that it was. Started all the way back at 2 p.m. Eastern with prelim number 1, and now a ton of racing action and some clarity as to who will be in the field for tomorrow afternoon's Summer Slam 499. We'll have some of that information for you here in a little bit when we go live for the Last Chance Qualifier race. It will be a separate live stream that will be on a separate link. It's on our channel. If you go to our channel right now, it's already posted, and it will go up around shortly before 10 o'clock on the East Coast. The race will grid at 10 p.m. Eastern. The Last Chance Qualifier, the last opportunity as we set the final 15 spots for the Summer Slam 499. Again, here from prelim number 5. Jeff Merck, Dylan Jones, Malik Ray, John Mullahan, and Mike George will be officially racing tomorrow afternoon in the Summer Slam 499. The rest from 6th to 13th, including Dale Tanhart, will be taking on the LCQ here in about an hour. What an afternoon it's been. A ton of action, a ton of great racing, a ton of twists, a ton of turns. And I'm so glad you've been up here to join us for all of it. Austin will rejoin me for the Last Chance Qualifier race, and we will have you all the way through that and all the way through tomorrow afternoon as well. Thank you so much for joining us all afternoon. Again, the next stream is posted on our channel. It'll go live right around 10 p.m. on the East Coast, and we will set the remainder of the field for the Summer Slam 499 here on PGR Esports. Thank you so much for watching and hanging out with us here on a Saturday afternoon. We will see you in a little bit for the Last Chance Qualifier, and until then, we'll see you.